explained in her memo that in a typical year, Xbox has been losing 64 cents on every dollar that they have put into their studios. The sizes of the studios grew exponentially while the player base and the
14 layers. I know this was covered in another video we watched, but that just blows my mind. No wonder they can't fucking make games or get anything done. Imagine having to imagine the chain of command you have to go through to get anything done. Like an email. Like you have to email like fucking 25 different people.
Sales all went down,
HR
so
Paradise?
she has decided
Yeah,
to
fuck
flatten
'em,
the whole
dude.
thing out, taking as many as 14 layers of management. Yes, 14 across some of these studios,
14,
down to 5,
holy.
maybe even 3, with a big refocus on games
Thank fuck for that.
that actually bring in players
Cutting
and
more
drive
by half
revenue, which,
is
as you
awesome.
can probably guess, has not gone over well with some of the devs. There are organized protests from the Bethesda union members happening this week. There was a memorial in the Bethesda lobby.
What, did they die? Bro, it's not a big deal. Holy shit.
Framed both
Yeah, it looks like a fucking funeral procession. Is that the word procession? Procession?
photos, notes, and flowers. I will be honest with you, when I first saw the pictures, I actually thought it was a memorial for devs who had,
I immediately thought it was like they died.
passed away. It wasn't. And then I
Yeah.
learned HR made them take it down almost immediately because
Yeah,
it was
because it's for bro, look, I'm all for I've worked a job where we lost people or they went somewhere or they got fired, but fucking hell, man. What the fuck are we doing?
deemed inappropriate for a
What
family
are we
area. But it didn't stop
doing?
there. The Bethesda union took to the one place where they knew that their call to arms would be heard: Blue Sky, where the players are. Sorry, where the people who post about the players are. The same players Bethesda has ignored for over a decade,
not
asking
players,
fans
bro.
to call Microsoft on their behalf, and the reason that we are supposed to give Microsoft for leaving Bethesda alone and letting them go back to doing who knows what is the concept of Elder Scrolls 6, which probably right now is looking a little something like this.
Oh god, I can't fuck.
A white skeleton. I guess
The
deep
woke skeleton.
down, we're all white. Don't we?
Don't say that.
We're all white on the inside. Your bones are white. I can't tell if you're black, white, or Asian.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
But if you think that is ridiculous, those
Inside
same union
what?
members went to our beloved gaming journalists to make sure we
Of
all know
course.
that they will not be silent about any of this, saying we need to
Save our devs. Look, I agree corporates are fucking ruthless and horrible, but at the end of the day, they didn't fire everybody. Surely they kept people that were useful, good at their job. I would hope. I know there's obviously people who get cut and they're really amazing at their work. But I also think that when you get fired from a job, you can, if you're that amazing and you're that smart and you're that cool and you have amazing credentials, it's probably not that insanely hard to find a job. I truly believe that. And I know it's gonna sound harsh, oh Alana, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but let's think about it. The guys that used to be ex-Ubisoft, they made their own game.
Yes, Expedition 33.
It sucks. I'm sure it sucked leaving Ubisoft, but the guys left for a reason or they got fired.
show management right now that we mean business, so they will properly take care of our fellow coworkers and think twice before ever attempting something
I'm sure
like
we'll
this
see
again.
them again.
And yes, that does kind of sound like the type of threat I would see from a Discord mod before getting banned because of my tone. Now, as a
Yeah, you
reminder,
fucking should.
Microsoft has been losing
You pick
64
me.
cents on every dollar. Fallout 76 launched the way Fallout 76 launched. Starfield was not the console seller that they had wanted. It has been 15 years since the last Elder Scrolls, and because they have now sat on it for so long, their own IP is being handed off to a sister studio because their new mom does not trust them to get the job done anymore. And
Yeah.
the demand Bethesda is
That's
making to
insulting.
management after all of that is to think twice. I don't know. I feel like Bethesda thinks we are really dumb, and
Yeah, because the people are really dumb. They keep buying the slop. I didn't buy Starfield, and I'm a huge Fallout fan.
I am not just saying this to defend Microsoft, the billion-dollar company, but acting like consequences showing up now for 10 to 15 years of poor management, decision-making, and twiddling your thumbs on your most popular IPs are somehow completely coming out of nowhere is crazy to me. What is funny is I've always thought of Bethesda as just a really slow studio. Yes, Skyrim, like many of their games, launched full of bugs, but it was just such a generational experience that you could look past it, and it is still one of my favorite games of all time. But 15 years in between sequels does not make you a slow company. 15 years in between sequels.
People dealt with the bugs because the game was fun. Yeah, it's like having a shitty car and it breaks down every once in a while. It's like, yeah, well, it still gets me from point A to point B, so I can't complain. I'm not gonna fucking complain and get a new car.
Welcome to my channel.
Hello.
Master
Yeah, she might
Snake.
not run
Have you seen
all
the
the
teddy
time
bear?
really well, but when I do,
Have you seen the teddy bear?
she's a good one.
And 15 years
The
of
modders, yeah, well, that's also another thing.
The bear.
mod
Did you see
people,
the bear?
people who make the mods for Fallout, fucking all the fucking games, Skyrim,
What
Elder
teddy bear boy
Scrolls,
the fuck that near?
those people, I genuinely think, like, if they hired
That
them,
means
they
no.
would probably have an amazing studio.
Ah!
nobody ever
So you didn't see the bear?
apparently makes
Good.
you insanely comfortable. Comfortable
Good.
enough to be bought for $7.5 billion, largely for the games that you won't make, and then act shocked when you lose one of those IPs that you've sat on for a decade. Comfortable enough that management asking you to do your job
Did
is
you
the part
see
you
Hunt's
take to
showdown
press,
post?
and comfortable enough to
No,
know that the
which one?
consequences of your
Okay. Here's info for info. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Ah,
Look my server.
I'm gonna post you a teddy bear. What is teddy bear? What the fuck? Oh, look the teddy bear.
What is this?
It's the bear. The Annie's bear from League of Legends. I don't know what it is.
Demented shit.
Yeah. Yes, it is. I saw something, but what am I seeing? What is the desolation called? Is it like a rapist? And what's the 2.8? Like, what is this? Strongholds in Bounty Clash.
As you can see, you can find random crashed balloons around.
Crates around the map. So it's this.
And the new mystery crates as loot.
But who's the guy? Like a random skin, is that it? Ooh. God damn.
Some random guide new story skin.
Sure, whatever. Yeah, okay.
Head smash.
Yeah, there is no Katzman. He's dead. He died. He died. I just died in your arms tonight. It must have been something I say. I should have walked away. I should have walked away. I fucking managed to corrupt this.
WTF is that character name green what?
Zelena kravusza. Green cow. Well, let me show you. See? It's better than NNENNAD.
Very good name.
It is. Like that famous lady from Serbia. Yeah. Like, yo, I got a 10 million. Look at this. Yeah. 2.5 million spent gambling. God damn.
Always gamble.
Always gamble. Well, what do you mean? How would I get like these gloves or these boots or the helmet? The only thing I got the armor and the scepter from like a guy, the viewer, Twitch viewer, and it's pretty good. Maybe I can make a better armor a bit, but this one is okay, I guess.
We have the piss wolves. The wolves made of piss.
No, that's the main piss wolf.
And the gay cows.
What do you mean? And a giant
We have
mosquito.
wolves of piss and gay cows.
And a blue mosquito. Look at him. Fucking giant mosquito. Hulk smash. Ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. Ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. Chihuahua. What is that? Twilight reliquary key. You don't say. Sort of.
Vanillix smell. Welcome to my channel. Why can't the T-Rex clap his hands?
T-Rex? I don't know, because he has a small hands, is that it? That's a joke, right?
Because he is dead.
Ha! 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 Not bad, not bad. Gold is of no value to me. Yes. Useless trinkets. Ritual, ritual. Skadoosh. Buckle. What a piece of shit. Looks like a Jewish shop, right? With all the rings and gold. Skibidi toilet. Bam, bam, bam. Ah, yes. Dorian. Take that piece of crap. Yes, 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 yes.
Own studio's actions for the past decade and ask the players you have ignored to please go make it stop. It is obvious that Bethesda has just been sitting pretty, doing whatever it is that they want, but now, as it always does, the bill has come due, and their response to all of this pressure has been very telling, which brings me to another studio under a huge amount of pressure that is taking a much more humble approach, and that would be Pocket Pair, because at the exact same time we have been watching all of this Bethesda news play out, we have been watching Palworld fight and climb right back to the top while spending the last 2 years being sued and harassed by Nintendo and Game Freak the whole way through. So let's talk about what they did. Palworld hit 1.0 on July 10th after 2 years in early access. Back during 2024, they hit 2.1 million concurrent players, the third highest number any game has ever pulled on Steam. And then after 1.0 went live, the count spiked all over again and peaked at almost 860,000.
I also saw that it didn't spike as hard as when it first launched, and the Pokemon fucking fanboys were like, yeah, it's not even that good. It didn't launch higher than the fucking first time, so therefore the game sucks. Okay, buddy.
Players, making them one of the 15 biggest launches in the history of the platform. For the second time, at this point they really are only competing with themselves. But even though those numbers are super exciting, that is not the part that I love the most, because for over 2 years, Palworld's Steam page had that little warning on it saying that the price may increase at or closer to the official release, which is pretty standard for early access, and Pocket Pair had every excuse in the world to raise it. They had more or less doubled the size of the game. The 1.0 patch notes alone ran 27 pages long.
Didn't they cap it out on Steam? Like if you opened the patch page, it literally couldn't fill it all up, or it was like close to the limit. There's like a limit on the patch notes that Steam can put out on your front page. I think they just about capped it up, or they literally capped it. I couldn't remember.
There are 72
So
new
funny.
pals, a new world region, a combat overhaul. They have spent the last
broke
2 years
it?
working
That's
so
insane.
hard to earn people's trust, and I don't think anyone would have been angry about a $40 Pal World, but instead of raising the price, they discounted it at launch and posted
That's
this.
so
After
nice
much
of them.
thought, we have decided not to raise the price of Pal World following the 1.0 release, and we'll keep it at $29.99. We are
nice.
incredibly proud of how far Pal World has come. Thanks to the amazing support of our players, it has become a success beyond our wildest dreams. John Buckley, their head of publishing, even mentioned that while you don't need to wipe your data because they want to respect the time and effort you put in during early access, you probably should, because so much has changed that you would just have a better time starting fresh, which is exactly what I ended up doing, and it has already been a much
Yeah, I kept my old save just for that. Just for nostalgia. It's been up for 2 years, and then I started a new one.
smoother experience than what I
That's
remember,
cute.
but also no more T-posing when I load in, so that's a little sad. So after 40 million players, a lawsuit from
And
the
again, it had the same sentiment as like, you know, fucking Skyrim came out and it was buggy as fuck. Pal World was buggy as fuck too. I clipped through things, I fell through the world, but like I didn't care because I was still having a lot of fun.
godfather of the industry, after becoming one of the biggest launches on the Steam platform twice over, the takeaway from the Pokemon with Guns people is still nothing but immense gratitude, and we can't believe we get to do this. And I don't think the success and their response to all of this is just because they are nice, even though I'm sure that they are. I think it is because they know that the audience doesn't owe them anything. The industry as a whole doesn't owe them anything. They could have gotten angry about Nintendo and let everyone know prices would be raised in order to combat legal bills, and some people probably would have understood that. Or they could have just stopped working on the game, kept the early access money, and let that be the ending of everything, which happens all the time from studios who never had anything close to this kind of excuse. But instead, they finished it at the same price and then thanked us all for showing up. Not surprisingly, this whole approach has been a huge success, even despite the lawsuit, which, speaking of, Nintendo and Game Freak have pretty much all but lost at this point, with analysts now pointing Nintendo.
It may only get to what, $30,000 in chump change, did you say? Howard looks shakier than ever. It may only get 30,000 chump change if it wins at all. Why did journals type this? Yo, Justin Wagner. You're kind of a wanker for typing that. What do you mean 30,000 chump change? If they win, that's a huge victory. Because they're paid to? That's such a nasty fucking thing to like say, man. Oh, it's only $30,000 if they even win. Okay, that's not the point. Like, yeah, 30 grand is a lot of fucking money. That's good, but like, that's not the point.
all but lost at this point, with analysts now pointing Nintendo's odds against any current version of Power World pretty much at zero.
Poised to gain almost nothing.
And maximum damages of
They
around
lost another one recently. Yeah.
$30,000, which is obviously chump change for old Ninty. The court technically still hears evidence in October, but they are probably going to lose both. So while
I
Nintendo
read it is even in Nintendo. Let me read it. Maybe I'm having a woman. Nintendo's legal battle looks shakier than ever. It may only get 30,000 chump change if it wins at all. It looks like Pop Carrot will come out of this largely unfazed. I read it as like Pal World's gonna get $30,000 if they even win, or is it the other way around? No pay. Nintendo suing Pokemon. It's the other way around. Okay, I'm having a woman moment. Okay.
over here printing money, thanking their fans, and having a
Never
blast
mind, I take it
completely
back,
improvised.
Justin.
So if
Sorry.
the past couple of weeks have shown us
I think the
anything, it
title's
is that
being
some
stupid,
studios
but-
buckle under pressure
I
and
think it's a badly written headline, but whatever. Maybe I misread it.
blame everyone else. Some ignore it completely, along with their fans, but then some every once in a while thrive in it and find a huge amount of success. And I think that a lot of it comes down to whether they still believe they have to earn their players or they think that they are just entitled to them. And
Well, that's what's happening with Nintendo, and that's what's happening with Bethesda, is that they're entitled to these people who are so engrossed in a franchise that's been around for like 30 years. I think Fallout came out in like, what, the 90s? Same with Pokemon. Sorry, Grandpa, if you're gonna shit up the store, we're gonna have to kick you out. Like, something else is gonna replace you.
Money. Bethesda has had over a decade and a blank check, and when the bill finally showed up, the answer was that there will be a further delay, a press cycle about how hard everything is, and a blue sky post asking players to call Daddy Microsoft and defend them. Using the game that they have been sitting on for 15 years is the
Microsoft.
reason. Come on now, guys. Ubisoft.
I feel like there should be like a limit. If you sit on an IP for a really long time, I feel like you should just kind of, maybe not lose it, but it should be like, not revoked. I don't know. It's kind of just, I don't know what the word would be, but like you just don't really have the right to just sit on it like that. It seems so stupid.
The answer to this pressure was to go back to basics with Black Flag, which has actually seen a lot of success, but you know, they had to Ubisoft it up by selling you a ton of optional microtransactions and a figurehead with a bra on it. Sony's answer to all of their backlash has been to say nothing, while the executives cash out and their customers walk away. And Nintendo's answer to pressure was not to respond.
But the Sony fanboys are still gonna consume. I'm gonna be real. At what point does Sony like actually get hurt? Because I think Sony had what, like fucking 5 credit card breaches in the last 8 years? And the Sony fanboys still like eat the dick. They eat the shit on the plate.
And with healthy competition, but to go to court over the concept of catching a creature. In all of these examples, none of these companies are really trying to earn our business or our loyalty. They are really not trying to do right by us. They are just so confident that the money is still going to show up because it always has. But it does kind of seem like times are changing, and at the same time, some are starting to wake up and change their ways. Xbox is at least trying to course correct and make up for years of bad decisions, but with all of this, with how the AAA industry has been acting for so long, we've got to remember, none of these studios are owed our money or our decades-long patience just because they used to make games that we loved. We are well past that. Even Rockstar, with their solid track record, is not owed an $80 or $100 pre-order, especially when they have shown zero gameplay and refuse to give players who want one a physical copy. I mean, it'll be almost a decade since Red Dead 2.
It's really depressing because if you actually look at the 2010 versions of collector's editions, you used to get so much content out of it. Like, yeah, sure, it was probably like plastic and, you know, the figurines probably weren't like the most insane quality, not something that you buy for like a couple $100 that you can have on your mantle, but like the sentiment was still there. You still gave them a product. Yeah, art books, you get like a little figurine, maybe you got like, I don't know, a little, I don't know, watch band or something.
How do you think that their studio...
I think Elden Ring on launch had like a little package and it was really cool. Like they had like an actual statue. Yeah, and what about the posters and stuff that came with that?
And the people who have worked there have changed in the last 8 years. Something to think about. And it's not like I'm asking for any of these studios to be perfect or to never have a miss or to just hand us everything for free. I just want them to value us, their customers, the people who pay for their products, and to hold themselves to a standard that doesn't allow for a 15-year gap on a game, blowing millions of dollars and asking us to go call their parents on their behalf. And Palworld is a great example, a indie studio that has spent the last 2 years battling it out for the right for their game to even exist, let alone even earning a player base. They could have charged more and chose not to. They could have gotten bitter and blamed everyone but themselves, but instead, they are just unbelievably grateful for their customers.
Again, I said this, being humble is just the best way to earn people's, not even respect, it's like, I don't know, like shift in opinion. I don't know, bro. I'm having a bit of a brain fart today. Yeah, like their gratitude, yeah, their goodwill, that was it. Yeah, goodwill. Because I feel like with all the indie games, and I do put brackets in like indie because Baldur's Gate is not indie. I would say it's like AA. Divinity, even when it was coming out, it was still AA. I wouldn't have called it 100% indie. They were already a pretty established studio at that point. But like when they did that, they didn't excessively charge for the games. They really like put a lot of effort into it. Baldur's Gate 3 was still pretty flawed at launch, especially towards the last half, like in the in Act 3. Like, yeah, there was a few bugs here and there, but like the overall experience still felt authentic and like real.
For the position that they're in, and
Expedition 33 is not indie. But they didn't make a game before that. I don't don't know. I think people's perception of what indie is usually like how much funding they get. Yeah, I think like when you get a lot of funding, you start losing the quote-unquote indie status. So I think they did get a decent amount of funding from like investors and stuff, but they did have a very small team, so yeah, maybe it is like AA. But my point is they're not AAA. They don't have like, you know, billions of dollars. They don't have like 1,000-person team.
That respect and gratitude is
10 million is indie? Yeah, it can be. I think 10 million can be considered indie because video games are extremely expensive to make. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's like a very broad definition, but I would like teeter it on like indie to not indie. But it's definitely not a corporate.
is absolutely paying off. Alright, if you made it to the end of this video, but thank you so much for being here. Have you tried out Powerwolf 1.0? If so, what are all your thoughts? Let me know in the comments below. It has been so much fun starting a fresh account. As you can probably tell, I needed to talk about it with someone who isn't bound by marriage to listen.
Indie gaming always meant no funding outside. Well, then Kickstarter games cannot be indie. Again, there's no hard definition on it. Yeah, like Kickstarter,
Yes.
you know, like crowdsourcing, like yeah, that
yeah.
means it wouldn't count because sometimes people donate millions of dollars into a game.
Thanks again for being here, and I'll see you in the next one.
Bye! Well, that was a good video. Yeah, a little tidbit here and there. Fucking Snowy, Bethesda, Todd being smelly. Tell me lies, tell me sweet lies. Boom, 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 boom.
The firearms market right now is overrun with military grade and combat-proven claims, and the vast majority of those rifles have never been inside an actual government evaluation facility or seen a real procurement test in their lives. The rifles that genuinely went through it, test chambers, sand immersion testing, Arctic cold soaks, and round counts most civilian shooters never come close to in an entire lifetime, those represent an entirely different standard of engineering and scrutiny. Right now, hit subscribe and turn on notifications. We cover military history, rifle reviews, and firearms intelligence every single week. Today we're counting down the top 5 rifles the U.S. military formally tested, seriously evaluated, and ultimately rejected, and we're making the documented case that they made the right call every single time. Let's get into it. Number 5. Sterog A3M1. The Sterog Army Universal Gewehr, or Army Universal Rifle, is manufactured by Steyr Mannlicher in Steyr, Austria. Steyr has been producing precision firearms since 1864, and the AUG is their defining achievement. When it entered Austrian military service in 1977, it was unlike anything else in production, a bolt-up layout with a modular quick change barrel system, integrated factory optic, and a polymer construction at a time when most of the industry was still working out whether polymer had a place in serious firearms at all. The AUG didn't just arrive early, it arrived decades early. The U.S. military evaluated it during several different assessment windows over the years, including studies for potential M16-era successors and later carbine programs. The AUG performed well every time. Reliability was documented. The engineering held up under scrutiny. The rejection had nothing to do with whether the rifle could do the job. It came down entirely to the manual of arms. The AUG is a bullpup. The action and magazines sit behind the trigger group, which restructures how every critical shooting task works. Reloads are different. Malfunction clearances are different. Firing grip and natural point of aim are different. Retraining 1. 4 million soldiers, Marines, and reservists to unlearn decades of M16 muscle memory.
Yeah.
Around an entirely different platform would have cost billions in instruction time and range hours before a single weapon was purchased. The performance advantage the AUG offered simply didn't come close to justifying that level of institutional disruption. The Army was right. Number 4. Beretta ARX 100. The Beretta ARX-100 is the civilian, semi-automatic version of the RX-160, the standard issue service rifle for the Italian military, and several other armed forces around the world. Beretta itself occupies a category of its own when it comes to longevity. Founded in 1526 in Gardone Valtrompia, Italy, Beretta is the oldest active firearms manufacturer on Earth, nearly 500 years of continuous production. That level of institutional knowledge shows up in how their designs are engineered. The ARX-160 entered Italian military service around 2012 and quickly established a field reputation for reliability and versatility in actual deployed conditions. Beretta submitted the ARX platform to the U.S. Army's individual carbine competition, the IC which ran from approximately 2010 to 2013, and represented the Army's formal effort to find a next-generation M4 replacement. The ARX went through evaluation alongside a serious field of competitors and performed credibly throughout. Then in 2013, the Army canceled the IC entirely. The upgraded M4A1 with full auto capability and the SOP mod accessory package was deemed sufficient. Every competing rifle left the program without a contract. Was the military right to shut it down? Yes, for exactly the reason the Army stated. The ARX-160 has genuinely impressive engineering, fully ambidextrous controls, a barrel that swaps in under 10 seconds with no tools, a reversible ejection port for left-handed shooters, and a combat-proven track record. If this breakdown is delivering value, hit that like button right now, and subscribe if you haven't already. It keeps this kind of content coming. Number 3, Colt CM901. The Colt CM901 is manufactured by Colt Manufacturing Company in West Hartford, Connecticut. Colt has been making firearms since 1836. The M16 entered U.S. military service in 1964. The M4 followed, and Colt has been the foundational supplier for the better part of 6 decades. So when Colt developed the CM901, they weren't positioning it as an outside challenger to the established order. They were making the case that they could design the successor to the platform they themselves built. The CM901 was submitted to the individual carbine competition, the same IC that evaluated the Beretta ARX beginning around 2010. The rifle's central selling point was ambitious, a single lower receiver capable of running 5.56 by 45mm NATO, .300 blackout, and 7.62 by 51mm NATO through upper receiver swaps. One platform, 3 calibers, maximum logistical flexibility. On paper, it's especially as special operations units were increasingly running 300 blackout for suppressed applications. The IIC was canceled in 2013 before a winner was ever named. Number 2, Remington Bushmaster ACR. The Remington ACR, Adaptive Combat Rifle, traces through Remington Arms in Ilion, New York, and Bushmaster Firearms in Windham, Maine. But the design story starts earlier with Magpul Industries out of Colorado. In the mid-2000s, Magpul's design team developed the Masada, a modular combat rifle concept that generated enormous attention when it surfaced publicly in 2007. The design was licensed to Bushmaster, later absorbed under the Remington brand, and released commercially as the ACR in 2008. Why does it land on this list? Because the Acre concept connects directly to the U.S. Army's original Advanced Combat Rifle program, the 1986 to 1990 effort that sought a next-generation individual weapon capable of delivering a 100% improvement in hit probability over the M16. The program evaluated 4 competing designs, the AAIACR and Steyr ACR, using Fléchette ammunition, the Colt ACR, and the HKG 11 using 4.73mm caseless cartridges. Every single design was rejected. None came within reach of that 100% improvement threshold. The program was canceled. The M16 stayed. The military was absolutely right to pass on all of them. The 100% improvement standard wasn't just ambitious, it was essentially unreachable with the ammunition and mechanical technology available in the late 1980s. Flechette rounds in combat environments proved impractical, inconsistent terminal performance, unpredictable penetration through intermediate barriers, and manufacturing quality control issues that compounded in the field. Number 1. Heckler & Koch XM8, the rifle that came so close to replacing the M4 carbine that the U.S. Army had active transition plans in development before the decision was reversed. This is the most extensively tested and most dramatically canceled rifle rejection in modern American military procurement history. The Heckler & Koch XM8, manufactured by HK in Oberndorf am Neckar, Baden-Württemberg, Germany. If you know firearms, you know HK. The MP5, the G36, the HK416, the MP7, the Mark 23 SOCOM pistol, HK's list of globally deployed and trusted designs runs longer than most manufacturers' entire production histories. They built their reputation not on volume, but on engineering precision, institutional military trust, and producing weapons explicitly designed to function in conditions where other platforms fail. When HK submits a rifle to a major military evaluation, the XM8 program grew directly out of the Army's objective individual combat weapon effort in the late 1990s and early 2000s. By 2003, the standalone XM8 development program was moving at serious speed. The rifle was built around the G36's proven gas-operated architecture, heavily re-engineered for American military requirements. Why was the military right? Multiple problems converged simultaneously. 5 rifles. 5 different reasons the Army looked at something impressive and chose to walk away. From the AUG's bullpup retraining cost to the XM8's heat and logistics failures, the pattern is consistent. It was never purely about whether the rifle was good. It was about whether it was good enough to justify replacing 1 million weapons already in the field and a supply chain already built around them. Hit the like button if this video delivered for you. Subscribe and turn on notifications, and we'll see you in the next one.
Yes, yes.
My mother ain't in. Oh.
was watching TV. Favorite shows were the ones where family would look at these houses and
That's me, but with YouTube.
guess which one did she use. There's this comment on this.
I have a YouTube video up on my second monitor at all times. At all times.
That's my dad. His business went under when I was a kid, and he struggled to find work after that. Most of my memories are him sitting in the corner of the living room with a joke. I tried to talk to him and either ignore me or give me one more answers. I don't think he
Yeah.
liked me. I don't know why. He must have done something to deserve it. I saw an advertisement online about a new drug trial that can help repress traumatic memories. I had to keep bringing it up over and over again, but I finally got my mom on board about getting Dad to sign up.
Redo. Oh, what? The Captain America up in here.
My dad was reluctant at first to sign up. I think he finally agreed to just get my mom. He was picked up by some nurses and a representative of the drug company. All we had to do was spend the night at the facility. Came back the next day. My dad got back. It seemed a burden, I guess. Still didn't pay much attention to me. I was just happy he was back. Dad and Jacob After a
Not
couple of weeks,
bad.
my dad began acting weird. I'd stay up past my bedtime and I'd hear him get up and go to the backyard. I'd just stand there and look down at the ground. I should have told someone about this.
Damn. Uh-oh. I've seen this in Mr. Nightmare episodes
One night
all the
after
time.
Going outside, he grabbed something from the shed. I couldn't tell what it was at the time. Instead of staying outside, this time he came back in. He went into his room and closed the door. Snuck out and went to the shed to find out what he was doing out there. There were a lot of tools lined up, neatly and with a gun. I wanted to go back inside, but from the backyard I could see my dad was in my room looking for me. I knew he would find me and hurt me, so I grabbed the gun and waited. I had no choice. It was either him or me. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want any of this.
Damn.
Briarwood Orphanage took me in since I was so young. Without me knowing, they dosed me with the same drug my dad got, so I wouldn't remember what happened. All these memories that have been locked away are free now. This is what Jacob wanted me to see.
Ah.
It's time.
Yes.
I can't hide here anymore.
Your choices matter? Do they?
I didn't deserve to be hated.
Yeah, that's a rough situation, you know, getting your dad on this drug and then the drug turns him into a vegetable and then you have to kill him. And then you go take the same drug.
I didn't want this to happen. I won't do it.
Come on!
I won't do it.
My challenge points! I forgot about those!
I would give in to that promise, but I won't. I'm not giving up. This red flower. These creatures, whatever it all is, it cannot be allowed to spread.
Thank you, Vampirism. Whoa. New weapon found. Closed casting. Closed casting is a combat target that promotes aggressive behavior for the potential of massive damage. Unique effect grants increased damage the closer you are to the enemy and increased fire with each attack in the action chain. Whoa. Oh, so highly effective against staggered enemies. So you want to stagger them with something else and then go in and fucking destroy them with this. What's this? No longer burdened by her past. Holy! Flitter your target with relentless flurry of devastating attacks. All damage don't cannot exceed 99999. Ooh. That thing. Oh, did you beat this game, Hatsy? Fast travel. Painting of a woman. Oh, Hatsy. Red paint people are thought to have first discovered the seed. The red paint people. Something like this will happen one day.
So this seed is what they've been hiding. And now the
Seed.
secret's out.
Seed. Let me guess, Hatsy, is this how you played through the game? That's... See? Was this your main costume? Hatsy. Nude Mazza. Nice. This seed is insanely wicked, I agree. Well, now we have to theory craft. I mean, honestly, I don't even want to switch to the shotgun. I feel like this gun is broken. Like, this gun is so strong. Oh, wait. Actually, well, I do want it for my second weapon, that's for sure. Oh, I can buy some stuff. Wait. Yeah, die trusty. Patsy, I seen you were on League of Legends. I showed my stream, my match history, and I seen you were on. So you're playing when I'm not on. Lounge. Restore energy after clearing an encounter. Oh, some energy. The riot launcher is running in the background. Nice story, dude. Oops, didn't mean to buy that. Butt cheeks are flailing. Doom the Dark Age. Thanks. Yeah, we were playing League yesterday. I just said in the League chat Doom 3, and then someone's like, I love Doom. I've been playing, I forgot this, I'm playing Doom 64. And then Hatch said Doom the Dark Ages. I love saying random bullshit in online lobbies. Doom the Dark Ages. Perfect. All right. Upgrade. It's 11. Shit. Costume is basically girlfriend sleepover. Yep. 2 shells left. Thank you, Booga Jimmy. And thank you, Vampirism. And thank you, Ryu. Doctor Who ads in 1998 is wild. Thank you, Zensi. What are these costumes? They're Pikachu, dude. Sounds like a horse. Yeah, I'm really liking this game a lot too. I think it's awesome. So what, is this the final descent? Oop. I think it would give me a yes or no if I was gonna go into the... Complete chapter 5. Fill up my cup. Slurp. Everyone drink your coffee right now. Fast travel. Drink a coffee. What's everyone drinking? Monster, coffee. I had an energy drink a couple days ago. Peach ice cream. Cacao. Cow? Water? That's the goat right there. Beer. Who's drinking beer? No one's drinking beer. Beer. Chocolate milk. Yum. Yumsy. Yumsy. Scrubs! Do they have what in Canada? Body armor? I don't know. Probably. We have Mounties. Like if you call the police, 3 men on horses in red uniforms show up with muskets. Ooh, forever chemicals. I like those. Sample 062582. 06.
I should be able to figure out most of the code.
There you go.
I haven't been. Yeah, that sounds cool though. I'm very normie when it comes to like boiling vegetables, simmering or boiling or braising or anything. I go with the same formula every time. Peppercorns, bay leaves, cinnamon stick, maybe some toasted star anise, and then some herbs like thyme, rosemary.
Oh yes, the man is.
Very normie with that. Maybe I'll throw in some soy sauce. I like the tunes. Dude, I have so much time. Like, I put a ton of time into my stock yesterday. I have creeping time all over my house. And you can use creeping time. It's like a little more mild, but it's great. Or I think it's great for like stocks and soups and sauces. Organisms discovered on the site are magnitudes more complex when compared to previous seed sites. Organisms emerging from the site constantly display mirror characteristics, often blended comical traits. The seed. Creeping thyme. That's a herb.
Hmm.
Coca-Cola to a pot roast. No. Have you ever tried banning Lee Sin in ranked? I have.
Yes, believing dragons could be real isn't such a far cry anymore.
Far Cry Blood Dragon reference? Specimen storage door is locked. Specimens. One's in the chat if you're a specimen. Yo, Wolverines.
Specimen.
Wait, what was that number we got? Who remembers? 062582. Woo! Tito. Ciao. Weapon manual. Maximum weapon upgrade level increased. Oh shit! Ciao. Oh my god, it goes up a ton. I need some scrappage, dude.
Oh my god.
Forever chemicals. What's your guys' favorite forever chemical? The Last of Us weapon upgrade system. Last of Us is peak. I think everyone in this chat loves Last of Us 2. It's their favorite game of all time. Tell them, chat.
Ah, yes.
The botany wing. Ooh. Last of Us is your favorite game of all time. I find it hilarious how some people call that like the worst game ever made. It's nuts to me. Like they take offense by its existence. Barrel balloon. This new red flare variant presents similar but more potent effects, surfacing suppressed memories. I like the tune.
The wager drug my dad signed up for was made up of flowers from one of these seeds.
No enemies down here yet. Block of ice. There's a key in there and a hand. What's your guys' most hated game of all time? It can be a highly rated one. It can be Elden Ring if you want. What's your most hated game of all time? Let's see it. Expedition 33. Dark Souls 3. Witcher 3. Last of Us 2. Roblox. League of Legends. Super Mario Sunshine. Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Wow, am I just... Oh, what am I, living in a fucking alternate reality? Baldur's Gate 3, Dota 2, Diablo 2. I said most hated game of all time. Why are... What do you guys, play 5 games in your fucking life? Why is everyone naming like 9 out of 10 games? Some of you guys are fucked up. Some of you guys are fucked up. If your most hated game is like an actual good game, that's fucked. I would say like Garts in a Band 8. 0 to 0 something to something something 9. Roblox. Okay, no, it's valid. Everything is valid. Everything's valid. I asked. That was me who asked. Tempted to say Metal Gear Rising or Vengeance. Okay, I'm learning a lot about the chat today. I don't know if I want to equip the riot vest. Like... Wait, what?
Time to get to work.
Wait. Okay, riot vest. Minus 6. Okay, 14436 minus 16.
Oh, it's you.
Wait, so this just has. Oh, this is equal resistance to physical and. You know what? Honestly, I don't really get hit by the magic stuff, so I'm gonna wear the Star Wars vest. DS3. You know what? I think my least favorite Dark Souls game is Dark Souls 1. What? A costume?
Oh no.
Woo! I don't know what it is with Dark Souls 1. Well, I do know why I like Dark Souls 1 more than... Or I do know why I like Dark Souls 2 more than 1. It's because... Okay. It's because... Nice water balloons. It's because... My first Dark Souls was 2. So I didn't have the, like... oh my god, this is a new genre. This is so cool. All fresh and new. Like, I already played something similar. The first one just... I still like Dark Souls 1, by the way. You're always biased towards your first one. Is it too boomer to say Fortnite? Okay, I'm gonna be real. When I ask the question of everyone's most hated game, if you say a popular modern game, managers game, if you say like League of Legends or Fortnite or like Dota 2 or Valorant, whatever, I immediately assume you're like 35, 40, 50. Ugh. No offense intended, but may I ask, if your most hated game was a popular multiplayer like Roblox, Fortnite, League, may I ask, how old are you? And don't lie. You're all gonna lie to disprove what I'm saying.
Huh.
Maybe. 36, 30, 32, 33. Okay, not as old as I was thinking. Okay, by the way, you guys are now, some of you are just literally saying your age. I'm asking specifically the people that said their most hated game was like League. Why do I bother, dude? Why do I bother?
The gash of Krull.
Why do I bother, bud? You hate WoW? See, the scary thing is you guys are watching someone that loves those games. I love online. I love competitive games. Those are my favorite games of all time. Thank you, Vicarious Nick. Thank you, thank you. Nice to see you. Thank you, JDM and Puff. Back to the Callisto. I should have said Callisto. I actually do fucking Callisto, dude. That's definitely my most hated. Survival is best. What? Another one? Oh, it has 4. 0 of everything, but you can add another. Honestly, I don't know if that's worth. Because the armor upgrades are not even that great. Like, what's so good about this? Like, what would... No. No. Defense and resistance. Wait. 36, 144. Actually, I can do this a lot easier. It didn't... Wait, what? Okay, wait. Go back. 230, 195. 230, 195. That gives 32 resistance. And then no, I'm not talking about worst games ever made. I'm not talking about most hated for you in particular. What would I rather play right now if I had to? Callisto or Scorn? Callisto. Because Scorn's just boring as fuck. Scorn's just dreadfully boring. Scorn is the kind of game that first playthrough is like, whoa, look at the cool stuff. But if you've seen it all, Siren is like pulling teeth. Oh, nice. Would I prefer running games that the speedrun's more RNG? I like RNG, but both can be true at the same time. Because a game with no RNG is just sort of boring. Wait, what did I say is like pulling teeth? Oh, Siren. Yeah. Siren is the exact kind of game where watching like clips on TikTok or YouTube Shorts, you'd think to yourself, wow, this game looks fucking incredible. But then you actually play it and you're like, okay, this hurts. Wait, was there any rhyme or reason to that code? Like, was there any, like, is this like a math question? 0, 1, okay, I actually think 0, someone typed that in again, someone typed it earlier. We can do this, I think we could do this. And then it'd be 4. Okay, wait. Yeah, I thought someone would type it in the chat, but instead chat just completely died when I said that. Alright, back to the board. I'll type it in the chat. 0-2-9. Oh, thanks, Serpentina. No VOD of me playing Siren. You don't want to see that VOD. Like, sometimes you guys are like, man, I really want to see Buck play this game. And I say, I don't like the game. And then you go watch the VOD and it just makes people angry. They're like, oh my god, he hates it. Yeah, that's right. So I was thinking it's like you double it. 0, then 1, then 2, then 4. But that doesn't equal 8. Or 9, sorry. I don't see how you can get 9 at the end, like with any kind of math. Am I crazy? No, I don't want the code. Oh yeah, there's another word at the restaurant. Okay, that makes sense. Do-da-do-do-do-do. My heels. I forget where I was. Sorry, folks. Oh, it is this way, actually. Oop. Nice statue. Ah, wow. 627. Did you guys see the pizza place I seen this weekend? I tweeted it out. Look at this. This place was downtown. I never seen it before. Pizza 6-7. 6767 is their phone number. The cheese pizza is 67 cents. Best donairs in town, apparently. And it looks like the most fucking normie donair I've ever seen. Did I grab a slice? I did not. No, see, let me show you a red flag in a restaurant. Are you ready? So if you want a sign, if you want to know if a restaurant has bad food or good food, a very easy way to tell is their menu. They have Indian food, donairs, and pizza. That food sucks dick, most likely. What's it? Wait, what's the time you don't know what a donair is? Bruh! I think a donairs are Canadian, but they're god tier, dude. Man, every time people come to Canada, or like a friend of mine comes to Canada, I tell them to get a donair and garlic fingers because they're god tier. I love donairs. I haven't had a donair in forever, but it's basically just a doner. So donair is like pita bread with something called donair meat, which is like beef that can survive a nuclear warfare, and then some tomatoes, and it doesn't even need the tomatoes. Donair meat, pita, and then something called donair sauce. Your pronunciation is confusing. No, because those are two fucking separate things. What the fuck was I saying? And it's served with donair sauce. So that isn't Canadian. Is donair Canadian? Googling. Yes, donair is uniquely Canadian. Okay, I'm done talking about this misinformation, Andes. Isn't Donner German? Oh. Man, I opened this conversation with Donair and Donner are different things. Alright, what is this password again? Fuck, I forget. 67 3126. No. Ah, shit. No one remembers. 06. Okay, wait. Thank you. Oh. Thank you. Thank you. Donair is a regional Canadian version of Donner. The end, yeah. You know what? I'm out of coins. Donner. Alright, can I go back to telling you guys what it is? So it's not Canadian, it's a knockoff. That's literally every fucking recipe of all time, bro. Read a book. Dude, one of my favorite rage bait things is looking at TikTok and someone will show a recipe of like, this is my spaghetti recipe, and someone in the comments will be like, no, this is who so-and-so's, just a bigger TikToker that released it earlier. It's like, no, actually, it's St. Francis Lauren III's from the fucking 1860s, you fucking idiot. Yeah, you made up caramelizing beef, onions, and garlic and adding a tomato puree and then throwing in thyme to let it simmer in a bay leaf. Yes, you invented that. Congratulations. Yes. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh, the computer, yeah. The misgiving throat. Wait, who said that comics are crazy? Toxic farts. You know what? One day. You're timed out for a fucking day! Emergency specimen eradication. Toxic farts always is triggering brain dead shit, so. Emergency evacuation underway. Oh, so this is like a challenge arena. Holy shit! I probably should have used my incendiary in the very first wave. Oh, it heals them! Oh no! Oh no, that's not healing them, the other fuckboy is.
Warrior KFH. Welcome to my channel. I'll review a street and be called.
Please no.
He's on fire! Brother, how are you gonna time me out when I pay to watch your stream? Oh, I mean, what? I didn't ask you for the money, dude. Read a book. You know, you're actually heavily in the wrong here, because how are you going to avoid a timeout by making another account? When your mom put you in timeout when you were a kid, did you put on a mustache and glasses and leave the room? Bruh, serve your timeout. Wait. Well, shit. Yep, God, Mark. Oh, thank you! Thank you for the 117. Holy shit! Well, your timeout was building up over the past few streams. It wasn't that comment. It was all of them combined. Bro, I'm about to ban your ass on both. Bitching about getting timed out. She's great. If anything, you know what's funny about this? To a sane person that's seeing this in real time, you're just proving that not only did you deserve a timeout, you probably deserve to be banned. Oh, the fucking eggs, dude.
Fucking monsters.
Okay. No! I forget how to fight these guys. Bloatjaw. What? Huh? Wait a sec. Extreme blood loss. Okay. Wait, do we get an item for doing this? Or is it just ride it to the end and then you get an item maybe? Oh, the locker. Rusty coin. Whoa. Minus 36 agility. Agility. That's... Honestly, I feel like agility comes back super fast.
Hope I don't lose my bearings.
Master weapon part. Enhance the potency of skills. I never use the skills, but I should use this one probably. Oh, it's all my energy. Guess that's good for bosses. That's a big man. What? This surely won't get me killed. Ah! What? Nine. Don't shoot me. fucking Zerm. Sadist. Regular snipe restores health. Ew. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I don't really watch Asmongold, but I was watching him play Elden Ring so soony. I don't really watch Bach Pursuit, but I was watching him play Wicked Seed so soony. So soony. Oh, you were asking for a suspicious user. No, you're not. Here they come! The damage, dude. Hello? What? There was no animation for that. Ah, shit. What? Get away from me. Hey, he's in the fucking walls! I think I need more energy. You were? Sure, wake him up, see? Ay, ay, ay. I don't even know what the fuck is going on. What? What is that animation? Okay. I'll take it. Oh, chat's been fine today. That's been epic. Enter combat with haste for 15 seconds. Okay, that seems good. Haste for 15 seconds. Rush. You know what? Screw XP now. Actually, you know what? Screw that one. I haven't even casted haste yet. Three left. All right. Let's go. Let's go. This one seems easy. Bait them up here. And then I jump off. Like I own the place. Now watch this. Watch this. Oh. Never mind. Marathon vest. Serve me up that next one. Ooh! Increase weapon damage, stagger damage, and attack speed. Alright, well that one I can't pass up. Sick! RE4 remake multiplayer mode. I did see that. Did they patch it? It's been out for like 2 months. I'm timing your ass out for a fucking month. That seems good. Honestly, this seems really good.
Let's see here.
What am I using? Rush, Lupin, Investigator. Mighty Couscous. They were also working on an RE4OG one too. I was looking at that. God, God, it's been a year since I was looking at the RE. I wonder how that's come along. Oh my god, the past year has fucking flown by. Holy shit. 'Cause I specifically remember like joining the Discord of the RE4 multiplayer mod, and that was a year ago. Hello? Holy Watch this shit. Watch this. Watch this, Skeeter. He won't do more than 3. Oh! Gobble, 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 gobble. Hurry up! Wait! He has acidic saliva! Holy fuck! Lady, move it! What?
Ugly bastards.
Ugly bastards. Woohoo! It's secret weapon time!
Yeah. I don't know.
Holy shit! Oh, Ada. It's secret weapon time, guys! What's wrong with her knees? She's wearing... Look at that. Have you seen those boots? Ladies, we gotta put those men in boots, dude. Boots with heels. Every man ever made should have to walk around in 8-inch heels, at least for a full 24 hours. No socks on. 8-inch. No. I've never put on heels either. Did it for your Ada cosplay and broke your toe. Oh, fuck. Yeah, see? Ada and Evelyn both know. It's hard moving like this in heels, or whatever the fuck classic Evelyn says. It takes a lot of effort to move like this in heels. I gotta use the bathroom. Be right back. Be right back, people. One moment. Uno momento.
Ba-dum-ba-ba-dum. I see. This is like a problem to me. Is that it? I see no problems, sir. Oh no. No.
Alright, Adis. I'm here. Takes a lot of effort to move like this in here. You can't see half the chat? Huh? By the way, top chat on YouTube is not what I was originally thinking. It does actually just block out like spam. If you have on top chat, like, okay, I'm gonna swap between the two. It doesn't hide like anyone right now.
This is it.
Top chat.
The
It is
scene must
funny
be
though.
down here.
Ready, reach level 50. Let's go. Wait, we're near the end? Woohoo! Have you guys ever heard of a donair? I should make it a new rule. If you're arguing against what Google says, I time you out. Donairs are Canadian. Yes, donairs are Canadian. Oh. Nice. Ooh. Peak. EKA? What's that? Bring back the microwave. This well, I was memeing with the microwaves, so that's I don't like memeing with the microwaves too much because I'm like punching way up when I talk about microwaves because wait, one's in the chat if you don't have a microwave. Okay, now two's in the chat if you have a microwave. Now you know that. Oh, I don't think they're lying at all. I don't have one. See, this is what I mean by punching up. Because when I meme about a microwave, it's not good. Because most people use a microwave every single day. I haven't touched a microwave in like 10 years. Because they are slowly killing us. It's like shooting up reju. It's like shooting up heroin, basically. Yeah! Okay, let me shoot his little back. Easy. It was easy. Easy. It was easy. You used to shoot up then? No! You could shoot that shit up? I thought you ate it. One of the most triggering comments I ever read was about that topic. So one time I did a cooking show on like roast beef dinner, okay? Roast beef dinner. And someone in the YouTube comments complained about a paragraph about how I should invest in a slow cooker. It's like, hey, fucking dipshit. Yeah, I'm gonna do a cooking show with a slow cooker recipe. You absolute... Oh my god, the stupidity. Oh my god, reading that made my blood boil. I had to like get off the internet for a day. Jesus Christ. Hey guys, let me just put this in the slow cooker. We press start and now we just fucking stand here and do what? Great show, dude. Great show. Invest in a slow cooker. Oh my god. Whoa! Alright, Grasper. Holy shit. This gun is peak. I did lasagna once because people were requesting it a bunch. And it sort of was the same where I sat there for an hour waiting for it to cook. I should have taken that egg sponsor. Looking back. Should have taken that one. Thank you, Dran. Thank you, Skilla. They got guns! Dude, this guy has a laser gun, dude. I was expecting him to have like no health. No, stop. Yeah! Thank you, Dran. Ban everyone. Despite how often I talk about banning, I don't ban like hardly anybody. I only timed one person out in 4 hours. And they didn't even deserve it. I do have an air fryer. Oops, I was supposed to attack the other guy. Ah! Oh, I thought... Ah! On ban request stream? I don't think I have enough to make it funny. I could check. Oh! Who the fuck recommends a self-care for a someone that's not thinking very hard. Let me check. How many unbanned requests do you have? I have. I was freaking out to check. Mod logs? Nope. Unbanned. 11 new! Holy shit! What? Unbanned requests. 11 requests. Oh my god, somewhere 7 months ago. Holy shit. I love you, Buck. I will donate 5 gifted subs to get unbanned. Alright, I'm dealing with these later. It's just a flower drip. There. Ultimately, if I'm gonna give advice to literally everyone that streams in the chat, if you've ever streamed or thought about streaming, you should ban people. It doesn't fucking matter. If they give you a bad vibe, just ban them. Doesn't matter if they did anything bad or good. And you should treat real life people the exact same way. Come on. Wait, I have... I don't have the one to get rid of his things. Wait. This is gonna be rough. What? Oh, for Pete's sakes. Oh, 11 is nothing. Dude, I banned like no one compared to most streamers. Oops. Health drink. Hello? This might get me killed. Oh no, I have to reload! Well, I'm dead. Oh, fuck. Yoip. Oh, I ran back into it because I thought. No, 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 I'm not hitting his back. I need to hit him in the back. Well, he is burning. Yeah, fuck it. Throw a flashbang. What? He does a triple now all of a sudden. He's become enraged. Fuck, we need to finish him off. 10 shots to the dome, to the back ski. Woohoo! I am taking my coffee. Vertical hits are guaranteed when attacking at full ammo. That's great for shotguns. Or switching weapons. Dude, you could definitely make some broken builds in this, but I haven't really gotten into it much because we just haven't been struggling. Like, I only really go in on the RPG stuff if in RPGs if I am struggling. But yeah, one of the worst things you can do as a streamer is, and I've suffered this back in the day, but if one person can ruin a chat, it just takes one. Like, let's say all your YouTube comments are always like, your chat is so toxic. That can be caused by a singular individual. Like, if you have a chat of 10,000 people, I promise you, I'm telling you a fact, one person can ruin it. One person. There's a guy who I banned a long time ago. He's not banned in disc chat, and I watch him in disc chat, not every day, but often. He'll derail the whole chat like he used to do to mine. And I'm just thinking, like, man, like, thank God I banned this fucking guy. And I banned him like 5 years ago, and still he has not changed. So like, and like, he was what's called a fence rider. And if you call it a fence rider, this is what they'll do. You'll be like, hey, or they'll like cause a stir and then say sorry, and then they'll just do it the next day, and then they'll say sorry and they'll do it the next day. So that's like fence riding. Admit it, you're toxic. Yeah, dude. Dick rider, yeah, dude. Yeah! Fuck yeah! Boop, beep, beep, boop, beep. Wait, are we going to the final boss right now? I need a save room first. What happened to Eric? He's probably living his life. Regular isn't in a stream. Like, regulars switch up in your stream. Like, if let's say you stream for 10 years, your big community in the first and second year, literally none of those people might be around in like 7 years from then. That B guy's here. No, that B guy is trolling, but he knows. Like, that you've been around for so long that you've seen like the regulars here change drastically. You know what I mean? Like, the people that were here 100% of the, 100% of the time, every day, all day, back, let's say 2018, I don't see like any of them anymore. Like, sometimes, sure, sometimes, but they're not regulars. Thank you, my lady Laura. Yeah, and some of you just lurk, like my lady Laura. Okay. Well, but what I'm saying is true. I mean, it's a fact of it should be common sense. I shouldn't be have to argue my point. Like, it should be common fucking sense. And I know that look, CLG is not even subbed, okay? And there's no badge. I know cute little girl's been here for like fucking 12 years. So like I recognize the chatters that used to be regulars, and some still are, like cute little girl, that B guy, or Lady Laura, and other people I'm sure are here. Player Bear. But yeah, it just changes as the years go on. It's sort of sad. Like it used to make me sad because I was like very parasocial with my viewers a long time ago, and I'd like see a lot of them as friends, and some of them I'd play games with off stream. But you know, life goes on. Once people get a girlfriend, and once, like most guys, once a guy gets a girlfriend, that you're done, son. That person is history. Especially if it's an opposite sex relationship, that person's fucking gone, bruh. Person is gone. Thank you, Robin. Thank you. Whoa. He's got to lose those armor stacks from that acid, I think. Yep.
Push.
Fuck! Ow! Yeah, it depends for sure. I'm not that kind of person either. Like, if I get a girlfriend, I don't revolve my entire fucking life around them. But some people, you guys know, any guys that are older know. They've seen one of the Fallen Comrades. Ones in the chat if you've had a fallen comrade, like a friend that used to hang out with every day, but now, dude, they need to, it's like going on a fucking field trip in elementary school. You gotta get a signed note for them to do fucking anything. Yeah, I have multiple fallen comrades too. Just Saya fucking Nara, dude. What the main issue is, sometimes people will date other people and they have no interest. Like one of them will have no interest, but then their one interest is their significant other. So it's like one of them wants to do other stuff, and the other one has literally nothing to do besides hang out with their significant, like their significant other is their whole personality. Thank you, Knights of Blood, for the $10. Nice, dude. Oh hell yeah, man. Yeah, I love seeing people come and go. I mean, I don't like seeing people go, but I never take offense to people not watching ever. Like not like going from regular to never. Oh yeah, I love seeing people die and get born. B guy. Death is the first step to real life. Thank you, Robin. Oh, you were taking it that way. Come. Ah, I thought you meant the go part. What, are we in some giant bug butt? Even with full PPE, there's a sweet odor in the air. You'd think it would be like tripping balls down here, which you probably are. That's a medium dog. The story is very, you know, it's very Resident Evil. Thank you, Zura's Wrath.
They messed with something they didn't understand.
Right. I need a save room. No way. Wait, which way did I come from? This way? Let's go this way. Actually, sometimes crawling will start an encounter. Oh wait, no, I came from... Yeah, I definitely came from that one. I'm gonna go this way first. Got a girlfriend, you're not around anymore. Oh, that's fine. I don't think that's a bad thing, by the way. I was just saying it was a topic.
I'm more claustrophobic.
I had a girlfriend with no interest once, and boy, oh boy, that was when I was addicted to League. Like when League, in like League first year, she was not happy, ever, because like, hey, you didn't text me back for 45 minutes. I was in the League game. That person was not a gamer, so you could put 2 and 2 together. Like if I dated someone and they were in like an hour-long League game, I'd be like, oh yeah, makes sense, whatever. Doesn't matter. But when it's flipped, like you don't understand it. This looks like a scary encounter. Just die! Just die! I need this guy dead! Okay, get on the juice! Get on the juice! No! I would go around and hit his weak spot, but well, I don't need to. I feel stronger now. Why did you message me back instantly? Oh, I try and tell my friends that all the time, Mr. Genesis. Or not my friends, but I try and tell people that all the time, in general. If your significant other is getting mad at you for enjoying your hobbies, you're with the wrong person. Like if you love doing makeup and your significant other hates women that wear a lot of makeup, what the fuck are you doing in there? Like seriously. Mistfall Hunter? I watched some people play that. I'm not playing it. It looks alright. Dude, I think there's a secret area here where I missed. Or maybe it just loops both ways. Thank you, Zer's Wrath. Is Mistfall Hunter fun? Has anyone in chat played it? I watched some and I don't know, it just seems just okay. Dude, I don't know, I think I need to take this. I'm gonna flash right off the rip. Oops, I thought I would do some... Ow! The cooking streams are cancelled. Yeah, I'm waiting to get a slow cooker. Yeah, exactly. 791,000 XP. Man, the XP scaling is nuts. Like, and it's over. Oh, nice, Skull Boys. Wait, there was scrap in that fight. scrapping? Oh, dude. I'm just using high-powered armor from here to the end of the game at this point. The squelching under our boots is driving me insane. The ground is soft and slick. We must be in some giant fucking creature. Thank you, Clayton, and thank you, Zeros. Whisper a link to you. You want to hear Kezel Beats' music in the chat? I can play it for you. Ready? Kezel Beats in the chat. You already hear his music? Oh wait.
Kezel Beats on the track.
Holy shit! What do you say when you get your wiener stuck in an elevator door, everybody? Yeah! Holy shit! You need to make a second song, Kezel Beats. Norris is a nervous talker. Yeah, help me. Norris won't shut the fuck up, and now Dr. Blair is mumbling to himself about who knows what. Yeah, bullying. I'm not a babysitter!
You came down here blind and dragged the rest of us with you.
Greedy bastards. Oh, not one of these guys. Shit, do I even have a... I don't even have one. I can't get my stamina back. That's unfortunate. Whoa! Oh no, he has armor. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh. Okay, I'm gonna eat this guy's skeeter for breakfast. He's becoming enraged! Any save spots? One right here. Holy shit. Wait. We must be at the last boss. Because this is a lot of stuff.
Let's see if there's any takers.
This must be the last boss. Maybe? Skeeter is not Canadian. Even if Google says it is. By the way, let me rewind the stream a second. Donair is an iconic East Coast Canadian fast food wrap made with spiced ground beef, fresh onions and tomatoes, and a signature sweet garlic sauce, all bundled in a warm pita. Invented in Halifax in the early 1970s. It's a local variation of the Turkish doner kebab. Eat my ass. Yeah, let's go even further with the attack range, dude. The boner kebab. Boner is Icelandic, read a book. Ooh! Dude, I love when people argue about this shit. Like, that's why I banned that, or that's why I timed that person out earlier. Like, oh, that, I forget what they said. That is a, that's fake or whatever. But that's everything. That's every recipe. Every recipe is a derivative of another one at this point. Ugh. That's and then this is why I always preach about food education. I've never even used a stimulant. We only have one energy. Wait. I'm going to go out on a limb and assume we need a buster grenade. Incendiaries are OP. Okay, wait. I wonder, are we headed towards the final boss? What do you guys think? Well, I have my whole arsenal on me. Who's this young man? Holy fuck! He's got armor? He does. I'm about to give this guy the old buster grenade. Watch this. Wait, where is it? Did I not bring one? Woo! Fine, let's just do 10 attacks in a row, see what happens. Nothing? Oh, it's an item. It's in my skills. Oh. Bust! Get busted on, dude. Fuck it. Drone. Getting shot. Wait, why is my high-powered ammo not on? Oh my god. You're not dead yet. Oh, this is yikes. Yeah, fuck it.
Uči mi gdje ti je onaj broj 0.
Šta imaš u telefonu kucano?
Ali ne mogu ga ja dobiti da nije memorisao na...
Jeste.
Taj zadnji broj, 20 je. Ima Đula 2, Đula 1.
Pa to je taj si me, kako nije?
20 je.
Pa da, to je taj.
Zadnji broj.
Jeste, šta
A
s njim?
prepiši mi taj.
He's gonna squirt!
Super.
No!
47, 4,
Woohoo! That was a cool fight.
6-1, to je 0-6-1. 7, 4, 7, još je dobro.
Feeling pain. Ah, restore 1% energy and killing an enemy. Ooh.
Da.
Yeah, if you do all these challenges, you actually get
Napiši mi to Đula 1.
Već je napisano.
A nema memorisano.
Vidiš li ti da jest?
call for help.
Memoriši.
Ja gledaj. Ćeš da ga pozovem?
Ne.
Svi pozivi danas.
I think there's like a
061. Ne mora sakati. Kažem da
3%
jeste
health
i jeste,
after
ali nema
completing
kredita.
encounter,
Tako nešto.
5% attack speed.
Ja ti kažem da jeste,
Damage by
kaj se
Imam ja
concentrate
zove.
when hitting enemies from the
Pa,
back.
nemam pojma. Možeš i nazvati ko.
Thank you, Yurik. So it increases the parry window. This shit is so cool. I love that you get rewarded for actually like filling out the log. But yeah, I've been neglecting this stream. But I do love that. I think it's really cool. Reduces the cost of skills by 50%. Alright, that one's good.
Ja ti kažem da je to taj broj telefona. Upisao sam ga i kod sebe. Bre.
Ma ja gledam hoće ove vremena. Evo, Đula 2, Đula 2.
Đula 1 piše lepo.
A gdje ti piše Đula 1?
Pa piše ti kad je pozvan, vidiš.
Ali tu nema ga.
Kako ga nema upisan u telefon? Pa kako bi pisalo da ako ga nema upisano? Svi pozivi.
Ja,
Đula
mi
1,
nema.
juče, 10:24.
Ali više u taj imeni ga nema.
Gdje ga nema?
Ja vidim da ga nema u imeni.
Imeni. Imena. D. Ja, tisnuo sam D i... Što kažeš ti 2-0 zadnji broj. Sad ga ima, sad ga nema.
Tražim, ne može mi se. Moram si vas.
Šta te buni što imaš drugi, ako ćeš da ti obrišem taj Đula 2, obrisat ću ti ga.
No, Đula 1 nema.
Kako nema? Rekao, malo bez sam ti pokazao da je upisan.
Ja ga ne mogu. Ja ga nađem ođi.
I u imeni ga ima. I pozoveš ga i šta se desi i eksplodira nešto. Šta?
Ođi ga ima.
Ima.
Ali vam u imeni ga nema.
Pa u imeni ga ima. Šta s tobom ne valja čovječe? Ja pogledaj, idi u imeni. Ajde. Ma da pritisni slovo. D. To ti je trojka. Tisni D.
Gdje je D?
D. Čekaj. Ne, samo tisni jednom trojku. Ja prebaču, sedi na dolje. Ti kako nađeš, početi na ovo. Stani. Gdje ćeš? Evo ga, Đula 1, vidiš, jedinica. Jedinica piše gore.
A zašto moram sve, zašto ga nema kad je ovo?
Šta kako ga nemaš kao ovo? Zato što ti okreće broje, vjerojatno koje si zadnje zvao, a nju vjerojatno ne možeš da dobiješ.
Kako dođeš do ovoga D?
Prebaci na slovo D.
Pa evo ja
A
pritisčam.
moraš vratiš nazad, vrati skroz nazad.
Gdje?
Nazad se, šit sad drivenik. Nemo pod. Tisni gore pod njim. Ne idi sad na gore.
Aha. Ne vidim gdje.
Ne, to je dule Zoric, ili dalje. Nego gore. E, to je to.
1, 4, 7, 9, 4, 2.
Što ti ja mu kad imate 5 brojeva, ti majko umjesto samo jedan broj telefona. Onda ne može da ga nađeš.
Njoj istekla kartica na 1. Pa onda je uzela ovaj broj. Onaj njezin.
Ništa nisam manje nije očekivao.
A ona je službeni telefon. Đula 2. I tu je ta sav... Idem do Pekirića, do onog banje. Baš. Valjda tamo radi, ja?
Pa on radi do ponoći.
A gdje si išao pa ne?
Dolje kod u onu prodavnicu u centru.
A na trafika?
Ne radi trafik. Ja sam došao s posla u 20 za 3. Imali smo neki sastanak tamo dok smo se dovukli s autobusom. 20 za 3 bilo. Mekjaki, pičitelj.
As the golden age for a very good reason, because they really are that much better. So while I do strongly disagree with this hot take, I do respect it for being a actual hot take, so I'm gonna give it like a C+. This next one says that the South Park movie is the best animation the series has ever had. Obviously later seasons look objectively better, but the movie is in that perfect sweet spot between the animation being intentionally crass and crappy and having genuinely well animated scenes. And that gives it a lot of charm and makes it my favorite the series has ever looked. Also, I like Pip. Okay, I was with you until then, we're not doing that. Now this is something I've actually talked about a lot in my videos on modern South Park, and that's that nowadays the animation on the show is almost too good at times. Like going back and watching the older seasons, you forget just how much of the comedy of the show derived from how crappy the animation was. There are so many hilarious visual gags and just moments that you just never see nowadays because the animation is so high quality. And I do agree that the movie was kind of the beginning of mixing the crappy animation with some very well animated scenes at times. But in my opinion, I actually don't think the movie would be the peak of it. I think the movie is great in its animation, but in my opinion, the animation was at its best around seasons 4 to 8-ish. And that's just because the funniest visual gags I can think of where the animation being crappy made it funnier come from around that time. For me, this isn't really a hot take because it's something I've talked about and thought about making an entire video on for like years at this point. But for the most part, I definitely agree with this, so I'm gonna give it like a B-. Alright, this next one says Pip should have his... Oh, I said we're not talking. It's a dead meme, guys. We're not doing this. It's over, okay? Now, if you read opinions from South Park fans pretty often, like I do, then you will know that this next one is not a hot take. In fact, it seems to be the popular opinion nowadays. And it says, I'm tired of the social critiques and stuff like that. I miss the boys having crazy adventures. Now, every time I see this take, it kind of annoys me, not because it's completely incorrect, but because whenever someone says this, the way they phrase it seems to imply a lot of things about the show that aren't really true. It kind of makes it seem like social critiques are a newer thing in South Park, and that the boys don't go on crazy adventures anymore when neither of those things are really true. I mean, when it comes to social critiques, they were doing that from the very beginning of the show, but more specifically started leaning heavily into it around season 4, and the vast majority of episodes from that point on have at least some kind of social commentary they're trying to make. And when it comes to recent episodes, they still go on crazy adventures. First examples I think of are the post-COVID specials, which are essentially full-blown sci-fi, with them having to travel back in time and save the world, or the Panda Spider-Verse special where Cartman travels through the multiverse to try to stop Disney from being woke. But the reason I don't fully disagree with this take is because I understand why people say this and what they're meaning to say. Because what they're actually critiquing when they say that they miss how the boys used to just go on crazy adventures is the significant lack of any kind of subtlety in modern South Park. Once again, this is a topic I've been thinking about for a long time and one I've thought about making an entire video on, but I think the reason people feel this way is because older South Park, even though oftentimes they were making some kind of social commentary, was significantly less overt in their statements. Oftentimes, when Matt and Trey wanted to make a stance on an issue, they would do it through almost an allegorical lens. For example, Season 9's 2 Days Before the Day After Tomorrow, in which the boys crash a boat into a beaver dam and cause a bunch of flooding in Beaverton, and it ends up turning into a full-blown disaster flick with the boys having to be the ones going into Beaverton and saving everyone. And it also includes the classic bit of Cartman trying to steal Kyle's Jew gold. But this entire episode is social commentary. It's referencing the disastrous relief efforts following Hurricane Katrina, and how everyone was a lot more focused on who to blame for this rather than actually helping the people that were stuck out there. So this episode is a perfect example of a classic boys crazy adventure, and yet it still has plenty of social commentary throughout it. But when I first watched this episode, along with I'm sure many other people, I didn't even realize that this was an allegory for Hurricane Katrina. And yet I still loved this episode because it was able to stand on its own as a crazy adventure from the boys, even if you didn't understand what it was referencing. And I think the biggest difference between this kind of stuff and modern South Park, and the reason people say that they miss these adventures, is because nowadays when South Park does their social commentary, they are significantly less likely to create some kind of original story to parody it, and instead they often just outright reference the thing happening in real life. Like, let's say this Hurricane Katrina thing happened in modern times and they made a modern episode of South Park about it. More than likely, rather than using Beaverton and the Beaver Dam to kind of symbolize the effects of Hurricane Katrina, it would probably just be about Hurricane Katrina, like the actual event. And because of the fact that the satirical aspects of it are so much more obvious, it makes it seem less like the boys are going on some crazy adventure and more like they're just mimicking the events of real life. And in my opinion, this is genuinely the most important distinction between old South Park and modern South Park. Because even though they were still parodying modern events happening, they were doing it in such a way that it would become more of a commentary on people and how they react to situations rather than the situation itself. And because of that, those episodes are still great, even if you have no clue what's going on or what it's referencing, because you understand inherently that people are dumb and do dumb things, which makes these episodes feel more focused on the boys' plot rather than what's going on in the news. And it ensures that these episodes become a lot more timeless in their presentation, because you don't have to know specifically what it's referencing to get the point that they're making about how people react to these situations. But comparing it to something like the most recent season where they're just outright referencing all these political figures by name, if you're not fully up to date on who all these people are and what they're doing in America, then a lot of the humor might go over your head. And that's why these modern episodes don't have that same timelessness as the old classic episodes, because, you know, in 10 years, who's going to remember that Pete Hegseth was being a shithead or whatever? And you're also making sure that your foreign audience has to stay in the loop with American politics to get a lot of the jokes, which chances are they're not. Whereas if they had created an original plot that just referenced the stuff that Pete Hegseth was doing in a more allegorical way, then I think a lot more people would probably like it, because everyone understands the archetype of the dude that's in over his head and thinks he's way more important than he actually is. So to summarize this very long section, the problem isn't that South Park doesn't have crazy adventures anymore and that it's all social critiques. The problem is that nowadays it seems like their primary focus is to make these social critiques with the plot kind of forming in the background as they make these points, compared to in the past when it seems like the priority was to make an entertaining and funny plot line. And by doing that, these more satirical aspects would kind of present themselves naturally throughout the progression of the story. So of course it's a lot more nuanced than just saying, oh, the show only does social critiques and never has crazy adventures anymore, because that's just not true. But I definitely understand where people are coming from when they're trying to make this point, because the way the show has written has pretty significantly changed over time. And because of how heavily the show focuses on making these overt social commentary statements, it can be very easy to overlook the fact that they do still go on these crazy adventures, because it doesn't seem to be the focus. So yeah, while I don't agree with the wording of this hot take, I definitely agree with the general sentiment behind it. So I'm gonna give it like a A-. Alright, we're heating up even more. This one says that the South Park fandom has essentially become the Rick and Morty fandom. Many people try to pull this, oh well actually if you're informed and as smart as we are then you get it kind of vibe, and it makes the majority of the fandom really annoying to deal with, and the show and showrunners don't do us any favors by continuously covering current events and slapping the kids into placeholders. Oh man, this is a very hot take. I mean, comparing anything to the Rick and Morty fandom on the internet is pretty ballsy to do because of how notorious that fandom has become over the years. I'm gonna say something that a lot of you might not like very much, but here it is. I kind of agree with this, and not only do I kind of agree with it, but I sort of feel like I'm partially responsible for this, because it is definitely true that the South Park fandom, especially in more modern years, has sort of filled up with a lot of pretentious and kind of elitist fans, and I think this kind of happened because the show got significantly more popular within the last like 5 years, and whenever these new fans started to get into the show, they started consuming a lot of content around the show, including videos like mine or other videos, even like TikToks and short form stuff. And the majority of the time, the most interesting South Park content is about the underlying themes of the show and how oftentimes the show will present itself in a way to be the opposite of what they're actually trying to say. And because of that, let's say hypothetically you're someone like me who was a teenager watching this show and beginning to understand what satire was for the first time. When you begin to pick up on all these underlying themes, you begin to think that this is the smartest show ever and that you're kind of a genius for understanding it. So then you might think that you are the only person in the world who truly understands what makes this show so great and decide to make, I don't know, something like a YouTube video talking about why it's the greatest comedy ever made, where you proceed to explain what satire is like it's some kind of crazy revelation for 20 minutes, which somehow becomes incredibly popular and turns into you building an entire career out of explaining how great South Park is to people and what makes it so genius. And in doing so, you accidentally prop yourself up as like the guy that knows everything about South Park, and now everyone refers to you as the South Park guy and kind of just takes your word as gospel, which may lead to like a bunch of people who were in a similar position to you as a teenager, not interacting with satire, beginning to watch your videos and understanding what satire actually is for the first time. And that leads to these people still kind of holding that mindset that you had when you were a teenager about how smart you were for understanding the show. And now being in your mid-20s, you look back on those opinions that you had and think that they were incredibly pretentious and cringy. But unfortunately, the damage is already done, and you might have accidentally influenced a bunch of people to think like your teenage self. And even though you do still think that the show is amazing and recognize it as being one of the most influential pieces of media in the last 50 years, you started to realize that maybe the show's satirical approach was never that groundbreaking, in the sense that they weren't doing anything revolutionary when it came to satire, but rather the true genius of the show was the comedic genius of Matt and Trey and the way that they were able to make anything funny, because their social commentary was never anything super groundbreaking or revolutionary, but by combining it with their comedic genius and the fact that no topics were off limits to them, they ended up creating a satirical show that was genius, not because of the satire, but because of the combination of all these factors. Okay. What was the hot take again? South Park fandom become Rick and Morty? Oh yeah, okay. Sure. A-. Now this one's a bit of a spicy one. It says that Cartman isn't irredeemable. He has shown many times that he's capable of changing into a good person. Now right off the bat, I can say that this one is technically true, because we see in the post-COVID special that in the original timeline, grown-up Cartman is actually a decent person. He has a wife and kids that he seems like he actually cares about, and he doesn't treat everyone terribly like he did in the past. The problem is, it seems like the only timeline that this is possible for Cartman is the timeline in which everything else in the entire world is terrible, because whenever they fix the timeline and give everyone a happy ending, Cartman is the only one without one. I guess technically besides Clyde, but I don't really know what happened with that. So I think the real problem with the idea of Cartman ever being redeemed is that given his current circumstances, it seems to be impossible. The other main time that he seems to genuinely change for the better is when Caesar Milan comes in, and thanks to the training from Caesar, he becomes kind of the ideal child. But unfortunately, this is reverted by the fact that his mother is such an enabler that he just goes straight back to his old tendencies. So maybe it would be possible to redeem Cartman if he ever was placed in a completely different environment, but giving the one that he's currently in, I don't see it ever happening. I'll give this one a B-. This next take says that season 19 is a top 5 season of the whole show. They mentioned the perfect balance between serialization and self-contained episodes, the 3-part finale, and the fact that it has some of the sharpest writing in the whole series and is so unique. Now, I've never actually gone through and done a full-on ranking of each of the seasons, so I don't know if I would consider it to be in the top 5, but I have said quite a few times on this channel that season 19 is one of my favorite seasons. And the reasons I've given are pretty much the same as what this person says. In fact, there's been many times where I've used season 19 as an example of the fact that serialization is not what makes modern South Park not as great, because season 19 has serialized elements and it's one of my favorites. So while I don't know for sure if I would consider it to be a top 5 season, I would consider it to be far and away the best season of modern South Park, and honestly it's not too far off from the golden age in terms of quality. So yes, this is definitely a hot take, but I really like it and agree with it, so you get our first A+. This hot take says, Pip was so underrated. Guys, what did I say? I told you we are not doing this, okay? We move on, it's over. Now, I don't even know if I would consider this next one to be a hot take because there is some objectivity here, and I think literally no one else on Earth believes this besides this person. But they say that the Memberberry season is one of the most well-written seasons in the series. Now, this is of course referring to season 20, which if you watch my channel at all, you might know that this is by far my least favorite season of the show. And I would entertain this as a hot take if it was saying something like it's a funny season or it's overly hated or whatever, but they said that this was the most well-written season, and from an objective standpoint, that is not true, because this season was heavily focused on the 2016 election and creating a serialized plotline that sort of followed the real-life election cycle. And for the most part, I think that the writing was actually decent throughout the first 6 episodes of the season, as it is a serialized plotline and it's all interconnected. But the problem is, they had been writing the entire show assuming that Hillary Clinton was going to win the election, which she didn't. So then, in the 7th episode, they essentially had to just completely retcon the entire plot and change it overnight. And that left the entire rest of the season feeling like a disjointed mess of trying to just put pieces together that do not fit together. So once again, an argument could be made that maybe the season wasn't as bad as people said it was, or it was funnier than people gave it credit for. But to say that it's the most well-written season is objectively not true, and I would argue that it was actually the worst written season. So you get an F. This next hot take says that politics actually kept the show relevant to people, and it's a good thing that it's there. Now, this one kind of goes back to what I was saying about the difference between modern South Park and old South Park and how they do social commentary, because I do mostly agree with this take. Not that politics specifically are important, but social commentary in general. Because you gotta remember, this show's been running for almost 30 years at this point, and when it comes to creating original ideas for as many episodes as they have, that is not easy. So when they've started to run out of original ideas, or they feel like they've done everything that they can, it's a lot easier to just look at the news and be like, well, let's just do whatever they're doing. So I do think it's true that social commentary is pretty much the only reason that the show is even still going. And on occasion, when they come up with an original idea to go with their social commentary, they still make some incredible episodes. But I do think that the over-reliance on making these social commentaries has kind of hurt the quality of the show over time. So yeah, I do agree with this take for the most part. Again, not specifically politics per se, but social commentary is very important to modern South Park, and without it, we probably wouldn't have modern South Park. I'll give you an A-. Now we get to probably the hottest take in this entire video, and that is that how Tweek and Craig became a couple is just as bad as how Token and Nicole became a couple. We just looked the other way because it wasn't Cartman's plan. My goodness, that is an incredibly hot take, and the fandom is not going to be a fan of what I have to say about it. Because honestly, when I first watched the Tweek x Craig episode, I kind of had this exact same thought. Now, if you don't know what this is referring to, there's an episode where Token and Nicole get together purely because Cartman is trying to set them up together because they're both black and he's racist. And at first, they don't really seem to be into each other, and they're actually kind of uncomfortable by the fact that they know they're being set up only because they're both black. But by the end of the episode, they realize that they've actually grown to like each other, and they end up staying together. And when you compare that to Tweek and Craig's relationship, which is by far the most beloved relationship in the entire show, you begin to notice some similarities. I mean, the relationship was essentially forced on them by the fact that the entire town was leaning super hard into being very progressive to try to counteract the fact that in the past, South Park has not been very politically correct. So when the Asian girls start drawing a bunch of yaoi art of Tweek and Craig, everyone just immediately leans into the idea that they're gay, even though they outright claim not to be. Throughout the episode, they show many times that Craig in particular is very uncomfortable with being in a gay relationship, and he has no feelings for Tweek. But because everyone in town is so overly supportive of their quote-unquote relationship, they feel like they kind of have to be together to save face. And in spending all this time together, it seems like they actually do end up liking each other and end up actually dating. And the irony, of course, is that this is one of the healthier relationships in the entire show. But that doesn't change the fact that they were initially very pressured into this and that they clearly did not enjoy it at first. So if anything, I feel like you could argue that this was actually a worse start to their relationship than what Token and Nicole went through, because they at least seemed to kind of like each other at the beginning. And of course now, in both cases, it doesn't really matter how it started since they are in a happy relationship now, except I think Token and Nicole technically broke up in season 20, if I remember correctly. I don't remember if they ever got back together. But I do think it's kind of interesting how this fan favorite relationship started in a seemingly pretty unethical way, and no one ever really talks about that. Or at least it's never looked at in the same way as something like Tolkien and Nicole's relationship. Again, in the end, it doesn't really matter. I just think it's interesting, and I definitely agree with this hot take. I'm gonna give you an A+. This next one says that Poor and Stupid is a top 10 episode. Now, I thought this one was interesting because this episode seems to be a pretty middle of the pack episode. I very rarely see anyone say they love it or they hate it. It seems like most people just think it's okay, and I definitely wouldn't consider it to be a top 10 episode by any means, or really even close to being a top 10 episode. But the one thing I will say is that I do quote this episode more than literally any other one in the entire series. Specifically the fact that the creator of Vagisil talks about his wife all the time, and he always refers to her as
"She is my muse, my flame."
So nearly on a daily basis, I refer to my wife as being my muse and flame. So yeah, I don't think this is a top 10 episode by any means, but it definitely means more to me than the average person. I give you a D+. Our next take says that A Million Little Fibers is a quintessential South Park episode. Not the best or worst, but if someone asked me to give them an episode that gave them a vibe for the whole show, I would show them this one. Now, when I ranked every episode a long time ago, I put this one way down at the bottom. I did not like this episode very much. Nowadays, I do feel like I appreciate it a little bit more than I did. Specifically, just the absurdity of Oprah's vagina and asshole talking to each other and planning to run away to Paris or whatever. So I don't necessarily think it's one of the worst episodes in the show anymore, but for me personally, I definitely would not show this to someone who hasn't really seen South Park. Now, I do get where this person is coming from in that it kind of highlights the absurdist humor that the show loves to do, but the reason I don't think I'd show this episode as sort of an introductory one to South Park is because when it comes to introducing people to the show, I tend to pick an episode where it's like, if you like this episode, you'll probably like South Park, and if you don't like it, then you probably won't like South Park. And I feel like with this one in particular, it's so divisive, even amongst fans, that I would never feel confident in saying that if you didn't like this episode, then you don't like South Park, because even for a South Park episode, this one is just completely off the wall absurd. I think a better introduction to South Park would be something like Bigger, Longer, and Uncut, the movie, or, I don't know, even something like Aspen, or the World of Warcraft episode. I feel like all of those are much better examples of what you can expect from South Park compared to something like this, which seems to be a lot more experimental and bizarre than the normal episode. It's the same reason I would never show someone the ziplining episode as their first episode of South Park, even though I really like that episode. So yeah, I get where this person is coming from. I don't really agree with it though, so I'm gonna give it like a D+. Wow, that was a really hot take. Let's move on to our next one. This one says that Pip was actually a really... I mean, who picked these comments? Like, who went through and picked these comments? Okay, well, fire him. Does he realize that, like, is this funny to him? Does he know? He gets what he's doing, right? Like, he knows what he's doing. Just, okay, but, like, it's not funny. We've done it so many times. Like, can we please just move on from this? Can we cut all this out of the script? No. Fire him. Get rid of him right now, okay? I don't care if his dog needs medication. Just get rid of him. He knows that he's, like, trying to piss me off. Well, if he cares so much about his kids, maybe he should have thought about that before doing all this shit. Sorry. Where were we? This hot take says that the fans are the reason South Park keeps making commentary so much, not just Matt and Trey. If people didn't go online and talk about major world events going on and say, OMG, I can't wait to see South Park make an episode about this, then the show would be a regular pop culture current events references instead of full-blown socio-political commentary. And honestly, I don't have that much to say about this one because, yeah, I mean, this is true. Again, this kind of builds off the other takes about South Park's political and social commentary. But yeah, I can totally see how over time Matt and Trey have been told nonstop about how genius their commentary is on things, and that kind of influences them to do it more. I mean, if you watch South Park, you can kind of tell that Matt and Trey have always had just a touch of pretentiousness. I mean, to do the things they do, I feel like you kind of have to have that slight sense of self-righteousness, and for the most part, I've felt like it's always been justified. Like, they can act like that because it's mostly been true. And I mean, they've always been kind of self-aware of the fact that they're doing that, and they're not afraid to make fun of themselves as well. But I do think over the years, they kind of have bought into their own hype a little bit, and I think, again, that's another reason that they have started to focus so much more on social commentary, because for so long now, people have been telling them how great their social commentary is, and people make YouTube videos talking about how great their social commentary is. And I think because of that, maybe they have started to believe that that's the reason for South Park's success, rather than just the fact that it's always been hilarious. And on top of that, the fact that in recent years, these moments have gone super viral and have led to some of their most successful episodes in the entire show, I mean, of course they're going to keep doing it. It's what's getting them ratings. I mean, if the first episode of season 27 were where they go incredibly hard at Trump hadn't been the absolute viral sensation that it was, where news stations and everyone was talking about it, do you really think that they would have gone after Trump the rest of the season? I don't think so. So once again, I feel like it's just a combination of all these factors that over time have encouraged Matt and Trey to continue to do the social commentary thing. So yeah, I mean, this isn't the hottest take in the world, but I do agree, so I'll give it a B-. And with that, we are done with all of our hot takes for today. I honestly forgot about how much I like just talking about South Park opinions. I feel like I could do this all day, but this video's been long enough, so I'll save it for next time. And feel free to leave your hot takes in the comments of this video. If you guys like this, I'll definitely do more of it in the future. And feel free to share your own opinion on these hot takes as well in the comments. Oh, and actually my producer just told me that we have one more hot take to go over, I guess. Now, if I had to guess, something is telling me that this comment might have something to do with Pip. So let's read it. Pip, okay, yep, we're done. Cut the video.
The firearms market right now is overrun with military grade
yes,
and combat proven. The firearms market right now is overrun with
an appreciation for chemical weapons, total indifference to friendly fire, and a romantic attraction to military-industrial sadism. These are the three components of any good Skaven. But is that enough to withstand 500,000 Tyrannid monsters, 2,000 Chaos Warriors, and whatever the hell this thing is? That is the question we will answer in today's video, because we'll be playing a Warhammer-themed deathmatch in Conquest of Elysium 5. Through the acquisition of several dubiously balanced mods, we've carefully constructed 4 different teams of Warhammer factions, which will compete to stomp our head in and claim ownership over this planet. But before we go any further, I have to tell you something. I live in the not-so-good part of town, and every Sunday I have witnessed a schizophrenic man throw a boulder through the window of a nearby Toyota dealership. He's been doing it for months, and the police either aren't willing or aren't able to stop him. His dedication to his craft fascinates me, and in many ways I consider him to be my muse. The uninitiated among us may ask, why is he trying to kill the receptionist with a piece of concrete at 9:30 a.m.? But I already know the answer. This man is profoundly upset because he's not able to play the newest update for Zenless Zone Zero. ZZZ is a free-to-play urban fantasy action RPG, and they've just added tons of content to the game, such as new playable character Remiel. She's a powerful angel who drains the color from the world around her and uses it to defeat her enemies. Personally, I'm a huge fan. In fact, I read her entire Wikipedia. Now let me ask you, are you a fan of welfare? Because Zenless Zone Zero is about to deploy the strongest welfare package in history. We're talking 1 free S-tier agent, 1 W engine, 20 character pulls, 1600 polychrome, and most importantly, we're doing a swimsuit episode. If that doesn't turn your life around, I don't know what will. In addition to that, you can also enjoy all of the other aspects of the game, such as a diverse roster of characters, fascinating world design paired with animated storytelling, and a fast-paced kinetic combat system which will make you loudly exclaim such exciting things as, wow. Holy God, I've just killed a man. And of course, I'm playing it for the story. So what are you waiting for? Use the link below to download Zenless Zone Zero for free today on PC, console, or mobile. And you can redeem the code on screen to receive 60 polychrome and 6,666 Denny. Thank you, Zenless Zone Zero. Now back to the video. Here we are in the pre-game lobby. I quickly select a Skaven faction, which is just barely legally distinct enough to prevent Games Workshop from sodomizing us. And then I give myself a traditional Rat Man in name. Across from us sits the Imperium of Man, represented by the Imperial Guard and Adeptus Mechanicus, the Undead Coalition, led by the Tomb Kings and Vampire Princes, the Chaos Forces, comprising both Nurgle and Khorne, and finally, the Tyrannid Swarm. If we're lucky, most of these people will kill each other long before we ever meet them. Otherwise, it's going to be a long night at the office. So, let's begin. Like any good zero to hero story, ours starts with Glup Shitto spawning in a hole in the ground. Our most immediate neighbors are a society of magical worms and a gang of Cro-Magnon men patrolling the dirt streets. To a normal faction, a subterranean dirt kingdom might not sound terribly appealing, but to us, this is a great start, because our entire faction is based around extracting and processing natural resources. So we'll begin by using our waste plow to dredge these mines for every mineral available, leaving nothing behind but fields of ash. However, this process is kind of a one-time deal, and since our cave has the approximate square footage of a New York apartment, it's time for us to go topside and stake our claim to the outside world. I use our second commander Riz to start exploring the surface and conquering poorly defended villages. This clears the way for our waste plows, and we begin terraforming the local ecosystem into a steaming pile of shit. But why do we do this? Are we fundamentally bad people? Do we openly despise the outside world? And is our rebellion against Mother Nature motivated in part by our hatred of God himself? The answer is a categorical yes, but also we do it because it gives us a shit ton of iron, which we can sell for gold, or more importantly, use to build factories, which is the very first thing I did. Tucked away in our subterranean hideout, safe from the gaze of occupational health and safety, we have created our first factory. Here, we will push the limits of industrialism, productivity, and on-site fatalities in order to produce some of the most heinous technology imaginable. Each factory we build will passively construct automaton soldiers to join our armies, and occasionally they will also complete production on a complex war machine. Right now, we've just got one factory, but soon this entire cave will be a monument to unpaid overtime. We just need more resources. Using Riz, we follow the coastline south, eventually arriving and conquering the desert city of Morn, which is our first substantial source of gold. Now, unlike a drug addict, we no longer have to rely on selling scrap metal to afford our next hit of crack cocaine. In other good news, we received a notification telling us that our factory has finished construction on its first war machine, a Gata blimp. If your understanding of that word is a blimp with Gatling guns, then much like me, you have the brain of a rat, and you are welcome in my subterranean lair anytime. This bad boy puts out 9 attacks every round, and in the event of its death, it triggers a self-destruct protocol that mostly kills your own units. Very nice. The acquisition of the Gata blimp expedited our conquest significantly, and as we killed and plowed our way across the map, we created more factories, which in turn produced more war machines, most notably the Total Resource Harvester. This creaking, smoking mountain of metal is the pinnacle of military-industrial sadism. An entire factory mobilized on a set of tank treads the size of a 4-lane highway. This monstrosity is capable of harvesting resources similarly to our waste plows, but it can also process biomatter, meaning that we can harvest wooded areas to gain 15 iron each, or we could even consume the entire population of a village for 55. But I didn't do either of those. Instead, the first thing we processed was the stupid fucking cavemen who have been blocking the entrance to our base for the past 15 turns. I gotta say, watching a group of Unga Bunga cavemen have their flesh harvested and assimilated by a skyscraper-sized robot is truly one of life's simple pleasures. Now we can resume our work in peace. Expanding westward, we come into contact with our first major enemy, the Tyrannids. At first glance, you might expect us to be sympathetic to these creatures. After all, we're both swarm factions focused on the violent assimilation of biomass. But I could never respect a bug, because they're the pencil pushers of the 40k setting. Yeah, you're killing everyone, but where's the showmanship? The homunculi of the Dark Eldar turn their enemies into living furniture. The orcs use teleportation technology to teleport inside your body and rip you open like an overstuffed turkey. And the Imperium of Man sacrifices like 1,000 neurodivergent people every day to a dead guy in a chair. In the face of all of that, I find the Tyranids to be painfully mid, and I sentence them to death. The only problem with all of that is, I checked the score graph, and the Tyranids are like 3 times more powerful than us. But don't worry, we just got a very well-timed random event, because a brave hero has appeared to join our fight against the killer bugs. Regrettably, he was eaten alive by a giant spider on the very next turn. Thanks for trying, pal, but we've got it from here. You see, the natural geography of our starting position makes it highly defensible. All we had to do was take these mine layers and use them to stuff this choke point full of at least 50 high explosive landmines. That takes care of our most immediate concern. Next, the Capitolium. This 4-tile megacity is the most resource-dense area on the entire map, and if we let the Tyranids capture it, we are almost certainly doomed. But how can we stop them? I have exactly one idea. I know for a fact that the Tyranids did not spawn on this side of the map. In fact, they're all the way over here, meaning that the only way they could get here this quickly is if they teleported. All we need to do is find the teleporter, destroy it, and then we can whittle down their remaining armies with our endless supply of slave labor. After some scouting, we identified the problem. We are being betrayed by the very environment itself, because these ancient forests are conduits of magical energy, and they allow armies to teleport to them through the use of a fairy circle, such as the fairy circle right outside the Tyranid base. 99% chance this is how the bugs are getting over here. Most factions wouldn't be able to stop this, but if there's one thing we're good at, it's destroying the environment. So I had our resource harvesters elegantly turn the forest into a parking lot. With that taken care of, we have effectively severed the Tyranid supply lines. Now we just have to deal with their local forces. Fortunately, they did half the work for us when they decided to charge headfirst into one of our minefields. This resulted in the death of several of our mine layers, but more importantly, it debilitated one of the main Tyranid swarms, which was a great start. Now, the benefit of landmines is that they are a convenient way to kill your enemies. The downside is that they're stationary, so you just have to hope that the enemy walks onto the correct tile. But what if we could figure out how to bring the landmines to them? Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce you to the Doomsday Conscript. It's literally just a rat holding an atomic bomb. He's got one ability and it kills everyone, starting with himself. So with the brown Tyranid force in shambles, I decided to send this Doomsday Conscript after the pink swarm for a decisive victory. To my surprise, the Tyranids took the bait and attacked the suicide rat. However, rather embarrassingly, they killed him before he could explode. On my second attempt, I gave our rat a small army of expendable losers to distract the enemy long enough for him to detonate his bomb. God bless Skaven military doctrine. With the 2 main Tyranid swarms defeated, it was just a matter of throwing an endless supply of rats at the remaining bugs and destroying their spawning pools until we had fully expunged them from our territory. This means we can now set our sights on something far more important, the Capitolium. Sieging the Capitolium can be surprisingly difficult, especially if they've got high-level casters. So we spent about 15 turns carefully crafting the perfect siege army. We started by conscripting a bunch of worthless nobodies to fill out our front line. Then for the back line, we've got Warplock Jezzails. Editor, 10 times zoom and digitally enhance the image. Ah yes, much better. These are basically just high-powered snipers. Whatever they shoot dies, and they do not miss. Just for good measure, I also tossed in a few Tox launchers, which are siege weapons that launch barrels of acid at our enemies. I cannot fathom a more dignified death than being shot 25 times by snipers while melting in a pool of acid. So let's get to it. Our first target is the most holy of places, the Temple District. We start the siege by quickly liquefying 90% of the clergy and shooting the rest. Moving on to the Trade District, we use our underminers to tunnel underground and re-emerge on the other side of the enemy walls, before drilling them in the face and exploding. Next was the slums, which was defended by like 4 people, so you can guess how that went. And then finally, we attacked the Citadel, where the Emperor himself was waiting for us. As the siege began, I realized he has an item that gives him acid resistance, so our Tox cannons can't hurt him. He must have felt pretty smart about that, until our blimp shot him in the face with a Gatling gun. After that, we had a tasteful back and forth with the enemy Pyromancer, before eventually capturing the final piece of the Capitolium. Much like Thanos gathering his final Infinity Stone, we are now ready to completely ruin the universe. But first, we need to coronate Glup Shido as the new ruler of this world. So we move him to the Citadel and proceed to buy the support of the Industrial Council. This transforms Glup from a 3'7" incel rat into a 6'9" technocrat, equipped with a variety of new weapons and New rituals were finally ready to make this planet so much shittier. First things first, the capital is insufficient in its current form. Much like Toronto, it must grow from one city into a collection of cities, each one worse than the last, until eventually the rampant drug crisis of our original city pales in comparison to the army of shambling fentanyl ghouls inhabiting our satellite cities. To accomplish this, we use Glup Shido to construct several sweatshops and conscription offices in each tile of the capital. Then on the outskirts, we erect a ring of child labor factories to fortify our position. Each factory is outfitted with several machine gun turrets to prevent entry or escape. Then, to top it all off, we have a dozen mine layers surround all of that with 50 landmines on each tile. I hope the civil engineers out there are taking notes, because this is the pinnacle of urban planning. We also take this opportunity to accelerate our global enshittification of the planet, aggressively deploying resource harvesters to flatten the mountain ranges and process every tree on the map. The animals and tribesmen inhabiting these areas did attempt to fight back, but I can't imagine why. Because when you and 3 of your illiterate friends decide to ambush my harvester, I can't help but wonder what you thought was going to happen prior to being sucked into our industrial wood chipper and dying on the spot. Since we're on the topic of bad ideas, if you're going to attack someone with not 1 but 2 nuclear bombs, you better be willing to finish the job, or else they're just going to come back weirder and more deranged than before. Which is why we're now going to focus all of our military efforts on finishing off the Tyranid faction. Presently, we've got a military advantage over them, but the Imperial Guard is slowly gaining on us. So let's get this over with quickly. I take our siege army west along the coast toward the main Tyranid hive. The only thing standing in our way is the Tomb Kings and Vampire Princes. Preliminary scouting has indicated that they are not open to diplomacy. That's unfortunate, because these factions can get absolutely disgusting in the late game with undead dragons. So it's imperative that we stomp them out while we have the chance. Locating their main city wasn't difficult, but taking it was another story. The siege began with 2 massive explosions ripping through our front lines. At first, I thought the enemies had some kind of grenade launcher, but upon reviewing the footage, I realized it was just our shitty-ass war machines exploding on contact with the first enemy projectile. Remind me to kill the engineering team when we get back to the base. Despite these setbacks, we did manage to seize the city, which forced the vampire faction to subsist on whatever scraps of real estate they could eke out of the ever-expanding ash fields. Since I am a generous man, I was content to let them live out their days in abject poverty. But after about 6 turns, we received a notification explaining that they died of homelessness. That works too. On to the Tomb Kings. I struggle to properly express the power disparity between us and the Tomb Kings. The analogy coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb doesn't even come close. Quite literally, the entire war was over in 23 seconds, because we walked up to their base, blasted them with a few siege weapons, and they rolled over and died, leading to one of the most humbling defeat screens of all time. What a way to go. Riding off the high of eliminating 2 factions back to back, I decided to just go ahead and attack the Black Pyramid of Nagash. In hindsight, we probably should have checked the defenses first, because these guys started absolutely annihilating us. I'm talking 60% casualties in the first 10 seconds. At this point, I'm pissing, I'm crying, and I'm praying to God that we survive. Thankfully, he listens, and Glup Shido survives by shotgunning a woman in the face twice at point-blank range. Truly, God is good. While all of this was going on, we made contact with another enemy, the Imperial Guard. They've been sabotaging our waste plows and harassing some of our smaller settlements while we've been struggling to contain the Tyranid menace. This is the equivalent of someone smacking you on the back of the head while you're trying to defuse a bomb. Very annoying, but we can kill them later. The death of 99% of Glup's army slowed down our campaign. However, backup commander Riz pressed forward, stalking the Tyranid swarm across the map until eventually catching it off guard. For once, we're outnumbered, and we had to trade our entire front line just to get rid of their Von Ryan's Leapers. But after that, it was just a shooting gallery, and thankfully we were able to kill their swarm faster than it was able to close the distance on us. This single victory set Tyranid military power back about 50 turns. Pushing deeper into bug territory, we begin looking for their spawning pools to end this once and for all. However, a dense fog enveloped the entire map, which obscured every tile such that you have no idea what you're about to step into. This resulted in one of our scouting armies finding the last two factions when it accidentally wandered into an entire army of Khorne Berserkers and Chaos Plague Marines. Fortunately, Nurgle's forces follow the approximate hygiene routine of a Discord moderator, and simply being within 10 feet of them caused the Khorne units to contract AIDS and die, which made it pretty easy for us to mop up the leftovers. Regardless, add them to the ever-expanding list of people we need to kill. By the time we find the Tyranid hive, Glup Shido has rebuilt his army, and we use it to sentence 200 bugs to death by firing squad. With this battle, we finally finished off one of the Tyranid players, and a few turns later, we get the other one too. That's 4 players down in total, leaving us just the Imperial Guard, Adeptus Mechanicus, Khorne, and Nurgle. In my testing, Nurgle specifically was incredibly broken. Here's a graph of another campaign where I tried my hardest just to keep up with him. It wasn't even close. Fortunately, both he and Khorne spawned in the north, which means that at least once a year they lose 50% of their military to mass drownings, because the AI isn't smart enough to predict when ice tiles are going to melt. That alone is probably the only thing standing between us and an alternate timeline, where a partially decomposed obese man is giving us chlamydia. While Nurgle isn't having much military success, they have managed to brew up a zombie apocalypse. I noticed a few villages in the north have been infected with Nurgle's pox, a disease which turns villagers into zombies and has them travel to other villages to spread the infection. This is a problem, but it's currently pretty far away, and we have a much more immediate threat at hand: the Imperium of Man. While we were busy bug hunting, the Imperial Guard seized a sizable chunk of the map, and now their economy rivals our own. This is an issue since the Guard is the only faction alive that can compete with us in terms of raw firepower, because each one of their units is equipped with a lasgun. In the 40k setting, the lasgun is openly derided as a high-powered flashlight. But the creator of this mod said, fuck that shit, what if it could rip a horse in half? Now each one of these guns does between 1 and 4 damage, and fires 4 times every round for a maximum of 12 damage per unit. That's pretty good. Now scale that up for 100 units and we're talking 1200 damage per round. Absolutely mental. On top of that, they've got a beefy front line of lobotomized mutants and occasionally a Chimera transport vehicle with 12 fucking multi-lasers. On the other hand, we have Wrath. A lot of Wrath. And so the question becomes, do they have more bullets than we have rats? Honestly, I don't know, but I think it's time for us to find out. We start by taking Glup Shido back to the Capitolium. Once we arrive at our smog-filled toxic waste dump of a home, I take a deep breath, and as I feel the millions of microplastics gently deposit themselves in my lungs, I know we're finally ready. We use 1,000 gold and 1,000 iron to have Glup Shido perform his most powerful ritual. By planting this giant flag in the capital, we declare an age of waste. For as long as this flag remains under our control, an endless supply of rats, war machines, and explosives will spawn onto the map every turn, gradually spreading our influence like an incurable disease. With this massive buff to our faction, we can now begin our campaign against the humans. Presently, the Guard have established a series of Imperial bastions across the map. These high-value bunkers are propping up at least 30% of their entire economy. So that's where we're going to start. We go ahead and assemble 5 high-quality armies. 1 will remain in the capital to protect our flag. 3 will be dispersed across the map to defend our more distant territories. And finally, we're sending Glup to go on the offensive. Our first army finds a group of Adeptus Mechanicus hiding in the hills near our capital. Their army composition is almost 50% slaves, so I'm expecting our blimps to clean them up quickly. However, one of their units begins calling down meteors on us, which turns the tides in their favor, and we trade roughly evenly. The good news is that the AdMech is like the vestigial twin of their far more successful ally, so even a mid-scale skirmish like this was enough to take them out of the war for the next 20 turns. With that taken care of, we use Glup Shido to assault the first Imperial Bastion. While this fortress was well defended, our army can only be described as blatantly unfair. I want you to appreciate this fight from the defender's point of view. The battle begins with 30 minutes of long-range cannons spraying acid onto you and all of your friends. If you're lucky enough to survive that, you will then witness your comrades being blown to pieces by high-powered rifles, just long enough for the acid cannons to finish reloading. Then it's back to the melting pot. While that's going on, you may notice teams of tunneling rats emerging underneath you before using their Bioshock Big Daddy drill to bore a basketball-sized hole through your abdomen, at which point you're going to need a miracle, so you turn to your Priestess of Light for reassurance, just in time to witness her get flattened as a 9,000-pound industrial drill drives over her head. You and the remaining defenders put up a good fight, but in that moment, you know it's all over. That was a pretty bad setback for the humans, but not nearly as bad as what's going on everywhere else. Because since declaring the Age of Waste, there are rats everywhere. They're spawning in the streets, they're spawning in the fields, and sometimes a rat carrying an atomic bomb will even spawn in the sky and fall directly onto a densely populated city. The casualty rate of these armies is very high, but they're slowly grinding down the human defenses, which is making it easier for our main armies to make progress. Also, a little update on that zombie apocalypse we've been ignoring. Yeah, it's getting pretty rough out there. The Fent zombies have basically turned the entire northwest portion of the map into Little Philadelphia. The only reason we continue to ignore it is because at the moment it's affecting the humans way more than it's affecting us. But we don't want Nurgle spreading any of those diseases on our part of the map, so I decided to put him in naughty boy timeout by having our mine layers go up and use 150 napalm landmines to trap him in his starting area. This was somewhat effective at quarantining both Nurgle and Khorne. However, their willingness to simply walk through active minefields was rather alarming. So I had to upgrade to just planting nuclear bombs in their front yard, at which point they became a lot more apprehensive about leaving their homes. Now we can get back to our campaign against the humans. By this point, we have entered a state of total war. Several mid-sized battles are breaking out in cities all over the map, and the Imperial Guard is not doing too bad. But we have been using our main siege army to relentlessly repossess several of their Imperial bastions. And if this score graph is anything to go by, it's starting to have an effect. While we were busy putting Nurgle on house arrest and stealing all of these fortresses, the humans did seize the opportunity to launch a series of counterattacks against our capital city. Their first army got within 3 tiles of it before I decided to send out the welcoming committee. Their second army followed shortly after. However, they had to trudge through a high-density minefield which inflicted around 40% casualties. We decided to follow this up by attacking them with our defensive army, which was going pretty well until a series of freak accidents caused a chain reaction of exploding vehicles, which pretty much killed everyone and caused us to lose the fight. However, something about our willingness to spontaneously explode must have frightened the humans, because they took off running on the next turn. So in a roundabout way, this was an astounding military success. By this point, Glup Shido has fought his way to the capital cities of both human factions. We waste no time attacking the Forge Temple of the Adeptus Mechanicus, but upon loading into the battle, I almost feel bad. We showed up with actual siege equipment, and they showed up with a guy on stilts and several people who are being dissolved into liquid fertilizer. Needless to say, that's a wrap for this faction. Onto the Imperial Guard. Their extermination was a bit more protracted, but eventually we cornered their last army in the port city of Trensibor, and so began the Guard's final stand. The siege began with us summoning 25 wild rats behind enemy lines. Half of them drowned on the spot, and the other half were vaporized by laser beams. But this distraction allowed our front line to close the distance and start chipping away at their gate. At this point, the enemy firepower is slaughtering 50 of us per turn. But once we get our blimps in range, we begin turning the tide, and eventually we wear them down into nothingness. Humanity has fallen to rat kind. Now, much like a convicted rapist receiving his new cellmate, we peer across the way and size up our next victim. Nurgle and Khorne are all that remain, and presently they're not really a big threat to us. Nurgle did start the zombie apocalypse, and for a while we had to resort to sending Gata Blimp death squads to cull the undead horde. But eventually I realized it was more convenient to use our resource harvesters to completely flatten the infected cities, which pretty much put an end to that. Now, simply put, the Chaos factions are nowhere near as strong as us. In fact, we lose more units every turn to shallow water drownings than they have in their entire military. So it wouldn't be difficult for us to go beat these guys into a coma. But where's the sport in that? I want to fight the Chaos Gods at their very best, which is why we're going to do something highly inadvisable. While testing this mod, I found out that if you drill far enough underground, you may accidentally open a portal to hell. This plane of existence contains some of the most powerful demons in the game, which begs the question, who would win in a fight? Legions of demonic warriors forged in the fires of hell itself, or a couple of rats with prep time? Answering that question seems far more interesting than just curb stomping our neighbors to death. So the plan is, go to hell, defeat the strongest demons in a military dick measuring contest, and then once we know we've got the fattest hog in this place, we can finally finish the game. Now, contrary to popular belief, drilling a hole straight into hell is not something that should be done casually, because if these demons manage to infiltrate our world, the game is pretty much over. You need to trust me on this one, I'm speaking from experience. So around our tunnel, we assembled half a dozen armies, totaling over 3,000 units. Then we built some fortifications just to be safe. Following that, we sent Glup Shido and 2 other commanders through the breach, leaving behind around 1,000 soldiers to guard the entrance. It doesn't take long before the denizens of hell sally forth to welcome us. 30 bloodletters rush our front line, and I'm not trying to exaggerate, but we beat the ever-living shit out of them. Unfortunately, they did manage to take down 2 of our drills. However, after reviewing the remaining army, I think we'll be okay. From here, we can see the first demonic citadel, guarded by a bunch of flesh hounds and a highly dangerous Rendmaster. Oh well, I guess that wasn't enough. I probably should have mentioned we spent the last 20 turns accumulating a nuclear stockpile to lubricate our invasion of hell. And with the first citadel now conquered, we're off to a good start. From here, we worked our way south, conquering castle after castle. Occasionally, we would get attacked by a demon prince, which, in theory, is one of the strongest units down here. But as it turns out, even demons have a limit to how many times they can get shot in the face, which means these big fellas are nothing more than glorified mailmen, delivering us some of the most powerful demonic relics in the entire game. And all we have to do is beat them to death. What a deal. I'm serious. We've killed so many of these guys that I've got like 24 copies of the Sword of Hell. In fact, I just started handing them out to literal field rats. Our steamrolling continued until we reached this lava biome, at which point we had to stop, because as it turns out, the average rat cannot survive being submerged in lava. Now, despite emasculating the demons of hell, I remain unsatisfied. I crave a real challenge. So I sat and I pondered, what happens if we drill even deeper than hell? Turns out, you drill directly into the void. huge mistake. This is an endless expanse of cosmic horror where time stands still and the human mind slowly melts simply by perceiving the world around it. It is not a very nice place to be, but that didn't stop us from sending in our resource harvesters and terraforming the shit out of it. After some wandering around, we also came across a sacred fountain, which upon activation teleported us to heaven. Let me ask you a question. What do you think God looks like? Is he an old bearded man in the sky? Perhaps he's a sphere of perfectly divine energy. Or maybe he's a 12-foot tall anthropomorphic chicken futanari with chiseled abs. Whatever you guessed, you were wrong. Except for the futanari guy, he was actually pretty close. In Conquest of Elysium, this is God. He's one of the strongest units in the entire game, and he lives in the Divine Citadel all the way up here in heaven. Fellas, I think we finally got a worthy opponent. If we can kill God, at last I will be satisfied and we can call it a day. After briefly reviewing the defenses of God's castle, I can confidently say this army ain't gonna cut it. We'll be needing backup. However, getting to heaven is easier said than done. We only got here through pure RNG, since the landscape of the void changes every turn, and while we could conceivably do it again, it might just take all day. So instead, I hatched a plan which was so exceptionally stupid that I should probably qualify for government assistance. Right now, we're down here. Above us is the sky, and above that is heaven. Theoretically, we could use our heaven army to drill through the floor and connect heaven to the sky. Then our army on the ground could use a magic beam to connect Elysium to the clouds above. That would link all three planes together and allow us to invade heaven and kill God. Here's where it gets tricky. We need our connection point to be on a cloud, because that's the only tile we can stand on in the sky. The problem is, we don't actually know where the clouds are, and everything else is just empty space, meaning that our tunneling teams are now engaged in a high-stakes guessing game. Every time they drill through the floor, they will either land safely on a cloud below, or plummet 10,000 feet to their death. And I'm gonna be honest, most of the time, it's the latter. I cannot imagine how utterly terrifying it must be to work on the drilling team. Not only did you have to tunnel through hell and spend weeks going insane in the void just to get to work, but now that you're here, you have to dig through heaven and white-knuckle your 35-ton boring machine vertically through the sky, praying that a cloud will stop your descent before the ground does, all in service of fulfilling your dickhead boss's fantasy of beating up God. What a fucking life. Needless to say, we lost a lot of good rats in this process, but eventually we did manage to connect with a suitable cloud. All that's left now is for our ground team to go underneath the cloud and plant this beam, which will grow into a magic beanstalk and link us to the sky above. Perfect. Yet another classic Reggie plan slowly coming to fruition. Except when we got our army in position, the option to plant the seed was grayed out. It's not working. I tried a few different positions, still no luck. That's when I read the fine print and realized the seed has to be planted on grassy terrain. Alright, calm down. Let's just zoom out a bit and find the nearest piece of grass. Well, shit. With grass currently being extinct, the plan is off. 17 brave rats have plummeted to their death to accomplish absolutely nothing. Actually, that's not entirely true. They did open a portal to heaven, which the angels of heaven are now using to launch a counterinsurgency into Elysium. Every turn, they're going to our cities, slaughtering half the inhabitants, and using religious magic to convert the other half onto their team. They've already taken several of our most defended fortresses, and they're only gaining momentum. So if we don't kill God soon, it's all going to be over. With our main plan ruined, we were left with no other option than to prepare an army, send it into the void, and pray that through sheer luck, we would get teleported near the portal to heaven. I was prepared for this to be an agonizing process that took at least 2 hours, but we actually got it done in like 15 minutes. God damn. We now have a high-level siege army in heaven. At first, my plan was to nuke God, because I thought that video title would go very hard. However, it turns out God has 100% nuke resistance, which made me feel pretty stupid for smuggling 9 atomic bombs all the way up here. But that's alright, because we've always got our backup plan. 50 anti-material rifles straight to the dome. If God physically exists, we're gonna blow his goddamn head off. So with confidence, we approach the Divine Castle and launch our assault. Using their 44 tile range, our snipers begin tearing apart the enemy defenses. The first volley kills about a dozen angels, but unfortunately we failed to eliminate this Seraph, and he proceeds to use a map-wide Hellfire ability to cremate 60% of our units. Luckily, that still left us with enough to gun down the approaching angels and finish him off. Their backline casters try to overwhelm us by spam summoning fire elementals, but our rate of fire is still too much, and slowly we start wearing them down until eventually God himself begins slithering toward us. We mag dump the hell out of him, but he still gets close enough to hit one of our rats for 634 damage. My brother in Christ, they only have 3 health. Before he was able to brutalize anyone else, we finally put him down with a rail cannon to the face, resulting in our victory. Let it be known that God is dead, and Glup Shido killed him. The only thing left to do was use our resource harvester to completely flatten the Divine Citadel and then replace it with a Nike sweatshop. So now, when you inevitably die in a horrific industrial accident back on Elysium, the very first thing you can do once getting into heaven is get back to work. Even in death, you will serve the shareholders. Well, there you have it. God is dead, and Elysium has been transformed into an endless wasteland populated by roaming gangs of rats looking to harvest you for your biomass. That's about as good as things are going to get, so let's finish off Khorne and Nurgle. Quickly assembling our army outside their citadels, we launched our final attack. I'd like to say our enemies put up a good fight, but in reality, this was essentially a form of digital euthanasia, finally freeing them from the suffering that has been their existence. Upon getting the victory screen, the first thing I did was check the score graph to see how we measured up against the other factions. I guess you could say it was pretty close. Well, that does it for this video. We've installed Ratkind as the dominant species on the planet and declared productivity to be the new world religion. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
You just woke up one day and he was everywhere. You turn on the TV and there he is on the morning news.
Beloved actor, Morgan Freeman has died.
That's horrible.
It is.
On your commute to work, you'd see him again on the side of the road dressed like Spider-Man begging for your money. It's Casual Friday and all your coworkers are wearing t-shirts with his famous catchphrase.
Get in there! Get in there!
You go into the break room and there he is again with some diagrams to show you.
It's my anus.
Maybe after work you arrange a meeting to pick up felony quantities of controlled pharmaceuticals and he pulls up in a bright yellow Hummer.
It's me!
You convince yourself that you were just imagining things. You weren't. It was Mark Pruksch. I know, because I saw him too. If none of that sounds familiar, then I may be getting confused with this weird dream that I've been having ever since I went to this crazy company. But even if you clicked on this thinking, who the hell is Mark Pork, I'm betting that you've seen him.
You probably know me.
You may have forgivably sort of written him off as the funny-voiced deadpan guy that keeps getting typecast as similar characters.
If I ever put anything on a gravestone, I always played characters with pleated pants.
And thought there's nothing more to it.
You're so stupid! There is!
You know, there's certain roles where you just think, yeah, no one else could play this character. To me, Mark Pruksch's Colin Robinson is near the top of that list. Because the more you become familiar with his career, the more Colin Robinson feels almost inevitable. Mark went deeper and deeper into reinforcing one very specific comedic and emotional language for almost 2 decades.
A unique fingerprint of anal terrain. Anus. Or anus.
And Colin Robinson is written in that language, not just written to speak it. Everything that made that character work so well and made it so popular was already fully formed back in 2010, before anyone knew who he was, at the time of his hysterically mischievous first appearances. And it's all become one of my absolute favorite stories in comedy.
Live from Rockford's news leader, this is 13 News Today.
Well, you probably owned a yo-yo as a kid, but our next guest has turned it into an art form and now is using it for a good cause. We'll talk to him coming up.
He's an award award-winning and master yo-yoist.
He is a master yo-yoist.
And I'm here with a big-time yo-yo champion.
We all know how important it is to be green and environmentally friendly, but how do you get your kids interested in this?
Well, yo-yo master Katie Strasser has an idea. He's visiting Madison schools this week. How do you combine going green with the yo-yo?
Broadly, the idea was to, just for a laugh, go on local morning news shows claiming to be a yo-yo master that goes around to local schools using yo-yos to teach children about the environment.
The kids love it, and a lot of times we'll be laughing so hard we don't even get to the environmental stuff.
Something that could only work in a town sleepy enough to where local news stations would be so desperate for interesting features that they would forgo any and all due diligence or basic research.
These poor stations, I mean, what can you talk about for 2.5 hours in St. Joseph every day?
Such as, say, if someone wanted to come on the show claiming to be a yo-yo master who had been nominated for a Walt Greenberg Award in yo-yo tricks and was now sponsored by a green nonprofit yo-yo company.
These yo-yos are great for the environment. Not so great for yo-yos.
Maybe quickly confirming that he can yo-yo at all, calling up a school or two, checking if Zim Zam Yo-Yo is a real company or who Walt Greenberg is and whether there's really a yo-yo award named after him. Whatever. Lucky for Mark and for the entire internet, they did no such vetting. I do believe the yo-yo has long been one of humanity's greatest educational tools, so I take no issue with that aspect. But obviously the hosts of the show were expecting at least some basic yo-yo skills.
I can only imagine how often you have to practice to be this good.
But Mark had other plans.
I get a little bit of flack for it because it's not like right away, it's not your typical yo-yoing. Because I'm just twirling it, but oops, lost one. Yeah, the up and down.
Okay, pretty basic.
And then
Oh, you're right.
yeah. Okay, let's do it.
How long have you been practicing yo-yo?
What I say is, life has a lot of ups and downs, and it certainly does.
Effectively making things very awkward and deflating the whole premise live on air. On some appearances going beyond messing up his tricks by refusing to do any in the first place because his yo-yo had just been greased.
I had this greased yesterday, and so it takes about 48 for it to set.
Oh, so there's there's really a maintenance you have to do with your
there's
yo-yo.
upkeep.
Okay, we had a little miscommunication, so we're not going to get a lesson, but that's all right.
And then proceeding to describe the yo-yo tricks he would have done were he to have known in advance that he was expected to do any.
I shoot out with the left hand first, and I'm not yo-yoing, but I'm whirling them.
Or even basically announcing he was quitting the yo-yo altogether.
I think I'm going to give up some of the yo-yo stuff because I don't have enough muscle memory.
You know, the whole reason he was booked on the show in the first place. Shattering his credibility in an instant. Like, they brought this man on to demonstrate yo-yo tricks and talk about how much he cares about the environment and children and his work with kids at schools. And as soon as he comes on, he starts telling them about how he's only been to one school so far.
I'll be honest, it didn't go so hot.
And that it was a disaster because the kids didn't want to listen because their parents aren't spanking them, and how he's mad that his yo-yo company is dropping him. I still cry laughing every time I watch these. And I'm not alone, because thanks to the internet, these appearances went far beyond local Midwest broadcast.
The writers of The Office loved it. So they created Nate, the character Nate, kind of out of my K-Stress appearances. About a month later, I was on the show.
So just like that, Mark jumped straight from pranking local news stations to being cast in the final 3 seasons of The Office.
The Magic 3. The Holy Trinity.
And old Hollywood Mark Porch was off to the races after that.
My head is constantly itching. Hello. Your topographical anal handshake.
That guy's process is clearly working well. Got a great kind of alpha male energy.
My name is Mr. Dinkler, and I will be taking over this science
The
lab.
map of the baboon. Some small birds can be considered insects.
Alrighty then.
Large insects can be considered like a bird.
Two torpedoes took us down.
We're really fortunate to sort of dance these dances that we've had.
Todd Mann, 1D2.
This guy's a great actor, you know.
And as you know.
Luckily, the right people got it. Like known alt comedy fan Vince Gilligan brilliantly cast him in his own deceptively humorous universe to play a socially awkward Midwestern simpleton that commands no respect, annoys everyone around him, and is reliably terrible at the one thing he's there to do. And even before that, at a certain point, Tim and Eric and Absolutely Productions were apparently even working on developing a TV show based on his yo-yo character, Kenny Strasser. You know, the socially awkward Midwestern simpleton that commands no respect, annoys everyone around him, and is reliably terrible at the one thing he's there to do.
Oh.
Which sadly never happened, and that is a
True tragedy.
but more importantly to me, eventually led to my favorite role of his when Tim Heidecker and Greg Turkington cast him as a vitally important part of the best comedy show out there, full stop.
It's on cinema at the cinema with me,
a
your
show
host,
that I'm
Tim Heidecker.
obsessed with.
A brilliantly funny universe still going strong to this day, and over more than a decade has become one of the most hysterically funny and tragic character pieces I can think of, in which he plays a version of himself that's sort of a socially awkward Midwestern simpleton that commands no respect, annoys everyone around him, and is reliably terrible at the one thing he's there to do. Well, there's more to it than that, but there's a good reason that these viral morning show stunts led to a rare kind of acting career. It wasn't just, haha, this guy said he was good at yo-yo, but no, how yo-yo. Or haha, look at these small town anchors getting fooled. Instead, taking full advantage of what amounts to very minimal screen time, Mark managed to present a fully formed identity. So vivid, so compelling, and so goddamn funny that his career then played out as a long exploration of the same elements already there from the start, with different creators utilizing them in different ways, which leaves you with remarkable thematic consistency across all of his characters, despite most of them existing as supporting players in different universes. And it all started with that Midwestern morning show yo-yo spanking humiliation tour, which incidentally is my top search on Cornhub, a discussion which must necessarily start with the fan favorite sentence, to understand that, we need to go back to the beginning. And now that I said that cool thing, know you're in good hands, because I am an expert or a buff of sorts, and I have researched this topic thoroughly in exhaustive detail. For example, I know from Wikipedia that Mark was born in 1978 or 1979. There's really no way to tell, and no one knows for sure. By the way, Wikipedia is not a sponsor. I just think it's a great product, and it's a great resource to find all sorts of great information about comedians right here on the web.
What year did the Challenger explode? When did Schubert Dip come out?
So check out wikipedia.com. I do recommend their service. That's www.wikipedia.com. Back to the video. Wikipedia also states that while he was born sometime in the late 70s, he was only active from 2007 to now. So for 29 or 28 years, I guess he was laying dormant in artificial utero, probably in some kind of incubation tube filled with some kind of viscous organic matter preserving fluid or goo. His brain hooked up to wires feeding him images of HR training VHS tapes and W.C. Fields movies, where all he could hear was the monotone voices of Wisconsin's top scientists speaking to him and corn feeding him corn nutrients until finally activating him in 2007. At which point he emerged from his cocoon, yo-yo in hand, a 6-foot-tall, bald alternative comedian with supernatural powers for causing and enduring humiliation.
Oh.
Whether this theory is true or whether he, as he claims, grew up the old-fashioned way in Wisconsin as a regular lower middle-class child with a bunch of older brothers, encountering very little goo. And to be fair, he is a famously honest person.
I'll be honest. I'll be honest. I'll be honest.
I'll be honest.
Honestly, I'll be honest. Honestly, I'll be honest. Honestly, I'll be honest. Honestly, I'll be honest. Honestly, I'll be honest with you.
His Midwestern upbringing seems to have been the very thing to make his career possible.
You come from Wisconsin.
I grew up in the Midwest. I lived out there for quite some time and had a lot of fun.
I come from a home that believed in spanking.
I grew up in the Midwest.
My research has uncovered that he is indeed from Wisconsin. Obviously, just on an idiosyncratic level, a lot of what makes almost anything he does funny is his affect, thick accent, which would all be some combination of nature and Midwestern nurture.
I had a funny voice, which I guess Midwest voice.
To the point that he apparently auditioned for season 1 of Fargo, a show which features dialogue and accents like this.
You don't have the sense God gave a clam, do ya?
And was told to tone it down.
I was just doing my normal voice. I never got called back for Fargo.
Also due to his specific upbringing, his sense of humor developed in perfect harmony with his already naturally funny demeanor.
I come from a funny Midwest family. Grandparents, everyone. My family is very dry, as are a lot of the friends I grew up with.
Which I actually think is super important to that authenticity I mentioned. All that to say, he isn't just doing some goofy Midwestern character because he figured out that it could get laughs.
Or effect.
He was born in it.
Molded by it.
So that comedic language I mentioned, every part of it is personal to him, including the inspiration for his characters.
I like playing the weirdos. Schlubby, kind of annoying, because that's who I enjoy in real life.
Is really born out of the Midwest. There were a lot of people like Price from Better Call Saul or Nate from The Office. There's these odd, eccentric people in the Midwest. I would really latch on to these characters and talk to them and stuff like that. I've learned to mine that for all it's worth. Eventually I just started doing this one character and it came to be Kenny.
His talent being a product of his cultural and geographical circumstances, so too was his entire career. In fact, were he to have left Wisconsin and moved to LA to try and be an actor, you may have never heard of him. Because what do we know about Wisconsin? Doing bike tricks is illegal and punishable by death, and sometimes people feel the need to entertain themselves in creative ways. A cruel irony. So naturally, a young man with such a potent comedic power as Mark would need to get creative to find a satisfying enough outlet for it.
There's just not much right now in Wisconsin for entertainers.
And so he pulled off something that could only be possible by someone sipping the perfect cocktail of boredom, brilliance, and shamelessness, with equally bored and creative friends to scheme with.
We sent out 10 press releases throughout the Midwest. We got 7 responses back saying, sure, we'd love to have the yo-yo expert on our show. Like, it actually worked.
Initially, this was all intended as a psychotically high-effort in-joke and not much more.
The idea of going on a morning show, so much of it comes out of boredom. We thought, well, why don't we just go on there with the most ridiculous idea and see if we can make our friends laugh.
Which gets at that authentic thing again, because this wasn't some cynical stunt to get famous, but instead just a crazy guy with huge balls goofing around for a very elaborate laugh. A near psychotic commitment to the bit, and doing it for the right reasons. Because it's funny, and because apparently that's what you gotta do in Wisconsin. In fact, the friends Mark planned this whole thing with, Nick Pruer,
I can't keep doing these names,
and Joe Pickett, have continued to do amazing stuff.
Strongman duo Chop and Steel are here. 2, 3.
It's a little big.
3, 4. Okay.
They ended up pulling a bunch more morning show pranks for the found footage touring show that they run and making a documentary about a resulting lawsuit against them hailed as the dumbest First Amendment battle of 2017. That's a whole other video. We're talking Mark Porst.
I'm sorry, it's a Pork Show.
I think that's what I love most about his career, because in no way was he trying to break into the industry.
I had no inkling that could lead to a career in Hollywood.
The industry quickly realized what a secret weapon he was.
He has the best dumb guy impression in the world.
Oh, that simple authenticity and full commitment to ultra deadpan sincerity.
I've been all around doing my yo-yo tricks.
Also lends a kind of endearing quality that makes the purposefully trollish, dull, or irritating aspects of his act not only palatable, but hysterical and addicting. Exceedingly rare to be able to pull off in the way that he does. Because a major aspect of his sense of humor comes from creating uncomfortable environments in a myriad of ways. He bores the shit out of the newscasters with a detailed accounting of the minutia of the logistics of checking into schools as a yo-yo performer.
First thing you need to do is stop at the office, sign in, get a badge.
As if that were somehow an appropriate use of his airtime, or, you know, of any interest to anyone, leading people to pity him or shudder from secondhand embarrassment.
Hey, there up in the sky. It's the K-Strauss, the yo-yo guy.
A big one along those lines is that he clearly loves trolling people with jokes that purposefully fall flat to see how they react.
Remember when baby Jessica fell down that well in Texas? Well, if they had some yo-yos, all they would have had to do was reach down and grab her out.
Fishing for someone to uncomfortably fake a laugh in the moment in exchange for real laughter later. And he commits to character so much that there's never any part of him reassuring people that he's not actually a freak.
Spanking.
Leaving those around him unsure whether to laugh, help him, or get up and leave.
Boy, oh boy, we're going to submit this one for an Emmy.
On one appearance, he keeps answering phone calls from his dad, who's for some reason calling him just to tell him he loves him a bunch of times.
I'm not going to go. Dad. Hi.
We're dealing with some issues this morning, so we will actually just head that back to Jeff and Bow, and we'll be joining you a bit more with some of these yo-yo tricks coming up.
And just look how shocked and thrown off the interviewer is, and how quickly the anchor jumps in to explain it away to something that wouldn't make the station look unprofessional.
Kenny is dealing with some personal issues this morning, so anybody else gets yelled at for having the cell phone in the studio, but Kenny had to have his on for some personal reasons.
I don't buy it, but A for effort, this guy's good at his job. It feels like the core of what Mark and his friends found so funny about it was simply confusing the shit out of people.
We always picture farmers sitting at home thinking, what the hell is going on? Dear, come here.
With the morning shows, he's actually pranking real, unsuspecting people with this annoying and bewildering behavior and seeing how they react.
I have a feeling we're going to be seeing this somewhere down the road, Larry. We're going to be part of some documentary or something.
But he's made the exact same behavior into a successful career. Except instead of doing it to random newscasters, he's doing it to other characters played by some of the funniest comedic actors and improvisers in the world, reacting to what he throws at them. His talents for being annoying in a funny and palatable way were proven as Kenny. Proof of concept for what fertile ground there is with how committedly, convincingly bothersome he is.
You have honed an ability to play someone who is incredibly boring and annoying.
So imagine the possibilities for a showrunner or writer to bring that same character into an ensemble comedy and used all the same tricks on the characters around him in that world.
A lot of noises.
Nate, please.
Thank you.
And you can see why this is so central to his career. I'll say it again, it speaks to that authenticity, because so many of these things that Mark himself clearly finds so funny consistently make it into his other characters, despite mostly being written by other people. Rather than getting hired to play some part where he's trying to replicate something someone else finds funny, he's so often in various characters doing all the same shit that made him laugh his head off just for shits and gigs back in Wisconsin with his friends. For example, Kenny keeps making these newscasters uncomfortable by telling them a bunch of irrelevant stuff about his family, and most of his characters also have quite a knack for making interactions deeply weird by oversharing to the max about personal details.
When I was younger, my stepdad and I used to wrestle a lot, just between guys, just fun.
I ended up kissing a guy once.
Oh, that's perfect. That's exactly what this is for.
Did you say you ended up kissing a guy?
Once.
Why are they disclosing so much about their private life?
And just as Kenny frustrates the newscasters by answering phone calls about how much his dad loves him at the most inappropriate times, Mark's other characters often also demonstrate an infuriating inability to read the room.
I saw this show, the lineup of lineups on it. All these people were on the bill. Rufus Wainwright comes out. Honestly, one of the most moving sets you could imagine. So that's who Mark has to follow. Mark comes up, immediately belittled him. You acted like I have to win the audience back now. You're inferring that that was just bad.
He bombed.
Everybody's crying from the beauty of the thing. It was so funny.
And so often his characters, in being so unable to read those rooms, have a similar aptitude for sucking all of the air out of them by going on and on and on with boring topics that no one would have any earthly reason to care about.
I brought us the refreshments. I did get these at Staples. Funny story about how I got these. I had to get the toner for my printer. The toner's in the closeout section. These were in that closeout section. They were free because
the torrent of badly delivered, ill-advised jokes that die on their ass is everywhere too.
Give a monkey a banana and he'll
Eat it?
stick it up his butt.
Tri-zone climate control. Girl in a bikini, another in a parka, both going to be comfortable.
Join us. It's Chablis grape time.
What should the movie be about? Well, I recommend that it's about 100 minutes.
But if you were just constantly playing the annoying guy, I don't think this would work as well as it does. Because really, the whole troll thing is really just the surface. And it too goes all the way back to the stupid yo-yo guy. Because in the videos, the joke isn't really on the anchors. Well, it's inevitably gonna mess with them, but the joke is pretty clearly on Mark's character. Because he's absolutely humiliating himself, which is where the biggest laughs are for me. Like everything to do with his performance surrounding screwing these tricks up so embarrassingly badly. Especially this panicky whisper thing that he keeps doing where he'll talk to the anchors under his breath.
One of our favorite things is for Kenny to say stuff when he thinks the mic's not on.
Like at one point, of course, he hits himself with a yo-yo and pleads with the anchors to show a clip of him doing tricks instead of doing it live.
You know what? Do you have
A clip?
Or my absolute favorite, when he builds up to this big trick involving a bunch of yo-yos.
I act like I'm in a Blue Angel.
Okay.
So I say, air traffic control, we are ready for takeoff. All right, 10-4, guys, let's roll.
And then he screws up and starts worriedly appealing to the poor host for help and asking him what he should do.
Let's take it down to the ground and we'll get into a Huey. And we get going. Oops. Check down.
Oh, the delivery of that line is just ridiculously funny.
Check down.
Yeah, I actually cannot hear that without laughing.
Check down.
I don't know how he could possibly get through throwing this line away with such a straight face and then continuing to clumsily spin yo-yos around his head like it's his first day of circus camp.
Bring it back home for a clean landing. 10-4.
You okay?
He so perfectly conveys this sweetly helpless, embarrassed idiot kind of panicking and whispering for guidance as if A, no one could hear him, or B, there was any way to salvage this. Like, what is this anchor guy gonna do? He's already tripping over himself on live TV wearing suspenders, doing raps about toys, and tangling himself up in yo-yo strings.
Check down.
What should you do? You should stop going on TV to do yo-yo tricks if you don't know how to yo-yo. His characters failing and embarrassing themselves is maybe the biggest through line in his career. In 2013, he made a pilot for another morning show-based series, this time entirely fictional with himself as the host. And his character definitely has all of the irksome traits we've come to know. Actually, probably the worst of all, because this version's actually a really negative dickhead to everyone, which is a hilarious escalation.
Want that bitch?
It's not your fault.
But the shame is pretty much all on him.
Toby's pie praise. Don't be mad. It's Toby's pie praise.
He's trying to run a morning show, but making baffling and embarrassing choices and mistakes at every turn. Like oversharing about his divorce and his confusing homosexual experiences, or especially when he accidentally shows a video of himself naked rooting around in his ass for some kind of exam.
That's a solid footage. Some of them...
Damn it! Why are the guys upstairs put this goddamn thing on? They found it. Jason, get on this! It's when I was doing my examination.
Not sure what kind of exam that would be, but definitely the most extreme is his character in On Cinema. To the point that the pathetic embarrassment aspect takes center stage over the annoying social miscues, which is also still very much in play. He's an entertainer that couldn't entertain a lab with 100 tennis balls, and couldn't hold a conversation with 100 tennis balls. This character almost never says or does anything without embarrassing himself. He's profoundly incompetent. He's an impressionist that specializes in impersonating W.C. Fields and can't even do that one right.
Godfrey Daniels. So I'm W.C. Fields, and I'm get him the out of here.
But inevitably lets every other impression he tries slip back into sounding identical to that same impression that was bad in the first place.
One of the things that you should probably know is
Sounds
that
like W.C. Fields.
the Algonquin Round Table.
Here he goes again, slipping into Fields.
And he's awkward to the point of nausea. Interestingly, the joke isn't just on Mark's characters, but in some ways on Mark himself for his self-destructive willingness to commit so hard to characters that are humiliating themselves. Even people he knows don't always know if he's in character or not.
I feel like you fuck with my mind sometimes. You're so good at keeping it grounded, which is hard for comedians to do.
This man is not concerned with protecting his dignity, and thank God for that.
We can't not talk about the squat cobblers. Jimmy and Price make a video.
Fetish videos. He sits in a pie. There's tears.
This video might actually exist.
Thank you,
This
Mr.
video
Brooks.
might actually exist.
Mark Brooks is the greatest sport of them all.
It's funny, and I really think it's funny. I have no issue with it.
I mean, growing up in the Midwest, you know, ego is the 11th commandment that you're not supposed to have.
Once again, the best example is these morning shows, because in a situation that must feel incredibly uncomfortable, every urge in mine, and I'm guessing most people's bodies, would be to relieve some shame. Like something to signal to the crew, anchors, or the people watching the replay, like, it's okay, I'm in here, and I'm not really this impossibly pathetic and strange. Well, Mark did none of that.
If we were to kind of wink at the camera or show our hand a little bit, I think that ruins the character.
Even after the tapings, there was no, just kidding, I'm an actor, and not actually a weirdo kind of moment.
I'm in character from the moment I get in to the moment I drive away.
Just awkwardly, dejectedly gathering his stupid yo-yos and leaving the building, knowing everyone in there was either mortified, pissed, or most likely relentlessly mocking him.
Right after the interview, it's like you have the plague.
Right.
I mean, everyone just walks away. They don't want to be near you, and it's always the lowly camera person having to go up to the guy who just ruined quite possibly his life on air, or embarrassed the hell out of himself. I'm always like, oh man, that went so badly. That was so horrible. And every single time they're like, no, no.
And I have to emphasize, not for fame, but because he was bored fucking around and being a goof with his friends, which didn't really stop after he found success. He was willing to be the butt of the joke in his rapport with his friends off camera too, in comedy that was never meant for anyone else to see.
We have a very long text chain that's just a bit. We've been doing it for about 10 years. It's over 2,500 pages. We've started compiling them because they end up kind of being stories.
This isn't really the most visual topic, so if you're getting bored just listening to me or having to read, keep your eyes on the top left of the screen and I'll have something for you there. Some of these text chains have since been released, but like the Kenny thing, were initially just aimed at making each other laugh.
Please keep in mind, these texts were always intended to be private. They are, in general, crude, chaotic, not safe for work, and often cross the line of good taste and common decency.
They're painfully funny, and I highly recommend you seek them out and read them if you're a fan of these guys' humor at all. And almost every single one of them revolves around Tim and Greg in some way, piling on and stressing Mark out with odd requests or complaints, and eventually kind of shitting on him.
Generally speaking, poor Mark gets subjected to terrible ideas, dead-end opportunities, sick, perverted proposals, and schoolyard-level abuse from his so-called friends, Greg and Tim.
Clearly, Mark is in on the joke, and they're all playing characters.
It's part of an ongoing character bit, not a reflection of our actual personalities or relationships. We're actually very good friends in real life.
A simple request for Mark to provide a 3-minute video about haircuts for a new Ken Burns documentary about the history of hair escalates to basically a picture book of naked bald men being published in Mark's name before devolving into Mark being berated mercilessly for refusing to send Ken Burns a video of himself masturbating and neglecting to show up to the book signing. Yeah, they get pretty absurd and dark. Mark occupying that role just works, even though a version of him is getting mercilessly bullied. These threads are so funny because of Mark kind of selflessly playing that role, the butt of the joke.
Do the fucking Neutron dance.
Lip sync along with it so they can match that up. Let me show your belly.
It gives the more driving personalities so much to work with and play off of. He makes everyone funny. Tim Heidecker has said his text chains with Greg Turkington and Mark Prooks have made him laugh harder than almost anything. A lot of what's great about Marion's Wish, if you read it as an actual story, is the absurdity of what these two bullies are doing to such an undeserving person. And his confused and pitiful responses or lack thereof make their ridiculous requests and escalations work as well as they do. And this translates to how he makes everyone else funnier on screen too. The easiest comparison being On Cinema because it's the same exact dynamic. A pathetic walking embarrassment being bullied in two very different ways by two very different types of bullies that are somehow both even bigger embarrassments. And some of the funniest lines from these characters come from reacting to Mark.
Why can't you talk like a fucking pirate?
It's clear that his willingness to fill this role and his talent for it makes him really fun to collaborate with and play with for all kinds of funny people, which Marion's Wish is proof of. Even while working together on the show, they kept privately playing basically the same game they play in On Cinema, but just for the love of the game and some genuine laughs among friends. And Mark somehow continues to make that role of the really undeserving fool that gets kicked again and again but keeps going so funny and not too dark. And that's another layer, one that has also been there since the very beginning. A real emotional human layer. There's a real kind of earnestness underneath all the bothering other people and humiliating himself and his character for laughs. There's no snarky commenting because his characters have no awareness of what makes them funny. There's always some element of trying to connect with people, trying to make something of themselves. A sort of sweetly pitiful kind of emotional cocktail that I think he recognized as unique to his experience.
Coming out of the melancholy Midwest thing, desperation.
Which lends an emotional aspect to all of his characters that deepens all of it, and therefore elevates the funny parts by contrast. In one of the Kenny appearances, he talks up how Yo-Yo saved his life.
I was literally in the gutter, and it was gambling, drugs, women, lotto.
How learning the yo-yo and, quote, giving it his all was the key to turning his life around.
I was looking the Grim Reaper in his eyes.
So, like, if that's your story, surely you must be pretty good at the yo-yo. But again, here's the trick that he follows up that story with. Hilarious. But also, that this would be his backstory is sad if true, because he really is trying to replace a hard life with a positive one through yo-yo. And this is how it's going.
Oh, I think I'm going to give up some of the yo-yo stuff.
But also the fact that he would tell this story on the news in such odd detail and how much it clearly throws these people off speaks volumes.
You want to hear a scary story?
These characters are just off. It goes back to the trolling, poking, and annoying people in interactions thing. They seem to inhabit a reality that's a few degrees out of phase with everyone else's.
Have you seen Colby Jack, the kangaroo cat, yet? There's a scene in there where Lincoln is yelling at everyone, and then he turns and he says, Colby Jack, get the heck out of here, because I don't want to deal with you anymore.
Right. Well,
at the end of the day, they're all so socially inept that they only end up becoming trolls by accident.
It's really rude.
Lonely, accidental trolls, every one of them. There's no malice or even mischievousness in it. Just total mortifying sincerity as they try to connect with or impress people and fail miserably.
If they can't find them in the computer, they give them to you for free. That's their policy.
Kenny the character isn't trying to troll these newscasters. He's earnestly trying to impress them with his yo-yo tricks and his stories.
There are about a dozen yo-yo masters.
But because he is the way he is, he fails, and the result is the same.
Right after the interview, it's like you have the plague.
Mark Prooks' character from On Cinema isn't trying to ruin the shows he's booked on by fucking up his impressions.
I'm just doing my best.
He didn't mean for his TV pilot opportunity to turn out like this.
I have a funny sidekick named R2D2.
I died at 31.
But because he is the way he is, he fails.
How did the show turn out? I'm not all that happy about it.
And the result is the same.
Ruined quite possibly his life on it, or embarrassed the hell out of himself.
Price in Better Call Saul is similarly just hopelessly naive. He underestimates the chasm between book smarts and street smarts.
What's the difference?
He desperately wants people to think he's cool.
Man, I'm proud of it.
Despite, everything about him. He desperately wants to have his cake and eat it too. Cosplay gangster and make some money, but not be seen as a bad guy, even by other thieves, dealers, and killers. But at the end of the day, he's really a sad, stubborn dork.
I'm sorry, but this is the gravy train. And it's leaving the station.
And because of his inability to self-reflect and recognize any of this, embarrasses himself, loses his precious baseball cards, and makes life harder for the people that are actually trying to keep him from self-destructing. And the result is the same.
He sits in a pie.
Melancholy Midwest desperation.
Which is what brings out the final layer that I love about this picture that Mark's career overall paints. A kind of supernatural social invincibility. A real resilience and determination stemming from that
melancholy Midwest desperation.
Because no matter how humiliated they get, they keep going. going. Once again, it goes all the way back to the yo-yo debacle. This character is embarrassed and panicked, calling out to other people to save him.
Which I don't.
He understands that what he's doing is a disaster and that it's not working.
It was literally a major disaster. This keeps happening to me. I'm always like, oh man, that went so badly. That was so horrible.
He keeps doing it. He goes back to the schools, even though he knows that the kids don't like his stories and won't listen to him because their parents aren't spanking them enough.
Because they were running around?
He goes back to more morning show appearances, even though he keeps forgetting his yo-yos or breaking them mid-trick. Even after falling out of a tree and breaking all of his bones and being showed up by the Garth Brooks of yo-yo. They have an inability to self-reflect where it counts, but that doesn't mean they have a complete lack of self-awareness, because all of his characters are aware enough for the humiliation and failure to hurt, but not aware enough to figure out what's best for them. They can't see far enough to making the actual necessary changes to be happy, which in some cases would be just to quit. On Cinema, Mark is probably the best example. He's a comedy impersonator without a sense of humor whatsoever.
I died in 1961. I died in 1975. Well, I died in 1975. I died earlier than Groucho did. I died in 1975. I died in 1975.
Literally anyone would have thrown in the towel by now. Because for one, he's often the character unduly facing ironic consequences or uncalled for abuse. But more importantly, he's been trying for so long and doing nothing but failing, humiliating himself, getting hurt, and impossibly ending up in more and more depressing career positions.
Graduation parties, old folks' homes, hospice care. Hospice care, they don't even know who I am. And it's because they might think you were really W.C. Fields if their minds have gone, like if they have Alzheimer's. There was this one lady that did think that.
He works for people that don't understand his abilities and what he has to offer, if anything, which leads him to being put in performance situations that he's totally unprepared for and embarrassing himself beyond belief.
If Elvis Presley had gotten the Christopher Reeve role, 1979's Superman, he would have been fine. Well, what would he have done? Okay.
His life is a constant, miserable struggle, with people taking advantage of his desperation.
I wish I could get more hours, but I also like still being a part of the entertainment industry.
His dream of being an actor cruelly confined to sad nonsense like playing the eponymous baboon in a canceled student film and having to follow up the announcement of a man's death with a Three Stooges puppet show at a budget old folks home. And it leads not only to emotional hurt, but to serious bodily harm on a near constant basis. But he just keeps trying, which again feels in line with Mark's idea of
a melancholy Midwest desperation.
Which, you know, could be admirable, but less so after the 50th time completely shitting yourself on stage. Though somehow more and more funny, so hey. But it's not like he's oblivious. He knows enough to know when his act isn't going over well.
Bluegills and cod. I don't know. I don't know if I'm doing it right. I forgot.
He has moments where he does the same desperately looking to people off screen for help or reassurance thing that Kenny does when his yo-yo tricks are flopping.
Which I don't.
Yet every opportunity that he gets, there he is again, making an ass out of himself dressed like a munchkin or something. This is the weirdly endearing factor that rounds it all out. It's very human. When people have serious goals that they care about, they'll keep trying whether it seems pointless to everyone else or not. It's why on Cinema, Mark keeps picking up his cane and his little hat and coming back to waddle around as Charlie Chaplin again. Because pretty much the one time he gets a real compliment on one of his impressions, he lights up like it's all worth it. It's why Kenny would have kept picking up that environmentally friendly yo-yo and going through the arduous check-in process at the local schools. Why his Good Morning Tri-State character kept trying to get people to talk to him about the movie Swordfish.
One of my favorite movies is Swordfish. Swordfish was on TNT.
Swordfish. Yeah, you love that movie.
Even while the version of himself from Marion's Wish finally agreed to send his very mean and bossy friends a naked photo of his chest for the benefit of the Stooge community. And weirdly, I come to, despite, everything, kind of like these people. That's the
anal topographical signature
that Mark had already figured out with Kenny.
The melancholy Midwest desperation.
Which leads me back to the role of Colin Robinson.
I am what's known as a psychic vampire. Or energy vampire. Energy vampires drain people's energy merely by talking to them.
All the same qualities are here too.
We either bore you or we enrage you.
He's persistent, oddly unflappable.
I'm fine. Just a little fire.
He inserts himself into situations he shouldn't be in and stubbornly stays.
Why are you still here?
He annoys and confuses people.
How's your night been, guys?
It's none of your business.
What?
He can suck the air out of a room in an instant. He's deeply uncool. He makes terrible jokes that fall flat.
I've been experimenting with humor to drain energy. Which reminds me, does anyone here have any updog?
He overshares. He goes on at length about boring things.
The thing with motion smoothing that you have to remember is you want it on for sporting events, but off for TV and movies. Even take a football movie like 1974's The Longest Yard, starring mustachioed actor Burt Reynolds.
He humiliates himself and pathetically shrinks. Sound familiar?
Yes.
But the whole concept of an energy vampire feels like it was reverse engineered from Mark's signature emotional through line and identity.
I spent so much time at the DMV, they finally just gave me a license.
Because it kind of was. In allowing Mark the freedom to improvise the ways in which he drained people made this character what it was. An opportunity Mark had been training for his entire career. Which contributes to why it feels like no one else could do this.
Go to your home screen and look for settings. I don't know what operating system you're running.
Okay, actually, yeah, pretty good. But the very existence of this character and its popularity is a direct affirmation of the choices he made through his entire career. All of the elements of that personal persona that he developed across all of his other characters. Both sort of a meta celebration of or commentary on the power behind his comedic style, and an all-around amazing showcase for it. And I started to notice that it's the exact opposite of his on-cinema character.
Thanks.
Perhaps an alternate version of the real Mark, what he worries he would have become were he not to have gone on those morning shows and landed a role on The Office. Because this on-cinema character version of him jumped the gun and moved to LA instead of becoming so undeniable that LA came to him. His character's decision to move to LA and try to make it big ended up in levels of sadness and desperation unheard of in fiction. Instead of playing rewarding roles close to himself that come from what he finds funny, this character becomes a cheap impressionist of other comedians. He receives no recognition, no respect. So I like this as a metaphor for like the absolute opposite trajectory of what he would imagine his life could have been were he not to have had the confidence in his own talent and identity that he did.
I needed a key, and this was the doorknob, literally.
Where Colin Robinson as a character celebrates what Mark did do with his career.
When they call you a dumbass, you know you've got them.
On Cinema Mark is what the worst case scenario looks like. They both act the same way. They both have the same traits. But where on Cinema Mark struggles to overcome them, Colin Robinson weaponizes them.
TGIF? It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Because this role isn't just written in Mark's comedic language. It literalizes it as a supernatural ability.
Great, go ahead.
Yeah, for the Corneotis project, we got...
How was everyone's weekend? It's like the more I feed, the more I need. Never felt so alive in my life.
It celebrates it as a superpower and also portrays it as a curse. It brings together everything about Mark as a performer and marries it perfectly with the core of his characters. A character that's very funny through a TV screen, but profoundly unfunny and violently boring to the people around him in universe. And there are endearing qualities too, and they come from that same core. The joke is still on him, and it's a cruel existential joke. Because Colin Robinson has a sweetness that comes from the fact that deep down he wants connection.
I've never had anyone in here.
He wants his housemates to like him. He wants friends. But the curse of his existence makes it hard for him because he has to behave in ways that make people not like him.
You know, I think he's pretty lonely.
He may be conflicted about wanting to make a friend or two, but he can't because every friend he makes, he drives them away by draining their life force. So in that way, he's kind of misunderstood. He does want to be friends, but at the same time, he's devouring.
While Mark's other characters sabotage their social goals out of a lack of self-awareness, Colin Robinson sabotages his social goals out of a nature that he completely understands but can't do anything about. He's unfriendable by existential necessity, and he knows it. And yet, like on Cinema Mark and Kenny, like Nate, like Price, he keeps trying. But unlike Price ending up the owner of a super sweet laser tag business, Colin Robinson continues to try, knowing even his version of a happy ending is to be at peace with continuing to try forever.
I will continue to sift through it on a daily basis.
Because that's life. While Kenny was, at the end of the day, Mark himself literally trolling people and making them uncomfortable in a really inspired way. So much of his resulting career has been him playing characters that provoke other characters in the same ways. And then comes Colin Robinson, a character that will literally die if he stops bothering people. That language that's unique to Mark, the character itself is written in that language. That
melancholy Midwest desperation
that shaped every character going back to Kenny is written to be represented as a supernatural condition. There's one final really important difference between Colin Robinson and Mark's other characters. Like Mark, not Kenny, going on those morning news shows, Colin Robinson knows.
I don't want to bore him. We bore you.
He's acutely aware of exactly how his behavior would be perceived, and he acts that way leave purposefully. Colin Robinson isn't another one of Mark's characters. He's Mark. He humiliates himself purposefully, and he confuses others purposefully, because he has to. It's what gives him life. 16 years ago, Mark was a bored guy in Wisconsin laughing his head off with his friends about the idea of going on a morning show to spread secondhand embarrassment and confusion. That gave him life, and gave him the life he has now. A life in which he just keeps committing to that same deeply rooted bit that he lives for, which continues to be the key to high-level comedy coming out of private, inside jokes just to make his friends laugh, which I get the feeling would give him sustenance even if it didn't put him in a position where he can commit to that bit for a living.
He owns a yacht.
I know.
That's it. And all this time later, plays a character that embodies his sense of humor literally for living, which is why this character feels so perfect. Even if you're normal and aren't overthinking it ad nauseum like I am, I think it comes through and speaks to why this character is beloved. And if you are thinking about it, the character seems to be written as a celebration of Mark Prooks's career, by turning the qualities that make him so powerful as a comedian into an actual superpower. Anyway,
Get the heck out of here.
Yummy. Who left this pie here? I think I feel berries.
How long can you survive starting out as a single colonist with no skills, no friends, and trapped on an inhospitable alien world with predators surrounding you, encroaching on your territory every day? Today, I'm going to put this survival challenge to the test in Stranded: Alien Dawn. If you haven't heard of it, Stranded: Alien Dawn is a fantastic colony management survival game inspired by the likes of RimWorld and Banished, all where you manage a ragtag band of human survivors to gather food, construct shelter, build defenses, and ultimately construct the foundations of a large and impressive base to not only survive, but thrive through all 4 seasons on a majestic alien world, teeming with exotic flora and fauna, leveraging the resources to build up a large base and scale your colony. This video has been sponsored by Paradox for me to show you the game and take on the challenge of building up a colony from nothing. And honestly, in playing this game, I gotta say, having played a lot of colony managers on this channel before, this game really takes the cake for a fun and impressive 3D building system that just feels great. There's no game where I have so much appreciated the architecture of what I've built as this. And honestly, I've always wondered what it would be like to play a really well executed RimWorld survival style game with Z levels that just feels clean and crisp, and this game has just that in spades. But before we get to building our exciting base run by a colony of workers, do we have what it takes to survive as a single man with no skills and absolutely nothing to offer? Let's get on to the challenge. Okay, welcome everybody to Stranded: Alien Dawn. Today we're going to be playing as a single man with no skills, and he will be quite bad. New game. So of the many scenarios to choose from, I think we'll be picking Crash Landing, classic scenario to start on. We've got a few regions. I think we are going to be at Sobrius, temperate mountainous area with large meadows. All right, for game rules, we're playing on Lost Cause. Survivor skills are set to 0 regardless of biofacts and traits. Everyone is going to start out worthless in this colony, and it's going to be possible for us to get even more survivors. We are going to start out really weak, but who knows, maybe we'll get a lot of really weak people. So we have many colonists of varying qualities to choose between, but we won't be taking almost any of them. Of all the many survivors available to land on this planet with and take on the first few weeks, I have selected Carter. Meet Carter Groder. Who knows how to say this man's last name? It's Carter. He is a career criminal, male, age 70. We are a senile old man criminal, and you can simply ignore these skill areas. He's going to have all 0 skills to start. Being an age 70-year-old man, he's going to spawn in with dementia. Yes, that's right. But despite his dementia, our friend Carter is a fast learner. Learns skills twice as fast. He's also an entertainment junkie, so he needs to relax twice as often, requires a higher variety of entertainment. So we are playing as a senile old career criminal with dementia who learns fast, and he has a very short attention span and no skills. And it doesn't show it here, but our protagonist is also an alcoholic, and he loves to eat bread. Already I'm finding in this man, in multiple ways, easy to relate to. Carter grew up in and out of prison. He likes to say he's been a wanted wanted man all his life. There was an attempt to remove his criminal tendencies via electroshock therapy, but it did not catch. Maybe that caused the dementia. Who honestly knows? A jack of all trades and master of none, he typically defrauds tourists of their excessive wealth. He likes a drink and is happy to laugh the days away. All right, sign me up. Start. Are you sure you want to start the game with only one survivor? Yeah, stop asking me so many questions. Okay, it's time for the intro cinematic. We are crashing in from outer space and it does not look good. This appears to be quite bad. There is Carter. He appears to be unscathed, although there are other spaceship parts landing around me. Let's pause time. Carter, are you okay? It looks like you aren't going to be flying again any day soon. All right, let's see our man. Carter. He is alive. Full health, 200. Happiness, 72%. Pretty good. It's dropping a little bit, but not that bad. Health conditions, dementia, only mild, though. Lungs, smoke inhalation. All right, you are alive, Carter. All right, let's see his other areas. He has no social relationships. He has no skills whatsoever. He is pretty relaxed, rested, and full. Okay, well, hey, maybe your spaceship isn't doing so well, Carter, but that doesn't mean you have to have a bad attitude. I like the spirit. All right, body check, just a little bit of dementia in my brain. That is just slightly lowering my consciousness. But you know what? Who needs consciousness anyway? And smoke inhalation, just slightly increasing my pain, but that'll go away. But the dementia won't be going away anytime soon. All right, I seem to be doing okay. I've got survivor's determination, and I survived the crash. I'm happy I didn't die. Got some basic gear, absolutely no skills to start, and all the stuff we already know, and I love bread and alcohol. Okay, first things first, I want to scavenge the wreck. I'm going to want to build a base over here later, and this grass looks fertile and ready for planting. I think I'm going to want to put my base somewhere around right where this ship just crashed, so we have got to get this thing out of the way. Carter, there you go. It's going to take him a little while. He is pecking away here, scavenging, and I think we will just speed time and let him get to whatever is in this crash site. It looks like we found some synthetic leggings. Those look way better than what I've got on right now. Who would have thought the very first thing I would do on this alien planet would be to change my pants? It just speaks to my level of excitement. All right, those are slightly better at deflecting blunt and piercing attacks. Decent cold tolerance. And we've got on a shirt and some sneakers, and it looks like we just put our other trousers to the side there. We're going to continue scavenging. All right, scavenging is being done. Carter reached physical level 1. Oh, awesome. All this hard work is starting to pay off. It looks like we're gaining experience in physical for scavenging. And don't forget, Carter also has the trait of fast learner, so he learns skills twice as fast. Despite his dementia, he is very enthusiastic and passionate about discovering new things. Hang on a second, before we go any further, I think we've got to equip this laser pistol. We need some sort of self-defense. It's just sitting there on the ground outside the crash site, and Carter, you are armed and dangerous. Now we can draft our man Carter, and he's got this radius of attack. We've even got line of sight blockers there too. Look at that, it's pretty sweet. Back to, I guess, eating and then scavenging again. We've got, looks like some emergency meals, some scrap metal we've got, oh, even fuel, as well as my pants from earlier. There's still more to be scavenged in the crash site. All right, turns out this was quite a lot of scavenging. I have decided to turn in for today. 17 hours have passed, and we are constructing shelter here, just a simple lean-to with a hay bed for today, as well as maybe some stones to demark where we are going to stockpile our resources. Nothing appears to be hostile or very hostile yet, but there is a great variety of alien fauna and flora about us. Let's just get this shelter ready, though. I am very alone. We can even turn on the roofs here. Look, we've got a little roof over our head for tonight. All right, it's getting dark. Construct your sleeping spot, Carter. Okay, one sleeping spot constructed. And we've got the stockpiles going. How is your rest? You actually aren't that tired, despite the fact that it's night. I guess you could just go back to scavenging for now, though, and then we'll stockpile those resources. We don't want those deteriorating out here in the open. Yeah, see, the emergency rations are going down in their shelf life. We've got to get those things under a roof. All right, it looks like our friend Carter is taking a walk right now. He needs to raise his relaxation. He is getting relaxed. You love to see that. Keep walking, Carter. That dementia is still just Miles. All right, we've got insufficient storage space because we keep scavenging things up, so I've set out a new area where we can store things. And we've got everything else set out into nice piles here inside of our lean-to shelter. And it looks like we've got quite a few meals, so we'll just keep eating what we've got. It's like 39 of them right here. Is that what we've got in total? We can look up here. About 58. I guess there's more on the ground somewhere I haven't seen yet. Yeah, there's more out here. Some medical supplies. We've still got to just gather all this up. Let's get that rest of the supply storage constructed, sir. All right, just a little more scavenging to go here, and then we'll be all set. Oh, I found a synth vest as well. This looks really way better for protection than our terrible shirt we're wearing. I mean, the shirt is fine, maybe for, here we go, temperature insulation, although that looks like much better armor. Oh, and we even have an extra armor slot here. I bet we could wear that. Equip synthetic vest, and look at me go. I'm wearing not only my shirt, but also a synthetic vest. Oh, I look like a space marine now. Very cool. That's increasing not only my blunt deflection and piercing deflection, but also giving me a little bit more heat and cold tolerance. Who would have thunk it? And it looks like we've even reached physical level 2. All of this scavenging is making you even more physically impressive than you already were to begin with, Carter. And we rest. Actually, 2 days have passed by. Carter does not run out of energy easily. He had a lot in him still, but now he is getting that well-deserved rest. I guess his rest bar doesn't really go down quite as fast as you might think it would. I mean, he had a lot of energy in him. We'll see how that holds up, or if that starts to run out over time. We've got some good scavenged stuff here from this ship so far. This is more than enough to get started. Lots of resources there, but we do need to get something going, because right now we are just living in a hobo hut. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with a hobo hut, but naturally it is my desire for more. I have awakened. Nice morning breakfast. Get that in me. I am full and rested and scavenging again. Just a little bit more here to do. And it's time to gather some twigs. We are cutting down a bush. Look at our man Carter cut down that bush. He is transporting those sticks back, and look, you are almost at physical level 3, Carter. You are becoming visibly stronger. We've even got all of this alien plant life, but we don't really know much about it. We have to observe it first. Looks like some of it is still growing. I will get onto this soon, but food right now is really not an issue as long as we're still relying on those emergency rations. Put some back into it, Carter. All right, I have got a construction of a scrap metal research desk. You know, I may have encroaching symptoms of dementia, but I'm not gonna let that make me give up. Who knows, maybe I can find other survivors. Maybe I can slow or even reverse the progression of it, or maybe it won't be so bad. We are getting a little bit of construction skill from this. Amazing. And research desk constructed. All right, we've got a variety of technologies available to us, namely among them spaceship deconstruction. It looks like even though that we have finished scavenging the spaceship, we need the last few parts we need to salvage. So this is a little bit more work, and apparently we need to do some research for it. So that's going to be to get all of the really important recycled vital systems, I guess, at the bottom, or, you know, remaining on this ship, and to get this giant ship out of the way so we can build our base here. But look at all of the amazing things we've gotten out of scavenging the ship. And let's catch back up with our friend Carter. He's now cutting down a tree and continuing to improve physically. There we go. Just haul those logs back, Carter. Oh, look at him go. I really like that hauling animation. Okay, and he'll just put those down there with the other logs, stacking them up. We've also got some, what appears to be some hay down here, just blade grass. I've actually just cut it. Maybe I'll observe it a little bit later on. And some twisted plants over here. I believe that these can give us skin bark, but I need to observe them first. Still, right now, our friend Carter is a hopeless survivor on an alien planet. Let's see what he gets. Okay, awesome. Physical level 3, and he's transporting some hay back. That is useful. Just trying to get all the materials I couldn't get from the spaceship itself. There's no hay on my spaceship. You know, I've got to get that from the planet. Okay, our friend Carter is going for a walk. That's right, just keep cool and stay relaxed, Carter. Your happiness may have dropped since the beginning, but you just gotta keep focusing on relaxing. Oh, what do you know? Another day, and it looks like the rocket fuel has stopped burning on my ship. That lasted a while. All right, Carter has been getting pretty bored because that's just who he is and how he acts. So I am constructing a shooting target so that he'll have something to entertain himself with. And this should just be a few resources, and you will be shooting things in no time, Carter. Get right in there. Stop standing around and shoot that target. All right, I'm sure he'll get to that at some point because he is easily bored. Yes, we keep making research and pushing forward. We have one day to research spaceship deconstruction, and then we can completely dismantle the wreck, get the last of its very valuable supplies, power cells, and more probably in there awaiting us. And then we can actually start planning out a base here. This has just been my temporary lean-to until this is deconstructed. All right, one day of research, and we are at 45% spaceship deconstruction. I guess we didn't get the whole day, but it's day 5 now. Carter, you get some rest. It looks like his happiness has slightly drifted downward since the beginning. He's still doing okay, though. He's not at his mental break threshold for a while. Rest, improving fullness. I guess he still has a lot of food, relaxation. Oh, and it sounds like a thunderstorm is starting to come on. We also got insufficient materials. I guess we've got to do a little bit of hay delivery here in order to build back up our shooting target whenever we use it. Maybe a better recreation type for when I have more colonists to do more stuff, because, you know, labor is precious. Let's see how this works. All right, well, he doesn't even need it right now. He's feeling relaxed, although he is soaking wet. All right, Carter, just get back in there. Oh, dear God, this is horrible. I missed it, but lightning destroyed my target. Extremely unfortunate. So far, the worst thing that's happened to me yet, but too bad. Well, Carter has reached intellectual level 1. You can practically see his brain growing out of his head. I don't think that's the dementia. I think that's all of the new gray matter he's been acquiring from staring at a piece of paper and pushing thoughts out. Oh, this is no good. There are some aggressive insects nearby, except they seem to be taking themselves out by fighting with the local wildlife. So I guess we got lucky this time. Let's see. Oh no, a couple of them are headed to my base. There's one that made it past now. Where is the other? There's one in the back. It looks like he's getting into a fight with a flathead animal. I can't identify this either, but that thing has saved me a lot of trouble here. It looks like I might have to deal with a couple though. On guard, evil insect. You do not scare me, you or your ilk. Here comes the second one. All right, decent. I mean, this is basically your weakest possible raid here. I mean, we've got a laser pistol, which is decent. Better than nothing. I mean, the spawn weapon. All right, let's just get right back to work. That was like 10 of those things, and I got lucky that time. That could have been bad. If they do come at me, the basic survivors are actually raid here. Insect. He's getting into a fight with a flathead animal. I can't identify this either, but that thing has saved me a lot of trouble here. It looks like I might have to deal with a couple though. On guard, evil insect. You do not scare me, you or your ilk. Here comes the second one. All right, decent. I mean, this is basically your weakest possible raid here. I mean, we've got a laser pistol, which is decent. Better than nothing. I mean, the spawn weapon. All right, let's just get right back to work. That was like 10 of those things, and I got lucky that time. That could have been bad. If they do come at me, the basic survivors are actually decent in hand-to-hand combat. I know that these are giant beetles, but I mean, they're just beetles, really. I mean, I have a laser pistol. We'll be okay for a while, but yeah, we will need to construct defenses sooner or later. This is not gonna fly forever. We're building an even bigger storage here. There's so many more supplies we have to put away. I'm collecting, and it feels good. It feels real good. All right, let me just finish off the last of this.
Welcome to my channel.
Jinxie. I don't know. Hello. Hello. Hello, hello, wrestler. I separate myself. I don't expect it. Oh, they have a crit. Oh my god. They have a crit. As you watch through the photograph, Tore him up and brought up the facts. Strangest thing never changed my mind. Where's the checkpoint? Where is the goddamn checkpoint? Literally nowhere. Okay, sure. The chillest guy in the party has a haste aura. Imagine that. Motherfucker. It's a crit, huh?
Jennifer. Welcome to my channel.
No. Not really interested into like boosting my levels high. Already beaten every boss that I've faced. Some of them were boosted. Some of them I really hated to fight first time, so therefore I didn't went for the another. Or pretty miserable experience with like one-shot mechanics. Is there a switch? Switch, 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 switch. Pam 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 padam pam padam padam pam padam pam.
In a way, it's kind of.
I have been playing Project Zomboid on and off for about a decade now. This was the first time I have ever starved to death in
Departure. Down,
Being1. Welcome to my channel.
Hello, man. Trouble partout, partout, my god. Okay, sure. Hmm. Yes, yes. Annoy me more, old man. Da, 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 welcome. So. Et custom de guardian. obscur comme il repart, tu le trouveras sans arrêt. Glory night and
I'm reaching for the stars, the ones I've seen for so long. My tears, misery, all is wrong. I'm reaching for the stars, the ones I've seen for so long. My heart, my soul, all around.
I try to.
I try to remember time that we
I put a mask before I leave. Interesting. Allez, les passes. Motherfucker, dolazim iz vrata. Wait. Ah, I see. Sure, buddy. Wow. Nice. Anyway. Yes, yes. Yeah, get lost. Okay. That's a lot. That's a lot, buddy. Buddy boy. Yes. I'm that good, yes.
I retrieved the first edict. The beast continues to drain the hooded one's energy. Perhaps we must not be reckless. The end I suspect.
But what does that mean?
This theory. When I look at the first edict, I feel. I believe the precursors never intended subsequent edicts after the first to exist at all. But after the first was ordained, the others followed. If the abyssals should take hold of it, we
Yes, yes.
So if divinity is the work of the precursors, then the third
Logic suggests that the champion we saw in mirrors is the first divine deity Mother Soul. The first edict, the gods were mere myths in my era. I wish the truth of history.
Hello, Madam Historian. There you go. Nothing to say, huh? Can't beat your tongue.
This is all we have.
Very bad. Dumbest fucking shit ever. Sure. Hmm.
miroir du temps, nos histoires s'alignent dans le creux de nos mains. Deux mondes se dessinent, l'un peint de rêve où le chagrin s'efface, l'autre nu et réel où notre deuil prend place. Au lendemain non écrit, sous les étoiles où tout commence, rien ne finit. Dans l'étreinte du destin, les liens restent éternels dans le dessin. Toi le vierge, horizon lointain, peignons ensemble les couleurs de demain, au clair obscur, œuvres infinies. Chaque pas trace la route d'une vie. Au lendemain non écrit, sous les étoiles où tout commence, rien ne finit. Dans l'étreinte du destin, les liens restent éternels dans le dessin.
Dobro
Ne
večer.
se slon. Čuo sam nešto vrskljocka, nisam bio siguran šta je.
Pa, ja.
Ne, učinilo mi se, čuli se. Jesi li završio onaj, kako oni to zove, nije Battle Pass, nego jeben ga onaj Supply Pack ili...
Još ne, evo blizu sam, sad ću da ti kažem, baš upravo ulazim u igru.
Ono, ja sam na zadnjoj strani, čini mi se.
Nisam ni David danas obradio uopšte, nisam
Nema to veze.
sad pomoć. Što se ZSS tiče, imam 93 rewarda od 100, znači još 7 ovih tokena i završeno.
Pa, otprilike toliko sam ja. 2 nedelje sam radio te viklije. I ono, otprilike to ti je bilo to.
Ja imam slot mapu da završim puzzle.
A da, ali ti imaš i kad uradiš taj, da kažem, ono, supply, imaš da uradiš i prošli. Ali znaš? Aha, imaš tamo kao, kako su po redu kojim su izlazili. Slično kao War Bondi. A znam, a kao što sam ti rekao, kad skupiš 1000 možeš da kupiš sledeći.
Da, većina.
Ja, nisi igrao po redu. To sad otvaraš 2.
Po redu sam igrao.
Kako si po redu igrao? Preskočio si drugu, treću sezonu, tačno znam.
Jo, brate, sad sam po redu igrao, si vidio. Sad sam po redu igrao.
Stani malo.
Zato je.
Stani malo. Hoću kaže da si ih sve otključio skoro.
Sve su otključeni, čovječe, samo mi zadnjih fali 7 polja i to je to, ja sam sve ostale otključio sve.
Tako. Ne pričam ti onih 100 poena koje treba da skupiš da bi otključio čitav taj kao pak. Nego pričam ti o tim, kako se zove, ajde, Battle Passovima. Do sad ih imaš 4. I si sve, pitam te, si sve uradio ili si uradio 3 skoro, je li tako? To te pitam.
Nightfall Supply Drop 1 kompletan, 2 kompletna, 3 kompletna i 4 je 90 stigao skoro.
Aha, kad si prestigao da uradiš 3, to sam te pitao, pa znači da si igrao.
To igrao sam.
Pa igrao si, pa ja kad ste pitao jesi igrao ti kažem, ti si rekao da nisi. Nego si ti ne sećaš, slušaj me, ne sećaš se, ti se ne sećaš. Rekao si mi, ova mapa ti je nova, nije ti mapa nova, kad je izašla mapa, obojicu smo igrali zajedno. Ako si uradio taj pak 3, znači da si morao da igraš to. Da znaš? Nego ti...
Gospodine raspoloženi...
Moram da završim ovu mapu. Startuj nešto pa će se joinat na tebe, ne boj se, neće ti biti pun server sigurno.
Dobro, znači da stavimo open.
Stavi. Se neko zajebe uđe.
Jer?
I'm serious.
All aboard.
Si vidio teaser trailer za novi onaj collaboration sa Warhammerom? Biće novi isto in-game event.
Da, vidio sam. Možda najnoviji vidim da si nešto kačio.
Bilo je 30 sekundi. Ako imaš telefon, pogledaj.
Psihički za to.
Pa pogledaj 30 sekundi. Ne otkriva Bog zna šta. Neko reče... Neko reče da će biti najverovatnije ona kultisti. Ili ti originalna frakcija koja su trebali da budu Illuminati. Navodno, ovo što sad imamo od Illuminata je u suštini ono što su oni reverkovali.
To mogu da vidim tek sutra. A i znatiželjen sam, treba mi za novi War Bond i sve. Ovo polagano. Da, okej. pa će to da bude ok.
A, jes.
Nigdje se ne žuri, tako da
You do very well.
uradit ću to lagano, baš lagano.
Meni kažeš ima skoro 6000 super crate. Odbijam da kupim one buđeve armore light. Kojih imam 3 varijante zelene. Ja se izvinjavam. Nisam toliki kolekcionar.
Nisam toliki fan.
Ne, apsolutno ne nosim ih, znaš. Neke sam uzeo zato što imaju unikatne pasive, ali apsolutno, možda ima 2 light armora koje nosim, nijedan drugi. Jednostavno, vidim, što kaže, velike probleme u skorijoj budućnosti. Možda sam bio u lobiju sa 2-3 igrača koji su stvarno znali da igraju.
Ja sam ušao za sekundu, vrate, pun.
Odlično. Very well.
Na četvrtom su Vej Vetu.
Aha. Na četvrtom, pušteno, tamo ću ovdje završiti. I
Da, lagano.
pikati to tamo.
Bilo... Pravili su ove Killing Darts, pa da kažem, ok lete.
Malo bolje nego ne iz Helldivera.
Dosta bolje.
Ko je igrao obe igre, znači na šta govorim. Helldiverima su dalje tužne.
To bi se reklo ide gas.
Jest.
Ovo je 5. Starački.
Momento.
ko svi postali pučeviti, niko ne aktivira turit, toga. Ili su malo nemarni, ja to stvarno si pazim.
Pa ne aktiviraš ih stalno, to me trik.
Pa naravno.
To ti je prvo, drugo, ne oslani se previše na sentry, sentry zna nekad da ubije par nekih slabih neprijatelja, ali krupni neprijatelj neće ni da ubije. Samo polude, na primjer, Scrake, Flash, Pound i tako. Te pali neko do tebe?
Ovdje ti je vrlo puno.
Nema već, napravit ću ja novi.
Evo sad ću da završim, sad ćemo mi
sve okej.
zadnji wave je bukvalno i cepamo. Ja ću da ti se joinujem bez problema.
Yes.
Ili ti meni kako hoćeš.
Sve jedno, ja ću se na tebe joinut. Imaš neki dropova za Dead by Daylight?
Pa ima sad trenutno Lights Out.
A, ovo su baneri.
Ne stižem da igram, veruj mi, znači ovih dana sve sam prva, dođem kući totalno razjeban, veruj mi, znači ni mi do života, kamoli da ne mogu da upalim ništa, ni do čega je. Ceo dan sam brale napolje na suncu, bukvalno.
Okej. Praktično te sunčanice ubilo.
Ma beži, ne mogu da se ohladim. Mnogo mi smeta baš, ovo je baš pretoplo jebote. Nije normalno.
Thanks.
TNX Jennifer.
Smiley face. Kao nova igra izašla. Ovo sam gledao. Stranded. Alien Dawn.
Gotovo. It's done. Done and done.
Yes, Mr. Dunn. Samo ti tako troši svoje teško zarađene novce. Kažem sebi.
Šta si pozario?
Neki RTS, probat ću ga.
To
je
nešto novo. To je nešto novo.
Pojma nema. Vidim da je na popustu, to je jedan od onih, čini mi se, release kao sale-ova, što nije loša ideja.
To je super ideja, realno.
Bilo je tako par igara. Mislim, čim je izašla, mislim, imaju kao regularnu cenu, ali kako se kupiš igru, čim izađe, nude recimo pomalo manje cenu. I posle, ne znam, prve nedelje, kad već, onda već, cena već je za, na primjer, 3 do 10 dolara, zavisi ko kako igra. Pa nije, ali zamislite Capcom tako nešto radi, ali oni nemaju potrebe to raditi. Da ti kažu, umjesto pre-order, ako kupite novi Resident Evil ili tako nešto, ili Street Fighter, cena vam je, umjesto, ne znam, 60 dolara, cena vam je 50.
Naprimjer.
Važi tipa prva 2 dana. Sad, koliko je verovati novinarima i ostalim govnarima, razumeš? Kad radi review, da će pošteno da daje review. God knows. Chat for YouTube viewers. That's fucking impressive. I want to break free. I want to break free. Tebi sad piše travel to join party. A gde ti to koji kurac putuješ kad se ja joinu na tebe?
Sam mogu napaći na PlayStation Networka na tvoj Steam.
Ne putuješ ti nigdje. Ja se joinuo na tebe. Tako. Tako. Eradicate Stalkers, deal acidic damage. Use explosive lock. Ima foraz use explosive lock. Možeš da ga staviš na vrata, skineš ga, staviš ga, skineš ga, staviš ga, skineš ga i to je to. Kaže kako je lup. Yes. Hoćemo.
Choose whatever you want.
Ne, ti si glavni šef ove ekspedicije.
Ako sam se ja to imao na tebe, ja sam glavni.
Ne, ja sam se priključio na tebe. A to što je tebi pisalo travel to join party, to mačko red. Ne, nijednu posebnu mapu, mislim, za daily. Znaš? Nema. Čekaj, piše imaš za glavni quest. Army depot. Možeš long ako hoćeš. Long, koji si ti level? 30. Možeš staviti hard.
Moram sa ovim da odradim assignment da...
S kojim? Sa Gunslingerom?
Tek komandom probable i onda se vraćam na...
Gunslingerom.
24.
A stavi zavisi koliko hoćeš da igraš. Možemo short, možemo long. Army depot.
Army depot. Koji ti treba doći sa jednom?
Army depot. Da. Pa da hoćeš duže da igramo. Ako hoćeš kraće da igramo, možeš kraće.
Lagano.
Ne moraš da ideš nigdje, samo zadrži dugme, to je to. Moramo da se ukrcavamo gore. Evo, što nam samo ne ubaci nas na meč.
Jebi ga, ja sam stavio meč.
Ne znam, ali zašto, vidi, dvojica nas je. Zašto ne napravi sesiju za nas, pa onda razmisli da ubaci ljude. A ne sad ni čeka 16 ljudi da ubaci. Ili nijedno.
Dobro, generalno gledam barem kod mene na Sony za sad do 30 sekundi je normalno da se čeka, a zna neki put zaista u par sekundi upadne bez problema. Sad jebi ga. Treba još igrača da bi to bilo bolja frekvencija.
Ma ne treba, vidiš, kažem ti, vidiš da smo ušli samo dvojice, to je okej. Ah, yes. Nemam ništa.
You made short work of the Chimera. The Queen didn't present much trouble for you.
A znači kraljica Queen je boss. Ono što pravi male pauke. Znaš, onaj pasiv svakih 10-12 sekundi kad dobiješ zombije ili kad upucaš nešto do elektronike dobiješ health.
Evo ljudi, op.
E?
Napraviš unesen.
Te zvala majka bilo?
Jes, dobro. A dobro je. Malo pogličaju. Borba s njom.
Znam, zato nisam sjeo da idem. To što ne mogu da budem babysitterka. Mogu da odem turistički i da je posjetim tamo u Nikšića, ali da idem tamo da gledam babu, ne mogu. Jednom sam se zezno otiša i...
Idu sam. Kiselo mlijeko ću ti prižet, a?
Može, može.
A one sandvičići na sto. Onako rezano, ono sam uzeo, zabravit ću ti 3, a?
Da, može.
Ono rezano na tanka pačas.
Može, može.
Uzeo sam neke salame, da.
Jest, dao sam ti novac, Slavko, uzmi nešto.
Jebi ga se.
Pa nije kasno, imaš novac, za Bog, uzmi pištolj za heal bar.
Daleko sam ja.
Nisi.
I uzeo sam ja pištolj za heal, nisi ti vriješ.
Very nice.
Vidi gas. Vidi gas.
No more chatter.
Hello people, hello, what's up? Testing microphone, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Meni tu klip. Jes, meni tu klip.
Može se rekonektuješ, vidjet ćemo. Probaj. Znaš šta ti je, više nekako su drugi igrači ušli, dešava se lag, znaš. Vidjet da je to. Ugasi, to je na konzoli, ali tako. Ugasi igru preko toga. I probaj da se rejoinuješ. Još te nije dropala igra ako si brz. Što je način forove male kurvice. Su skontale od botova. Da si solo. Će da te nagnu.
Evo pokušavam da se logam, da se joinim, što se kaže.
Good luck. Nije ti igraš dropova. Još uvijek šlefuješ u mjestu, znaš. Još uvijek kao zauzimaš slot. Hello, my friend from Turkey, hello.
Extra protection here. Trust me, you lot need all the help you can bloody get.
Drago mi je da niko ništa ne otvara. Jebi sunce. Može sad. brzinski. Reconnect.
Morao sam ovdje stati da se kucam na onaj connect i to mi pazi.
Ne, nije ti izbacilo za početak. Znaš, taj timeout, to ti je onaj timer koji treba prođe da bi te igra ono šutnuo iz lobby, znaš. Kad se tako ne reaguješ, da kažem.
To će tom jointu će ovdje da bude ok. Naravno, ako neko nije zauzeo slot.
Sad ću ti reći čim uđeš.
Idem se joinira.
Player joint. Kao sam te vidio na sekund, a?
Neće mi se pomoći da neki broj. Šta je? Možda se ovdje kupi server, ili znaš?
Ja.
Ne da mi se vidio koji je tema, ne da li...
A šta je? Gledam da li ti neko uzeo mjesto.
Ne znam, ako hoćeš da se vrneš na mene, da mogu brati ono vidi.
Extra protection here.
Ajde čekaj u lobiju, bar da im pare pošaljem. Lupo mi sad izađem da im ostavim 200 nešto ne pretvorim.
Silence that noise. Come over and grab a vest, lads.
Ću da prodam stvari i da im bacim lovu. Znači, ova runda ti je sponovno 250 neprijatelja, možda je to napravilo mali problem, no? Naravno nije sve odjednom, nikad ti ne vidiš 250 neprijatelja odjednom. Prodam stvari za, na primjer, tako, good luck, gentlemen, I gotta go. Take care.
Great.
To je to. Onda sam dalio. Nažalost. Šta da se radi?
A možemo bre i bez ljudi ako zajebalo, kako god.
Pa napravi manje lobby za početak, da vidimo da odigramo tako meč.
Samo odigra meč making ball.
Yes. You do very well.
Armi depo beše, jeste, a?
Aha.
Armi depo.
Ja. Ali pa si ima najviše para od svih, znaš?
Pa velim.
I onda sam, kad sam prodao oružje, uzeo sam neku bezveznu, ostalo je bilo 7-8 milijana i pištol sam prodao, dodam pare, dao sam svakom po 1000 i po 2, što sam izašao. Bilo mi glupo da izađem, dobili bi, ne znam kako igra deli pare kad livaš tako. Ne verujem da raspodeli keš.
Ne verujem ni ja.
Nisu oni baš to tako nešto imali, to bude super lako.
Up and away, lads. Turret's hungry. Let's feed it some Zeds. I could do this all day. That's just for existing. Almost here. Don't all rush at once.
Ja ti znam dosta ovih lokacija s ovim gadgetima i čudima. Hast možda gađe. Dobro sam ga čuo kada onako pederski te gađe s onim projektilima. Spama.
Ma dosadan je kao problem čovječ.
I puno te šikanira. Ja vam obično pobegnem u neku sobu. I tu ne može puno da skakući. Može, ali i ne može. Nema toliko prostora za nervisanje. Oni žice pomeru.
Reloading.
Baš.
Lively crowd, eh?
Fruit Punch Samurai. Welcome to my channel.
Fruit Punch Samurai. Fruit Samurai, okay. That's a funny. Destroy Queen Crawler X. Yes and no. Si gledao jajce? Ili ti ne vidiš jajce? Jajce.
Koje jajce?
Znači ne vidiš, to se misli.
No.
Yeah, that's what I thought so. Neću, ček, mogu da ti dam malo para. molim. Motherfucker.
And stay down.
Done and done. Gotovo ruda.
You're all a credit to Nightfall.
Jajce. Od krvice. Ono što si ti uništio, I'm impressed. Param pam. Ćeš pare?
Pa može ovog puta malo, ne bi bilo loše. Ako ti ne prave.
Naravno da ne.
Pinged it for you.
Znači, kraljica je boss. Znači, ovaj shotgun što koristim je modifikovan da ispalje eksplozivnu municiju, a također i probija kroz 2 zombija. Da, imao sam originalnu varijantu koju sam ja koristio dugo, a sad sam ga malo modifikovao sa ovim novim tačnim tim. Pazi se ovih scavengera, oni malo jebu. Ne bi ti baš preporučio da soliraš toliko.
No lagano.
To na početku može, ali sad... Cing. Ja sam zaboravio što još ima ovdje na ovoj mapi da se otvori. Ima zipline, ima armory, sentry, to sam ja sve otvarao. A, pa možeš ti otvoriš šta god hoćeš. Ja gledam generalno da iskoristim sve one alate na onim sanducima, zipovima i tako o tome. Koliko će mi trebati kint? Ok.
treba pali.
Koliko nudiš?
Koliko pustiš? 1500.
1500. U prilike. To je to. I evo ti nazad. Nije ni trebalo sam. Hvala. Samo sam zamenio. Zato što mi piše, u suštini svejedno bi uzao ovo oružje, nego piše mi da uradim 25.000 fire damage. Ona je industrijski laser što koristim, on radi fire damage svejedno. Se odbliznao na povrat banana.
Malo.
Eyes on the straight.
Ajmo da dopadi nam na glavu ili na malo.
I ovaj cajper isto nas cepa. Mali peder. Nešto me gori onako inački, znaš. A ono, znaš. Na koju stranu ne bliže? Aha, to je gori iznad glave. Evo. Još uvijek imam 3 alata. Ništa gdje će s njima. Smo mi otvorili sve. Ne vidim samo. 60 sekundi, idem da proverim. Da li može nešto da se uradi? Ako može, to ne može da je prodam. Uglavnom sam navikao sam se da otvaram, bez uvrede. I onda...
Ja se trudim da otvaram sve što...
Pa da, ali uglavnom to ne radi niko, bez ja, znaš. I onda ti ja tako kupujem više alate nego što treba. Na primjer da si mi rekao... Ne, trati, bukvalno za meni.
Pa nema veze.
A Gunslinger ti ima dobar cheat, znaš. Uključiš ulti i isključiš i dobiješ pola municije. 20% municije dobiješ.
Ima i to, da.
A neka municija ti jako skupa. I ako to uradiš na pauzi između 2 runde, free municiju dobiješ. Moraš da kupuješ metke. Šta znači, fora nije samo za pištolje. Prijatelj. Sad će. Oklizam se i padala. Moram da se mrdamo, ovo je počeo da gađe odozgo. Znaš koja je razlika između harda i normalno? Da ti ja objasnim ovako nešto, ovako nejednostavnije. Taj debil od, kako se zove, Haska, znači ne da ne promašuje, nego izvodi neke pogodke kod da igraš DBD protiv Huntress. Znaš, pogađate s onom vatrom, znači neki nemogući kugov. Mogu uništava. Ovaj sekundari mod na mene. laser. Umri, pederu. Uo.
If we don't wrap this up soon, I'm gonna drop my keks and do an agricultural right here.
Ovo ti je normalno. Vrlo je lagano. Da kažem tako. Ne baš. Ne. Ne. Šta ću ja s tim? Šta ću ja s tim? Zašto? Pa već imam najbolje oružje. Samo mi treba za bossa malo drugačije kad dođem do skoro zadnje runde. Ja, ovo je novi modifier, ovo ti je mutator da eksplodira, gledaj sad ono. Ali majčin sine, nemoj ga udarati. A on tačira te nagnat, znaš. This is for your eyes.
To je šurenje sina.
Should have done some cardio, mate.
Svašta nešto. Vidi ga, ja. Pazi na ovaj mali, nemoj pucati podnoge se mote. Leđi. Nije leđi, nego je zabio projektil iza nas. Malo se vrtimo, ostalice dole, tamo u hangaru ispod nas. Od svih mutatora imaš onu varijantu kad su kao svi špare. Ja. Onda skip rundu.
Pa trčkam da stavljam recimo ove brave jelte na vrata, zanosim se.
Mogu da uzmeš i torbe za prvu pomoć. Ali ne vredi bez medik jedini koji vredi za te torbice. Dobiješ 2 šprice. I to kad igram s ljudima pokušavam da im objasnim da se to jedino isplati. Da puste mediku da kupi sve torbice.
Vidiš, ovdje nismo recimo otvorili.
Sjeti se pa kupi. Vidiš, treba si mi reći. Ja sam pretrčao svuda bez, nisam tu pogledao. Znači, fora sentry upaljen, ali to nije. Aj ga, znaj.
Ovdje su već mi zjevali. Ja znam da nisu, ajmo gore da se zjevamo.
Idi tu levo.
Ili može ovdje.
Ne, tu levo. Ne, tu. Možeš kroz prozor pucat, znaš.
Moramo da pazimo i ove njemene.
Evo, ne.
Reloading. What's that chainsaw?
stiže Skrejk. Mogu da dragujem, bukvalno instant napad.
That's a voice no one will know.
Ufacim si Šojić. Yes, yes. To sam doktor rekao da imaš, ne pun sam, imaš mod za ovaj pištolj, taj sa healing dartovima, zove se explosive dart. Explosive healing, pukneš sebi ispod nogu, ne healaš sam sebe. Manje healuje nego direktno, ali možeš sebe da healaš. Obična statica to ne može.
Very interesting.
Yes, yes. Pa ću računam plan za zadnju rundu da vidimo za kraljicu.
Let's keep it tight, guys.
Uje. Skoro sam guga. Crawlers, gore, feast and blood explode on death. Dojaj.
Što idemo, šta je? Ja nisam vidio mutator, idemo mač.
Opet eksplodiram. Opet eksplodiram. Najbolje na terasu da ih čekam, da ti ja kažem. Jedino što će biti zezno tako bube kada da skaču na glavu. Ali imam rješenje za to, gledaj. Kaš da vidiš. Imam rješenje za to. Op, još jedna torbica. Da, znaš da ga skineš i staviš i onda ga resetuje. To znaš.
Ma znam. Odmah na glavu, brate, na kjeg samo.
Bube. Bube, čika Slavko. Leđa. Upa mi je buba u glavu, znaš. A.
Oh my god.
Uživa.
Mogu jebeno da verujem. Ubit će me, brate.
Buba me eksplodirao u glavu. Znaš?
Mogu jebeno da verujem. Ma šta me sve jure? Ovo su strašne stvari, gospodine.
Znam. Nemoj trčat na njih. Ej, imaš jednoga iznad glave ovoga govnara. Mislim da su svi eksplozivni pomirali. Nemoj to ono bije, zeba. Znaš ko ti je ostao, onaj gad što ispalje taj.
Vidim, sve lagano.
Bube su im pukli u mozak.
Hoće.
To boss ili kako ide, zaboravim se?
Ne, idemo još jedan i onda ide boss.
A ne, ovo s ovim eksplozivnim govnima, razumeš, buba bukvalno skočila je normal. Skoči ti buba na milimetar u facu, znači dve su skočile. Dodole su mi 50-70 health. Bam, nisu ni pucu u njih, pukli. Na do the Super Mario Dance.
Jeste.
Zaboravim pištol da promenim. To je to. Imam gi sve.
Reckon they prefer it dark. You don't scare me. I fought with Underprat's lava. Wait up, you man.
Tačno sam znao da će se prevariti čovječ.
Smrdamo odavde.
Možemo pokretu koristimo turim.
Chainsaw massacre time.
Malo iskoristimo ovo čovjek. To se ne radi.
Bilo 2-3, onak haster, znaš, negdje iza glave. Na nekom gelenderu. Mopedom.
Evo lijepo.
Weakness, ovo je biohazard i fire. Šta imam da radi biohazard? To nije acid, to je nešto drugo. Već je pa ima 15 elemenata u igri. Kao da igram Pokemon igru s kartom. No offense. Ne. Ovo bi to skidat dosta. Sada para, ćeš kupiš nešto. Vidim da imaš 7 milijana, to je problem. Možda alat da uzmeš da otvoriš, ti si postaje zam, nema veze.
Horsley was short-sighted when it came to the humble innocence. I knew through the mire I could turn it into something.
Trebamo da iskoristimo i ova vrata. Evo je.
Marked it. I can be helpful now.
Pacimo dole za nisu i krajnje ne mogu da velim.
Ovdje ne stala.
Stani gore, gledam se.
Stala promptala se, znaš.
When I do something, that's an order.
Pazi.
Temporary success breeds dangerous confidence.
To su strašne stvari.
Da, vrlo strašne stvari.
Gde ste bando?
Ovo, dobro večer.
Ti taj, možeš da koristiš 3 kako se zove, a znaš da idu džabe bez spirit kosta?
Da, pa vidim, tako sam shvatio, tako napisano.
I piše ti još plus enemies in your presence have no elemental resist.
To je rekao da je baš navođeno.
Pa navođeno jeste.
Šta radite, čemu se bavite?
Dobio sam 47 poena tamo, znaš, pasiva za Atlas 3. To ti je kad uradiš ovoga, kako zove, Arbiter of Divinity, znaš.
Ladno sam odradio sve.
Uradiš Arbiter of Divinity.
A ti, Slavko, šta si ti uradio danas?
Jest.
To su ništa specijalno, brale, možda pola sata sad da ugradim vreme da odigram daily u KF-u, ceo dan, brate, samo sam. 2 sata, 3 sata, 4 sata, 5 sati, 6 sati, 7 sati, 8 sati, 9 sati, 10 sati, 11 sati, 12 sati, 13 sati, 14 sati, 15 sati, 16 sati, 17 sati, 18 sati, 19 sati, 20 sati, 21 sati, 22 sati, 23 sati, 24 sati, 25 sati, 26 sati, 27 sati, 28 sati, 29 sati, 30 sati, 31 sati, 32 sati, 33 sati, 34 sati, 35 sati, 36 sati, 37 sati, 38 sati, 39 sati, 40 sati, 41 sati, 42 sati, 43 sati, 44 sati, 45 sati, 46 sati, 47 sati, 48 sati, 49 sati, 50 sati, 51 sati, 52 sati, 53 sati, 54 sati, 55 sati, 56 sati, 57 sati, 58 sati, 59 sati, 60 sati, 61 sati, 62 u nekom poslu, juri tamo, juri vamo, da ti
A, jebote ne zajebaj, po vrućini.
Da, znači, napustio i danas baš, ono, katastrofa, rekao, daj kao malo da upalim, malo, rekao, da se razonorim. Opet brat ustajem ujutru u četvrtak, prva po redu, ništa me ne piti kao vrat.
Ja sam ovo se otišao, prijatno.
Da, ja sam daily odradio, hvala Bogu.
Ne daily.
Komplet.
Komplet sam čitao ono čisti.
Kako, kad pre jebote, koliko dugo
Pa radiš, ne nego radiš samo one zadatke, to je to. Znaš, oko masu XP dobiješ.
Ja sam odradio, samo mi fali još 5, bukvalno sam na 20. page-u i odradio sam i ovaj Operation Shadowhunter, sve mislim.
A on se ni ne sjeća da je igrao 3. sezonu, a on mi kaže, ja ne sjećam se ove mapu, ovo je nova mapa. A ne da je odigrao tu mapu, nego je toliko davno igrao Killing Floor 3 da se više ne sjeća.
Ne, nemoj izlaziti, znači kad odigrate još malo.
Dosta.
Da vidim na što liči da je Killing Floor, jebate.
Ne isto što si igrao pre. Si ga igrao?
Pa ne znam, ono
kad je bio free to. Jesi ga bio uzeo baš? Jesi ga čekao da li ga imaš u library?
Killing Floor 3, uzeo sam ga kad i vi, jebote, svi smo zajedno ga uzeli.
Igrali smo zajedno.
Uzeli ste ga ti, Slavko i onda
liči na isto, da li je optimizam, nije to već... Ne znam, znaš. Ovo nije loše na Epic Store, ovaj OTXO. To ti je na fazon Hotline Miami, s malo...
Vidio sam nešto na tu foru, da, nakon...
To sam Drakuli bio gifto na Steamu. Na dobru muziku. Roguelike. Ono top down, krećeš si sobu iz sobu, skupljaš oružja, melee, range.
A to je bilo kad? Juče, mislim.
Kako misliš, kad su deli igru? Ne, možeš i sad uzmeš.
Mislim da nas nešto drugo dali.
Nope.
Ja sam danas izašao da bacim smeće, bilo mi je ono, malte ne, dosta.
Ja sam otišao da uplatim Kevi kredit, digao sam...
Da, ostavi se to za danas, znam da si mi juče nešto pričao.
Treba sam da se setim, jutros je bilo previše rano, 5, 15, 20. Nisam ni registrovano ženu, ako je otvorila trafiku, nisam je registrovao, znaš.
Da.
A kad se vraćao s posla, što nam je tehnolog, ona je držala neki govor, umjesto da odemo kući u normalno vreme, mi smo krenuli nazad autobusom u 5:30, ne 5:30, 2:30, 2:35.
Aha. A šta, za neku novu obuku ili čisto nešto?
Ma ne, nešto, znaš, ono, tipa zato što, ne znam, čistili su rezervoar, pa nije bilo ono posla, pa su onda počeli, znaš, ono, podizanje morala, ja to tako zovem, možda Slavko zna o čemu pričam. To je kad firma nema posla, onda se, znaš, onda se prave planovi kako raditi. I kao za redovnost dobijemo od nas koliki je kolektiv, razumeš, radnika i poslovođa, ulaziš kao u žreb, ti što su redovni na poslu, 3 ljudi ulazi u žreb za po 500 € bonus za taj mjesec.
Lepo, dobro.
Pa nije loše, ali šta garantuje da neće isti ljudi sljedeći mjesec dobiti to, razumeš? A neko nijednom napiraš za godinu dana. A također imaš, njihova logika je pa kao ako motivišemo ljude sa tim nasumičnim žrebom, znači u taj žreb ulaze samo ljudi koji su redovni na poslu, kao ovi što nisu redovni, idu na bolovanje, znaš, po 1-2 dana nedelju, kao oni će biti redovni. Ja rekao s dužnim poštovanjem neće. Njemu ne trebaju ni ovako novci čim, razumeš, ne dolazi svaki dan na poslu.
Ali dobro, ali ovo su besplatne pare za koje ne mora da zarade, nego što da ih dobije.
Mora da budeš svaki dan redan na poslu.
Dobro, tebi to ne kače, si generalno redovan.
Meni se ludaka Mistfall Hunter možda.
Vidio sam, ali ništa.
Ne, pojme, ja sam
vidio sam Mixed review i samo ćemo da zaobiđemo to.
Ne znam šta je, veruj mi, znači
ne znam šta je.
Bacio oko, preletao sam.
Za neke stvari verujem Steam review, ono, iz aviona.
PvP igrica u epskoj fantastici, isto onako da luteš da skupljaš, ali brate klanki je meni ono borba previše u PvP-u.
Čekaj, je li ona u early accessu ili je u full izdanju?
Ne, nije me toliko interesovalo, pogledao sam malo na Twitchu.
Pa evo, upravo sam sad pustio. Vidim kao da je, jel te, napunjen ovdje na Twitchu.
Pa naravno koji su svaku novu igru za koju plate da je napunjena.
Streameri su prodane duše.
Pogledaj, brate, koliko ima streamera, brate,
Dobro,
znači
to je u
sve
redu,
skupađe.
ali gledalci zašto se zakače, to znači nam verovatno neki kurac redi.
Pa, promovisali su...
Pa nije, brate, tako Slavko. Ako su platili influencera da influencera, razumeš što ti je to, nije da vredi.
Promovisali su i onaj, kako se zove, HUD, sećaš?
Da.
Onaj extraction shooter.
I šta je bilo ono
Ništa.
kad je isteklo to sa streamerima?
Niko to igrao nije.
Nisu više oni streamovali, niti posle njih je igrao.
Niko to živi nije igrao.
Pa to.
With all due respect.
Ej, gledam barem, znači ovaj moment u igri mi je, što baš Bojan kaže, brate, klanki, brate, mi sve nekako deluje pomalo, znaš, nema tu fluidnost, mamu moje.
Ne, nema, ali sad zamisli kako je to tek u PvP-u, još da kasne informacije. To je PvP orijentisana igra, ne smije da ti kasne, brate, informacije, pogotovo tamo gde imaš mele protiv range-a. Tu ne smije, znači, samim tim igrama kao mele u deficitu. Ti si tu u deficitu. I još da bude klanki, još da ti kasne pa brate, ono, gotovo si, znači, nema što da radiš. Znaš šta je, brate, to je bukvalno da te neko kajtuje i da se frustriraš, ono, non stop i tako jeste bilo, ono. Kad vidimo ove koji igraju range, to lepe nešto, znači, brate, ove frustriraju se. Doslovno ništa ne možda mu uradiš, ono. A svi imate kao navodno isto brzinu kretanja i imate ono kao dodge. Neko fondova i stranac ne bi smeo da može tako da se kreće da bude kupano metal kod puca ili tako nešto. Previše lako onda sve to radi. A ovaj jadnik, brate, ne može stigne do njega. I ako stigne, ovaj mu samo uradi dodge, dash i opet iz početka, ono resetovo je. Tako da ne znam, meni se to nije dopalo, meni se to uopšte nije dopalo. Cijela ta ideja.
Mogu jedno pitanje za Snape, ako nam je ženu sve nego što...
Samo ako nije bio zabrit,
Da, palim i odem da spavam. Jer bih probao, kako vidio sam da se požario Abyssus, kako se već čita.
Ne, to je timska igra. Neću ni da probam. Kad nabaviti? Timska igra, kao Deep Rock je na taj fazon. Nisam rekao da je Deep Rock na taj fazon.
A kopi igra, šta, tako onda reci kopi igra?
Pa, kopija bi podrazumijela da ima određene stvari da deli, ne deli. Više kao, kako oni kažu, ono, vibe, znaš.
Aha.
Kako, po osjećaju bi rekao da je tako timska igra, znaš. Ne.
Slušaj, ne vraću cigaru, da spavam, Lovčić.
Ajde, vreme, sad će pola 12.
Go to sleep, grandpa. Jesi mi to rekao?
Ne, kažem da će ono vreme, pola 12.
To se ja šalim.
Ma, brate, tako je, nažalost.
Tako je kako je.
Tako se osjećam ovih dana kao grandpa, brate.
Pa kako ne, brate, po ovoj vrućini, ja ne znam koji bi snajpo i polje za bilo što. Pazi, ono, volim leto, ali ovo 40 plus, ono, na
Ako su aktivnosti koje zahtjeva da bude napolje, ne.
Znači, to je druga stvar.
Jebite si jedan i drugi.
Što?
Zato što moja aktivnost je napolje isključivo to.
Pa ti...
Od kada? Aha!
Znači, maj, brate, prvo je ono gde... seks.
Prva ti je do 2 sata. Najgore ti je od 12 do 5.
Počinješ da kuvaš bre napolje od 9 ujutru, to je tebi kurac bre napolje sam na deponiju merim onim pištoljem 60 stepeni.
Pa,
ako ima kako se zove dosta betona i toga...
Pa ne samo to, vidi, ja sam sunčana strana.
Pa naravno, beton i deponija ugljeva
ja
te pa
sunce
ti...
dobijem već od pola 10.
Ma vamo, brate, počinješ da kuvaš još si u radnom bre od...
Pa ne, pa to ja kažem, ono. Jeste da je najveća navodno temperatura ono kada je sunce najviše, ali kad si izložen od sunca, znači od samog početka, veruj mi da je drugačije.
Jeste, bolje je tako nego da ono, samo gruniš napolje i ono, kad si postepeno, jel te, od ranog jutra ne vitavaš. lakše da nekako podneseš kasnije. Novi Souls-like igara, evo sad Angry Joe, Feast of Reincarnation, to je nešto kao Souls-like.
Risk of Rain.
Ne, Beast
Beast is
Reincarnation.
Nice. Nikad čuo. Mnogo igre sa Souls-like, a nisu. A da bude niske nisu.
Pa sad sam bacio oko, barem na Blitz mi tako deluje.
Previše se olako dele ti tagovi kao Souls-like.
A, brate, svaka avantura iz...
Sve što može da se level upuje, level upuje statistike, ima checkpointe i onaj healing pot, jeli? Ispada sve su kao Souls-like. Well.
Da, znači ljudi neće da mislimo neke svoje stvari i to je to.
Ste vi gledali zadnju Souls-like igru? Tipa Elden Ring. Koliko je drugačija, osim svega to što sam neko navedeno, koliko je zapravo drugačije koncipirana nego bilo koja druga Souls-like igra. Uporedi...
Toliko daleko da kažem da je toliko daleko od druge.
Zanemari level upovanje, healing potove i checkpointe.
Možemo da poredimo sa...
Ne, slušaj me, ne, zanemari healing potove, level upovanje i checkpointe. Koliko je svaka Souls igra drugačija od druge.
Ne, zato kažem, smemo da je poredimo sa Kecom.
Po čemu možda je porediš se? Elden Ring?
Da, Elden Ring i Kec.
Po čemu bi ga poredio?
Na steroidima, DS Kec na steroidima.
DS1 ti je koridor igre.
Ne, DS Kec je jedini ne koridor. Bukvalno ono kao otvorena mapa, mislim ideja je bila, nismo mogli da napravimo ali bukvalno iz jednog dela možeš da odeš na drugi deo, vezani su prolazima i nije napravljeno da bude...
Pa dobro, određene stvari u DS-u 1 mogu da se dođeš s druge strane, ne sve, ima limit. Ima limit.
Ipak je to PlayStation.
Momci, ja vas pozdravljam, ovo Čiča vas hvala.
Čekaj da čujemo, brate, nisi čuo da završimo pojentu.
Ne mora, popusti pojentu, nebitni ste, tako reci.
Da, sve da pitam, ima nekih dropova za Killzone 3?
Jeste, kako ne. Će da ti plati.
Još onih 2 čoveka.
Oni 2 čovjeka što su ušli za nama. Ima doktora, on nije normalno, on se ne računa.
Što je bilo? Nešto je bilo ili...
A, on igra samo Helena.
A, to, da. Ajde, vaš slavno kod nas.
Ne moram da znojim baš jaja, znaš. On ti je igrao Series M na maksimalnom difficulty.
Znam, sam pokazivo mi nešto.
Doom, onaj, kako se zove, Doom Eternal je isto tako speedrunnao na maksimalnom difficulty, znači on ti ne spada u normalne igrače, definitivno.
Da, možete reći, on baš ide to imamo, try hard.
Sin da igraš meč, nije ti nikako pošteno.
Igram 3 s njim. Imam tamo neku ekipu, neke Bugare, Britance i tako to, ono. Bio sam kod njih na kanalu. Ne znam da sam izašao, sam i posle izbacili da sam bio neki, ono.
Pa, naravno da si bio neki.
Prošlo toga godinu dana već.
Oni su samo elitisti, jer ti moraš da igraš ozbiljno s njima.
To ne, pa bili su ono, mislim, ali da, isto kao gaze, to samo ono, max difficulty.
Pa, ja.
Ono zanimljivo. Bilo bi nešto prvo frka, ono, znaš, nisam očekivao to, jer mi nije rekao. I ono, znaš, sad, nikad ne želiš da budeš posljednja, ono, kao najslabija karika. Ali bilo okej, ono. Malo se štekaš uz njih, malo, ono, i naći način. Krivo mi što nema nekih dropova, nešto, ono. Kako je Gunslinger, si ga probao?
Ima brži reload, ono što sam ja vidio.
Sve ste mi već onako.
Ima brži reload, 20-30% za pištolje. Ili za sva oružje ili za pištolje, zaboravio sam da li ima limit.
Pa ne vrati za pištolje.
Neki skillovi nisu samo za pištolje, neki jesu. Mislim da je konkretno mislim da je za pištolje. Naprimjer imaš, kad pogodiš neprijatelja da se nahiluješ. Svaki 10 sekundi, na prvi level je svaki 20 sekundi, na treći level svaki 10 sekundi dobiješ nazad 20 HP.
To nije loše.
Alternativa ti je svaki put kad reloaduješ oružje da dobiješ boost 25% na movement speed. Sad.
Dobro, stalno možeš da reloaduješ.
Koliko misliš da možeš da bežiš mobovima? Jesi vidio kako se kreće?
Pa dobro, ali...
Na većim difficulty, ne možeš. Ja sam probao solo da bežim određene neprijatelje, ne možeš. Ne, bukvalno, bilo je situacija kad su trčali na mene, svi zajedno, znaš. Znači, udario sam bio sprint nazad. Znači, od najslabijih do najjačih neprijatelja. Što veći difficulty, to veći opseg neprijatelja koji zapravo imaju taj kao power sprint.
Da, i samim tim su još i precizni.
Možda bi mogu s doktorom Milanom da malo diskutujemo oko toga da si kao brži, da to ima smisla. Možda njemu ima smisla, meni nema.
Vidi, svaki put što smisliš jedan metak uradiš reload, bukvalno imaš na taj način...
Svaki 10 sekundi, 20 HP dobiš nazad.
Pa to, meni
ja ne znam koliko je to loše.
Sad ako si neki tryharder, mogu da razumem ako budeš htio na movement speed, ali ono za casual, za...
To ti je logika da si toliko dobar da računaš da će ekipa da pogine pa ćeš ti da sve sam skineš. To ti je ta neka logika. Znaš kako sam moba pokupio, ovo nije normalno.
Opali su valjda.
Da, pokupio sam jednog od onih gorila iz akta 3. Ovako, normalno movement speed mu je jako killav, znaš, onako trupka kad ide. A kad stani krene da bije, znaš kako šaketa. Ima case tower. To mu vadi prosjek.
Pa kako onda sporo ide, brate, kad ima case?
Pa po defaultu mu je mali movement speed, nisi sam pogledaj kako se šeta. Onako cupka. Kad hoda. Ali kad dođe da vidiš kako radi leva desna, leva desna.
A jel možeš ti više od jednog...
Bossa ne, to je limit.
Aha, znači...
Znaš šta me pitaš, tačno znaš šta me pitaš. To je prvo što sam probao s ovom klasom.
Joj, šta imaš sve ovdje?
Šta od aura? Pa ništa posebno, imam disciplinu.
Ma ne aura, nego ovi monsteri, gledam sad se ubacuju tog nekog dinosaurusa, vukove, medvede...
A ovo ti je...
Još jednog medveda.
Iz akta 3 ili akta 4, onaj Blind Beast.
Šta radi?
Pa mogu da ga pustim jedan na jedan da vidiš kako on bije. Ali nema šta da se udari ovdje više, to je problem.
Dobro vidim, da čisti smo. I on ima svoje aurice, ujebote.
Vrlo jednostavno, ima samo jednu vrstu udarca. Za razliku od ovih ostalih mobova.
Jedno li vredno ili?
A vidjet ćeš. Čim krene fight, isključit ću sve osim njega pa švijeti. Šta bi on?
A, to se ne računa, jer onda ne upija bonusov i drugih.
Sam sebe buffuje. Jedino ko ima bonus je gorila, on ima bonus za svaku različitog moba u ekipi.
Aha.
On ima bonus.
Ali zato daje i haste svima, brže kretanje attack speed.
To ti je ovaj novi mob, da. Svaka kula ti daje skill point, sad sam krenuo ove kule sa strane da radim, ove. Prekursor power. Aha, ovdje sam izginuo pa... Ne znam kad sam izginuo, nema veze. Vjerojatno sam nabustao mapu i izginuo. Da vidim samo tap. Ti gledam.
Te medvedi... Ma daj brate, ne može da stigne ništa da uradi pored medvedi.
Ne, sporo se kreće, znaš, ali pogledam samo animacije kako bije.
Da vidim u levo, desno i onda oni veliki smeš.
Da, ali to inače jako sporo, ali on sam kaže direktno da.
Da, znači on ono, hard hitter closer, on završava.
Jedni sunce bije brže od gorila, znaš, gorila se brže kreće. Kad brojim udarci koliko put udara. Dođi boss. Veri vam. Čekaj, ja sam završio ovu mapu. Znaš šta sam zaboravio da uradim?
Ali će ne ovoga da sprogiraju, ovi se ne mrdu, pičko materno, ovi nadje.
Čekaj.
Strašno, evo te.
Sahranili su. 40 i nešto pojena sam bio dobio na Atlas 3.
Jebote.
Kad sam radio ovog Arbitra Divinity. Zato sam pretrčao, prvo sam vukao malo gore, dobio 40 pojena pa sam navukao ovdje malo. Ja sam povukao odavde dole jednu crtu. I to ti je 169 od 336. Ne može. Kao što rekao, tornjevi ti daju više pojena. Ja gledam zašto nisam dobio. Ja isto mapu startao 2 puta. Treba da klikneš, nekad nije očigledno gde je, naravno kod ovoga bossa koji je ogroman.
Čekaj, šta misliš, da nisi ubio bossa, si izašao tako?
Ne, moraš da klikneš na onaj prekursor tablet da bi ti računao za ono što
Aha.
tome se radi. Još ja gledam, nisam umro uopšte. Uopšte nisam umro. Koliko se sporo kreće, najbolja opcija čini mi se kad malo se zatrčim, uletim u grupu neprijatelja, on se teleporte debeli, znaš.
Da, to kada je ono daleko od tebe, pa da...
Da, on se teleporte direkt pored mene i onda kada ih bije. A imam i na oružju, inače ovo sam koraptovao maksimum. Ovaj golem edge spear. 20% ti je normalni quality, ono je 30% ima quality, viš.
Da.
Gurao sam sa onim, kako se zove, Val Blacksmith Stone ili kako se zove.
Je li to u Val Templu?
Pa to dobijaš između ostalog tamo kao valutu. Međutim, nešto sam imao, a nešto sam trampio kod one ženske.
Ja tek sad primećujem koliko je taj Spirit Bear jak.
Pa on u suštini ima najbolje skillove, zato što ima taj dive, gde pikira mobovima na glavu, znaš. Naravno, ne može on sve da ubije, zato služe svi ostali. A ovo ti inače 12-ka, verovati ili ne. Znaš koliko luta ima. To nije boostalo ništa. To ti je tipa ono samo jedan pasiv imao tablet, znaš?
No, ali to se teo kažem,
Atlas.
nabuđen ove stvari, a opet...
Atlas
Dobro, ovo si
3.
poko radio 2 eventa, no oni uvijek daju.
Pa, daju sve jedno, ali...
O.
Evo ti modifajeri samo za jedan tablet, viš? Možda se ne vidi od moje slike.
Da.
Strongbow mogu da upgradeem 5 puta. 4+1. Nisam ne vidio šta to bi, toliko su ga brzo ubili.
Verujem da je kod tebe to normalno.
To da ga koknu.
Ne, pa ono, od tolike gužve i da ga koknu brzo.
Pa ja im naredim da odu tamo u ćošak, stani tu na mrdaj. Šta je ovo? A veštica.
Čuče kada dođu heavy... Prate, ajde zdravo.
Arbiter of Ash, inače kad igraš Arbiter of Ash treba ti rate point, onaj koji zove tablet 15 treba.
Aha.
Znači on ti je ono 80 neki level, znaš. I iz drugi sam ga ubio. Jednom je uradio neki kombo, gađe te munjama, ti bežiš u njega, ti gađe nekim munjama, sve se i više ekspanduje talas. Neću ti reći šta je, vidjet ćeš sam kad dođeš do njega. Iznenadio me bio, nisam dovoljno stigao brzo da pobegnem od toga kovmeta. Nije čak ni DPS u pitanje je to što jebi ga to bije, ima on healtha i to baš fino onako ubije.
Dole si imao još jedan runestone. Kako vidim na mapi. Eto, ali samo 3, tako da neće on nešto da... Pomorat ćeš za ovdje. Znaš kako, možda da pokupiš taj prvi i onda da kreneš na dole.
Ovako ću.
Pa to.
Još imam više nego što imaš ti, znaš, malo.
Da, mislim sam ti rekao da imaš napređenje, da li 1 ili 2.
Jedan.
Taman taj jedan ti toliko znači da možeš sve da uzmeš. Taman ti taj jedan sve znači.
Inače, ako te ubiju, a imaš ono napređenje, onaj kako se zove, iz Val Templa, onu protezu za ruku, nogu, nebitno. A ako imaš revive, ostaće ti upgrade. Znaš, nebitno da li te igrač revive ili sam sebe.
Aha, za onu nogu kao prostetiku i to.
Da, samo treba da imaš revive u zoni. I onda ti kao ostane, a ako te...
Pa to ti je onda i omen, ja mislim.
Kako misliš omen?
Pa imaš one omene što vode držiš u inventaru i kad zageneš može ti digne. Kad si solo, da kažeš.
I oni tako radi.
Da.
Te nema.
Sigurno imaš neki.
Ne. Ali od kad se nabusta mape, skoro paka druga čini se da je padan Divine Orb. Mnogo više ima ovih rare mobova, imaju 50% šanse da imaju još jednog rare moba u svom tom peku. Ne sjećam se da imam ovaj. Red Cage.
Aha.
Ima evasion. 300 na life.
Mislim, znam taj Unique znam iz prošle zone, mislim.
Onaj forking tune, onaj wand, što ima 6 slotova, potencijalno 7, a treba ti 10.000 mane da bi mogu taj item da napraviš. Kad radiš ekspedicija, random ti pada, ima da tačno koji neprijatelj ga dropa, i bude kao prazan, kao nema mane u sebi. Treba ti 10.000 mane da bi mogu da ga rechargeš. Ili da nađeš čovjeka koji ima 10.000 mane, da ti on to uradi.
I?
Dobiješ taj, to je kao unikat. Vidiš kad kaže jedan od jačih itema u ovoj sezoni. Nije najjači, ali jedan od jačih. Zato što ima 6 sa corruptionom potencijalno 7 slotova. Svaki slot daje dupliran efekt, ja mislim runa. 200%. Imaš rune koje ti ono daju plus 2 na spell levels. Možda imaš samo, čini mi se, na 2 rune, mislim možda imaš plus 4 ili 6 na sve spell levela. Mislim, linkovao sam ti klip.
Vidio sam neke unikove... Ali... Opa, bossima. Sa spiritom.
To često.
Ne znam koliko će da mu pomogne. Ja bih rekao, nećemo poveći u...
Malo. Pomaže to neki. Znaš se zašto sam uzeo ono efektivnost da ima bolji, znaš? 15% chance of regal drop bez alchemy.
Šta je njihova definicija effectiveness?
Imaju više toughnessa, 1% više experience-a. Znači 15% effectiveness-a bilo bi ti 7% više XP-a, kako pada ovo? 15%
znači za
više
2 effectiveness-a dobiju,
i
7% više experience-a.
I 7% more quantity of items dropped. Mislim, Znači to je nešto što se effectiveness u stvari nešto što treba da se stekuje. Nije da možda uzmeš kao, uzet ću ovdje 15 ili 10 i kao to mi dosta, nije, znači to možeš da stekuješ. A ovo ti je samo za desert mape.
2 poena za jedan.
Select a bonus within desert areas. Znaš, tako da stekuje se u tim zonama. Zato sam uzeo specifično ovo za regal orba.
Nije ono generalno.
Opet divine orb.
Brate mili.
Mislim, teo sam da iskoristim prove nemenje, znaš.
Ključeve?
A
možda ih koristiš tako po komu da... Što i nije loše, pogotovo ako hoćeš samo brzo da izađeš. Znaš, da pretrčiš mapu, uzmeš taj jebeni poen i kao boli to.
Pa to i hoću da maksujem što pre taj skill 3. Jer level up mi je nebitan skoro. Šta mi znači 8 skill poena, nije kao da ću da napravim wow, novi build, razumeš, od toga.
Da, ti si to uspio više da skupiš, ja sam samo protrčao kroz te mape, kako sam brzo levelovo. Samo sam htio veći tir.
Ma kaki. Ne, ja sam to čuo ko
sad što kažeš ti, sad ti je ostalo za te stvari čak ima na neki način i smisla, da to 6+ da bude, ili ti treba 6+ da
Ma
se
samo
računalo?
vidim nije mi
Shadow
to mi
Rez.
treba.
Welcome to my channel.
Shadow Rez.
Hi.
Hello. Welcome. Stay a while and listen. Ovo ti je Džaman šlem, ja
Digital
mislim.
scammers.
Yes.
Jumanji.
Ovaj Black Sun, Crest, Wrapped, Great Helm. Meni jako liči njegov šlem. Možda se varam. Ako imaš obično belo
What do
prstenje,
you mean by digital scammers?
you know, digital artists, they wanna help me improve my channel and attract more viewers and earn more money.
To će sigurno da pomogne.
Yes, yes,
I got you.
I see the future where that is gonna help me.
I can help you get more views.
Please, no. Please, no, thank you.
LOL. Oh, I'm playing Zooaka as well.
Gled dva bossa, gleda. Dupli mod boss. Ja to vidim kao više luta potencijalno i to je to.
Tako treba.
Mislim ima 50% šanse da
How can
imaju.
I get the monkey with the red stick? I just have silver fist.
Pa dobro, to je pola-pola.
Val Temple. Let me show you. So you wanna max out the Val Temple branch. So let me show you. There is one that
Sorry
gives
to
you.
come in and ask a load of questions.
Hey, it's okay. I think he's better than the Silver Fist. Silver Fist is a bit clunky when he moves. A lot of he has a big downtime when he attacks. This one is very aggressive. So there is one Val Temple which gives you this one, Secrets of the Ancients. Add terraforming research restricted rooms which add biome bonuses to the temple. So there is one room that will give you, I think, either mountain or grass effect. And then there is a chance, it's not guaranteed, for the gorilla, it's called Quadrilla Sergeant, is considered a boss type. I watched the stats of the Zekoa level 20 against the the Quadrilla Sergeant. They're basically the same, with the difference that this guy I think has the faster attack rate. It appears as if they are hitting the same, but
What modifiers does Urs have?
this one you can see because he's a boss. You can see the boss modifiers. He's a unique boss type.
I can see on Silfist.
You can. Oh, you mean this? You mean this? Is this what you're interested? Bože, ima 45% šanse za kritikal, moguće ovo. God fucking damn it. When did I get 45?
Mine has extra crit, extra damage as chaos and volatile plants.
Yeah, mine does the bleed and the poison. And also, I cannot recommend
Oh,
you.
that's cool.
I cannot recommend you enough the fucking wolves. You can get like a 6-7 wolf pack for a measly 60 spirit. And if you put them like with a bleed or poison, they will chew the boss or any like single target. They're not maybe good like against the big mob of enemies, but against like a single target. Little like wolves, they're like... Yeah, also this guy is funky. He's not a boss, he's just like a minion.
Where
This
are you from, bro?
Ser-
Cool are success.
Balkan. That's all I'm gonna say. If you know, you know. If you are terminally on Reddit, you're gonna understand when I say Balkan.
All good, bro.
Yeah, there you go. You probably got it. No, 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 no. Also, I wanted to flex to my friend. I don't have really... Yeah. In the Val Temple you can also find this shit. Queen Atsiri body armor. It boosts all your corrupted skill gems and it uses soul cores, which gain additional bonuses. It's not bad, but I didn't want to try it. I played a lot of Temple, by the way. Pretty lot. Yeah, this one. Apparently this one is pretty good. Što ti ja dam da probaš ovaj Herald. Nije baš defanzivan item, ali ono...
Ne, zato što igram physical koji ti.
Ali, to je... Imaš ti par... What the fuck? Kažeš ti imaš... He, ja igram physical, druže, ali znaš šta sam ja uzeo? Tu grešiš. Znaš šta sam ja uzeo? Gledaj.
Ne?
Gledaj, evo. Tebi je to daleko, ali meni nije. Imaš ovako.
Pa ne znam, imaš ove alignmente, na primjer, ne znam da si to kucao.
Ne, Bond of Fall. Daje ti bonus attack damage. Daje tvojim minionima extra damage. I piše ti dobiješ extra damage as cold. Od fizikala. Jer od čega će ti dati bonus damage, razumeš? Nego od fizikala. Onda imaš...
Znaš, mogu ja da prebacim sebi, na primjer, damage of fire, ono, ali...
Ne, nije poenta da prebaciš. Ovo je bonus damage. To ti objašnjavam.
Da.
Bond of cat. Ali okej, ovo daje movement speed, ovo je smiješno. Bond of viper. Companions have 40% chance to poison on hit. Extra chaos damage. Increase damage, extra chaos damage. 4% physical as extra chaos damage. I imaš ovaj nod ovdje, ovaj dreamer koji sam uzeo. Gain 5% damage as extra chaos damage. I onda imam increase chaos damage i imaš chaos resistance. Zato sam pikirao ovaj. Zato mi je kapovan. Na 80 i nešto posto. 86% mi je chaos resistant. Neću corrupted. No corruption. Neće. Also, you might want to corrupt this gorilla. I got lucky, I guess. And I got this guy, Mr. Zekwa. He also got corrupted twice. And I got +1 level. Wait, no! Anyway. We're taking the hobbits to Isengard.
You're taking hobbits to Isengard.
To Isengard, to Isengard. Ah, I see. Easy peasy. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Grubi. E, ovo ti je bila greška što nisi iz ovaj item od mene. Ozbiljno ti kažem, sad i smrsi, zato što i na leđima ti ima aktivan efekt, znaš?
This is my first seance playing Poe at all.
Oh, this
I'm
is...
having so much fun with it.
I think also the veterans that played it think that this is probably season they played the most. Well, there is also streamers. They burn themselves so much with this PoE 2. They switch to the they switch to the PoE 1 actually, because they play this like a madman. Koliko su izgoreli kunici. Viš kad napadam ove unikatne mobove da se pretvaraju, viš, pap, u statu, dignu se u vazduh i eksplodiraju. Još jedan wisp. Give me that wisp. Give me that wisp. Go wisp, go. Go wisp, go. A ne zašto bežimo s Wispom? Zato što će me čekati.
Tek ne aktiviraš plato, nego što očistiš mapu. Znam, uzu si ono da idu na bossa.
Da, i oni bi sad teli da odu na bossa, znaš da se zalete, a ja ne dam.
Jel može više jednog Wispa da ga zaposlede, na primjer? Da mislim da imaš ono sva 3 Wispa.
Može, 4-5 sam vada.
Ujebot.
Imam corruption kakav, onaj kao tablet. Imam unikatni tablet, da... Wait a minute. Ovo je normalni boss. Ako je powerful area boss, onda možda se power upuje boss. Ovi su rizični za igranje. Ovi golemi. Ako ti uradi onu animaciju kad krene sa šakama, znaš, ako se rolaš u njega i on krene sastaviti s dve pesnice na dole, nebitno koliko health imaš, tu se ja mislim tretira kao one shot. Ili jevi ga, zavisi koliko health imaš, pretpostavljam. Imam 2100, možda na primjer radi 2500. Ekspedicija, a? Zašto nešto nema? Opa! Opa! Yeah, bitch! Yeah! Nema šanse ja odubijem, znaš, gledaj sad ovo. Ajmo, deci, idemo.
Ajmo, decu, slikanje.
Ali ja mislim da su oni skriptovani zapravo da nju posrednu, znaš. I to da ti kažem. Nema ovo inače nikada radiš, ovo što ja radim. Možeš...
Neću, obećam.
Možeš, a i ne moraš. U suštini mi...
Pa Jack, sad mi šalješ Viksone poruke.
Pa... U suštini mi inventar dosta puni, onda ne želim polovi stvari odjednom da, znaš, pretrpamo inventar.
Da.
Jel ovo još jedan visp lebati? A ovo je clean ritual, So that's what it is. Ovo je još jedan vispu koja vidim ovdje. Param pam param chihuahua, param pam param chihuahua,
Znaš ko je napisao to?
param chihuahua, ne znam.
DJ Bobo. Nisam mogu da verujem kada sam to čuo, ako zaista.
A jesi bio ovdje? Wow. Wow. Kad daješ ekspediciji imaš ovo.
Kurva prokleta.
Imam ovih expedition logova ako hoćeš, ako ti trebaju viška. Oni ti otvaraju oblasti na mapi.
I mislim da mi ne treba da ih imamo, ono.
Ste vi negdje idete, vam momci? Odbiju.
Ovo je bilo interesantno lako.
Također možeš na ovaj način da nakupiš dosta brzo prstenje. Ili bi mogao, znaš, kad bi se fokusirao samo na to, pretpostavljam.
Idu fino ovi tableti, mislim imam ih dosta, doduše nisam ih mnogo ne koristio zbog odnih unapređenja, mada mogo sam. Fino padaju. Pogotovo kad igraš, znaš, ono, na altaru za altar padaju, jebe ga na delirium za delirium. Ako da ide fino.
Što brže unaprediš skill 3 vezan
Da.
za tu aktivnost, tableti padaju mnogo često. I češće nalaziš same evente po mapi, znaš. Oh my god.
Da li sam ja završio ovo? Mislio sam sve maksovo u Space Marines 2.
Misliš ili znaš?
Nisam stvarno. 99% sam siguran. Sve klase i sve oružje. Malo je glupavo grind igra, nisu morali to tako da napravi da bude ono glupavo, ali ja.
Ali ovdje što je jeftino. Ima. Kažu da je ona ženska, što je sad na čelu ovoga Microsoft kao tog game studija. Kažu da im je show napravila, znaš.
Indika neka, da.
Bukvalno je izgurala ovu ekipu. Op! Kost 0.
Pa naravno čovječe, brate, pa svi njihovi neuspjesi su u stvari njeni neuspjesi.
Obsidian koji je napravio Fallout. I oni su radili i na Falloutu 1 i 2. Varijante od te ekipe, jel da? Obsidian je prebacila, oni su trebali da rade Avowed 2. Avowed.
Kome treba drugi,
Koja je mislio da će drugi deo da ima prođe?
Ne, nego mislim, kome treba, ko je tražio drugi deo, brate, te igre, jebete. Znači, vidi, sviđa mi se ideja, ali trebalo mi je 15 minuta da vidim da biješ tamo neke pečurke, i Super Mario. Rekao, čekali zašto? I onda mi ljudi što imaju pečurke po licima, rekao, čekali, ko je mislio da neko želi, mislim, čemu služi ovo? Znaš, ono kao dajte single player igru koju trebaš da imaš taj neki svet u kojem nemaš apsolutno nikakvu slobodu, ono. Brate, čemu onda sve ovo? Meni se nije dopalo, stvarno, on izgledi, koliko sam vidio i borba je, onako, ili napadaš ili braniš, da nemaš neki kao ono napad cancel i tako to.
Sad nešto sam uspeo. Vidiš?
Ali sada, ako u dvojici uklone i isprave te stvari, ko zna, možda dvojka bude zanimljivo igra. Ali nešto su. Da, evo ga.
I don't know. Mislim da mora biti powerful map boss da bi moglo da bude uspešno. Ti igraš Space Marine, no?
Nisam sad sam završio, nisam daily uradio, pa rekao je da završimo daily, imaš da dobiješ ili to neku daily currency. Da daily currency naravno da imaš da kupuješ nešto drugačije, posebno kada završite daily. I da, makso sam da napokon imate sve klase. Znaš što bi to trebao da bude ono kao moment je kao super, sad mogu najzad da se igram, ali onda rekao, brate, nešto mi fali. Dobro, ako ništa mogu da igram, brate, šta god hoću, kad god hoću, znaš, kao ne moram da brinem. Ja kao možda forsiram ovoga, ali treba mi iskustvo na toj klasi. A. A mislim mi reče, ono, kad smo gledali onaj film, ali da isto igra Space Marines, ali da mu nešto ne ide.
Ti igraš i PvP neki režim, jel da?
Ne, nije mi se dopao PvP.
Loše urađenje?
Nema veliku populaciju, nema elo i imao si da bukvalno moraš da grindaš isto oružje da bi ih ono napredio, pa da mu odnaš ono. I bukvalno si onda sa ono full upgradeovanim likovima koji su već ono istrenirani, znaju svoje mape, sve razumeju, sve znaju i sad si ti došao kao da se, nemam pojma, takmičiš protiv njih. Tako da baš ono nešto mi nije mi nešto lego taj PvP. Mada estetike koje možeš da osvojiš u njemu su zanimljive i zaista su lepe, ali mogu da se koriste samo u PvP-u. Tako da mi to ono...
Znači ima trik iza toga, a?
Pa, ono... Stvarno izgledaju super te estetike, pogotovo zato što nisu za lojaliste, nego za heretike. Ma da, i fantastični su, stvarno su fantastični po izgledu. Ali, brate, ne možeš da ga koristiš nigde, mislim, i šta onda? Koja je poenta? Upravo sad što radim, trošim sve pare. Kako evo zadnji put kupujem jebene skillove. Svaki put kad uradiš prestižnaka na klasi, resetuje ti se skillovi i onda moraš opet ih kupuješ, tako da ljudi ono generalno dok ne urade ono maksimalni level, bukvalno ono igraju bez ikakvih skillova i perkova. Nije da koštaju mnogo, ali znaš što kao jednostavno će troši pare. Boli ih
A na što trošiš pare, kao kredite, šta hoćeš?
Pa da, te kredit kada kupuješ skillove, ono. Imaš kao skill tablu, imaš neki ono pasivni za tim, to jest kao 2 i ono bukvalno ljudi kao ništa od toga ne kupuju jer možda ono neće trošiti kao pare.
Ali kad
uzmeš
prestiž...
Pa da, moraš imaš 4 prestiža u svakoj klasi, tako da trebaš svaku klasu 5 puta da ono leveluješ do 25. levela. 4 puta da ga ono prestižuješ da bi dobio te prestiž perkove, kojih imaš 4 komade i onda 4 puta da ga resetuješ, uzmeš taj perk, onda ga da digneš maksimum level da bi bio maksimalni level. Znači svaku klasu, znači ono, trebaš 5 puta da ono, digneš na maksimum. Što je po meni ono, ne znam, loš sistem, hoću da kažem. Pare ti se kapuju, da kažem, na ne toliko visokom nivou, možda imaš oko 2000 rekvizitiona, ali znaš, kad sve to naprediš, više ti ništa i ne znaš pare. Imaš te neke resurse, ali ono, kažem opet, kad sve to naprediš...
Ovako jako komarca nisam gledao skoro.
gre.
Sure. Bam. Antify items. Scrap, scrap. Very nice.
Magazine size 15%, 40, 45 i 10. Damage. Fino, završio sam svoj onda. Neko mi reče da su već kao počeli da planiraju Space Marines 3. Ja rekao super, znači da će da se jebu update-ove za ovu igru, znači da će postati sve ono manje i manje. Ko obraćam, brate, pažnju na staru igru, pogotovo. Ja, gledao sam Borisa juče i danas malo. Što igra Hanta. Čovječe, mašio je juče jednog lika 6 puta sa strelom.
On igra sa lukom i strelom.
Da, Liga nije ni primetio.
Pa naravno da nije, to se ne čuje govno.
Na kraju je prišao mu ono maltene iz leđa i promaši ga još 2 puta. Lik se okrene, slučajno nabasa na njega, onako sudari se.
Pap metak umre, mori.
I krene da ga puca od njega sa strelom i ubije ga lik. Promašaju ga je, znači ja rekao ne mogu da verujem. Danas isto, ja ne znam šta su oni ovdje uradili, ne mogu nikog da pogodim. Čoveč, znači...
To je njegov plan.
A to? Ono je bilo za smijek, ja sam rekao, daj da te zovem kako da te kontaktiram, moraš da gledaš ovaj kontent. I ono njegovo znaš kao, daj kako, pogori se, koji ste kralj. Benti komarcu.
Primetio sam kad item ključam unikat na onoj listi za ritual, kasnije mi ga ponudi ovako kao drop naš.
Dobro, ne znaš li su isti?
Ne, nisu, ali mi ga ponudi bar bilo kakvu verziju. Kao mapa Rapture. Nisam znao da je...
Što nisi znao?
Da je, kad bi mogu bar da znam pre nego što klikne na mapu koji će biti boss.
Ne, mislim da moraš da uđeš na mapu da bi vidiš koji će boss. Koliko ja znam, ili se varam, a?
To je tačno, ali ako si već odi u jednu mapu, ne možeš više da je boostuješ. Uđeš jedno, vidiš koji je boss, izađeš s mape, probaš da opet napraviš istu mapu, ne možeš da je boostuješ. Malo gameplay.
Da, jeste, tad ti se računam kao da si valjda zaganul i tako nešto, ono bude žuto, kao ono.
Ne može se buffa više mapa, to je malo ono, bez veze. Šta kaže? Više 39 košta, više ne mogu da je discountujem, znaš. Otprilike to čekam uvijek, znaš. Verovati ili ne.
Ilija.
Šta? To što sam
Da
sad
se
radio.
zainteresan za ovo. Ne.
Za?
Daću ti jedan link.
Za?
Kad budeš imao ovo, kako se zove,
Pa mogu pred spavanje da ga otvorim na
vremena.
telefonu. Da.
Čekaj šta ti dam, koji stamp da ti dam. 2206.
Pogledaj, ja čitav klip ako vredi. Šta je to?
Ne, ma ceo stream je, brate, u pitanju. 06 ima jedno... Ovo što sam ti pričao sad za Boris i Bob, o strelc, kao Robin Hood.
Pa ja ne znam zašto sam odlučio uopšte da igra s lukom i strelom. Mislio sam da nije
Pa
u tom.
jebi ga, zato što igra tu igru pa ono menja. On voli ovu kombinaciju, koliko vidim, preferira onaj quartering. Mislim, nema razloga da ne preferiraš takve stvari.
Master.
A Quartermaster nije quartering, a? Pa da.
Imaš kanal na YouTube koji zove Quartering, gde lik, on je ono neženje, znaš. Ono kao muško-ženski odnos i to pokriva.
O bože.
Malo više s muške strane, da kažemo tako, nije onako nepristrasan full. Što ono nije baš, nije da se ono white knight kad su u pitanju žene, ali ono, treba biti malo nekad objektivan, znaš. Nisu svi muškarci isti, nisu sve žene isti, kako to? Kao što Andrej Tato nije predstavnik muškog roda, tako ni dosta žena nisu predstavnici, razumeš, sopstvenog pola, da kažemo. Kaže, nežnijih pola. Increase attack damage. Magnitude poison.
Ilija, da li ti zaista trebaju svi ti ovi...
Samo ti uživaj.
To što kažeš. Šta su beli, šta su beli?
To su demant.
A šta radi oni drugačije?
Pa imaju drugačije statistike.
A ne, mislim, ili su oni ono kao da imaju areju da rade ili šta?
Ne. Crveni su ti uglavnom ono strength, razumeš?
Da,
recimo za warriora tipa. Dex su ti zeleni, plavi su ti za kastera, a beli su, ja mislim, po nekoj logici vjerojatno za svakog po nešto, jel da?
Da. Znam da su neki pričali, znaš, imaš ono kao što ti daju, jebi ga, na male nodove u nekoj...
To su ti time lost games. To što ti pričaš.
Ali nisu to sve unikovi, imaš i neke obične koji su žuti, a mislim ono kao u Reddity-u, ali radi se takve stvari. Ja mislim, jebite što su im što...
You know what, boys? There is not enough cowbells. Si gledao taj sketch? Sa Christopherom Walkerom, ono, not enough cowbells.
Mislim da ne.
Googlej. Not enough cowbells. Christopher Walken. To ti kao ono, parodija, znaš, na ove hair rock kao bendove iz 80-ih. Christopher Walker je producent, a mislim da je William Farrell, on je kao, on svira kao u tom bendu, znaš.
Aha, vidi. Ujebo to stvarno.
A jeste, ali je stvarno.
Ja, Fear the Reaper.
Ali, znaš, ali par puta ih on kao, listen boys, boy, there is just not enough cowbells. Počne da igra oko onog lika. Kao više ne zna šta da radi, znaš. Totalno ga ono raspometio.
More cowbells. I gotta have more cover, baby. Sad gledam još to ovi iz SNL, ebate čoveče, pa oni su ovog Trumpa se zabavali s njim i izvodili njegove skečeve pre 20 godina. Ovo ništa novo.
Misliš ono zašto ga kao trpaju South Parku, to?
Dobro su. Koliko imaš ovih laviš vombita?
Ćeš baš da vidiš?
Kako imaš makar ono, 1-2 steša puno.
Čekaj. Treba sam jedan da razbor da ti ponudim. Sure, buddy. Treba sam da ti ponudim ovo.
Čega, koga? Ma ne, ovi što su mi dali nešto završeni posao.
Ovo je dosta dobar, ne znam da sam ovdje razmislim, ajde. If you think that better than me.
Koliko ima armora, ne vidim od ovih svojih stvari.
1746. 24% armora ti dode kao onaj damage negation elemental. To je onaj, kako to zove, implicit.
Da.
I...
Increase life.
Ima lightning resist, za slučaj da si rekao da ti treba resist. 30 na strength.
Nije.
32 life regen.
Ne, dobro, skroz je dobro.
Pa ne znam šta hoćeš, jedino da ima 300 life. Jedino to i onda kažeš ujebot, ima 300 life.
No.
Ima jedan što ima 150-200 life, a nema oliko armor. Rodeo.
Dobro, to je.
Misliš da je taj dobar, jel da? Znaš koji je bolji? Ovo je bolji. Nema toliko armor. Ima 50%, ima implicit 20% armor elemental damage i ima sufiks još 30%. Znači 50% ima armor se računa kao ono negacija, a negacija. Ima veći taj, ima 100 life od mene. Ali kaže nema 1700 armor, to mu je glupo.
Jesi to pravio ili ga tako dobio?
Pa ja imam oko za takve itemer, znaš, on i ne prodaje, ovo je samo za flex.
Da.
Iako mi neko traži, razumeš da mu ono, bukvalno giften, znači ne plaćam ništa. Ovo je isto dobar. 1769 armora, 160 life-a, 38% armora, applies to elemental damage. Reduce duration of poison. Da li ima još jedan? Ima još jedan sufiks slobodan, gledaj ovo.
Da, ima. Je jak. Još možeš da ga bušiš 2 puta, možda ga koraptuješ.
Svašta nešto. Svašta nešto može. Šta si me ti pitao za bridge, jel? Si me ovo pitao?
Da, koliko imaš onih.
Ovo ti je samo za currency, to nisam ni radio. Uglavnom sam craftovao, ono, imaš ogrlice, narukvice, prstenje.
Jesi dobio nešto dobro od toga?
Pa nije da nisam, gledaj. Ovo sam dobio, na primjer.
A ovo ti ima i većih tih. Stvarno, brate.
Minion increased movement speed, minion deal damage, 27% more damage with command skill, minion have increased mobilization build up. I ja mislim jedan prsten sam craftuo isto tako. Mislim, rolaš ga tamo, razumiješ, šta ti ispadne. Ispao je ovaj minion deal 29% increased damage, minion deal increase, have 28% increase critical chance, 28%. I imaš ovaj, isto, ima veći modifier, 20% increase critical damage bonus. Tako. Svašta nešto. Rekao, samo 2 itema su mi od drugog igrača. Od onog jednog viewera.
Za onaj chest, što sam nešto rekao.
Chest piece i od Mace. Mace, verujem i sad nemam sreće, verujem jedan nisam našao. Jedan jedin.
Kako tražiš?
Ne, Skeptar, ne Mace,
Skeptar, aha.
Skeptar. Bukvalno ni jedan.
Znači ti tražiš neki dobar minion, Skeptar, znači da ima spirit,
da ima
bonus na
minione. To
minione.
ti je ovo što ti daje ti, sad ću reći, kako daješ, 9% increase spirit, daje ti vuka, daje ti increase energy shield, to ti je ovaj disciplina level 18, i piše ti companions deal 78% increase damage to your market targets. Ja nabacujem ovaj, kako se zove, Bloodhound Mark. Pa Bloodhound Mark. Mark a target to be heavy stunned by blood loss and explode on death. Doduše ja ne bacam običnim obojima to. To bacim bossu i onda ga ne vidim.
Što, je li ima dugačak cast time ili...
Ne, nego mrzim da bacam običnim obojima. Dok ja bacim, oni će gubiti. Bukvalno nema pojenta.
Aha, to da.
Malo armora. Malo damage-a. Smiješno. Tako dalje. Samo da uradim ovu kulu i idem u krevet, verujem.
Verujem ti.
To bi možda odmah, neću, hoću da završim taj tower. Možda mogu da uzem još poena, ali te zanima da vidiš Arbiter of Ash. Boss fight.
Što da ne?
Ne znam da li bi mogo da te... Mislim da ne bi mogao ako nisi odradio boss fight.
Ne mogu zbog one priče, ne može.
Ako bi završio ga, da. Ali pošto bi završio ništa. Ali samo da vidim. Ako sam dobro shvatio kako to radi. Vidiš ovu zonu unutar, ovaj kvadrant unutar ovoga. On ti da od čitave zone, ako si otvorio ove kule u ovom sektoru. On ti da sve skill poena iz te zone. Ovdje mi je dao 47 poena u ovom sektoru, ovdje obsećam.
Znači nisi morao da odigraš sve te mapice, nego ti je dao od njih.
Da, od njih mi je dao. Naprimjer, ako bi odradio ovaj prekursor tower levo i ovaj desno i odradim boss fight ovdje u Origin Tower, dobijem automatski klemu te poena. Hoću prvo da odradim ovo na brzinu. I kada odradim to, da odim na onu kulu tamo centralno, da vidimo ću dobiti još skill poena. Mislim da ću. Inače ti mobovi nisu ovoliko veliki, međutim kao što sam rekao imamo onaj gamification na amuletu.
Da.
A gledao sam da ga ljudi imaju na rukavicama, vrlo ne, znaš? Imaju ga kao pasiv.
Interesantno.
Ili rukavice ili skeptar, jedno od ta dva. Da možda se dobije kao pasiv. Da si kao ono, you have a gigantic following. Jedna možda uštediš tu taj.
Kako se sećam, to je valjda da ti koštaju manji minjoni i da postanu oni nešto veći, ili tako?
Pa nije baš da koštaju manje, u tome si radi.
Da, zato što ne kao piše da treba da budu jeftiniji, ali u stvari budu skuplji. Ako se ne varam, mislim da to nešto bilo zabagovano.
Ne, nego čak šta više...
Jeste, to je to, znam.
Nije ti to reduced, gledaj. Ovo što ja imam reduce. Vidiš? Ovo je increase reservation efficiency of companion skill. A ovo ti je reduce. A pravo ti ovo povećava, razumeš? Mislim, samo pogledaj kako je jak buff. 20% na maximum life, 20% more damage, 20% increase size. Zbog. To je flat bonus. Čudi me uopšte koliko mogu ovoliko, ali bukvalno svi minioni, od Vukova do ovoga Zmiri Wolfa i Medved isto pada u tu kategoriju, znaš?
Da, ali dobro, mislim, generalno želiš da imaju ono...
Pa svi su buffani.
20% više life, želiš 20% više...
Imaš 6 miniona, svi minioni imaju po 20% buff.
To je.
To da imaš jednoga pa kao, šta je 20%? Kad imaš 6 miniona, well. Volim kad me jure ovi govnovi mali ljubičasti orgovi. Ove rukavice nisam do sada vidio nikad. Ne. Mogu nekim lasom da uvatim sve iteme. To bi nekako više odgovaralo. Vidiš, ovaj prst sam uzeo za 37 ovih pojena. Na para.
Da, to što si ga toliko puta deferovao i onda...
A da, ne želim se nigde, budem iskren. Osim ako bi to neki bio, recimo, build defining, ono, nikako i baš želiš da imaš.
Da bi trebao build, naravno.
I onda želiš da igraš 10 mapa, pošto trenutno nema tu ništa što ja kao ono... Wow, treba mi je. Ovo mi ne izgleda loše, ovaj... Mrk Chef Toxic Quiver. I spalje žabe, eksplozivne, znaš? Bursting Toads. This skill creates a toad that jump around briefly then explodes the toad, dealing attack damage in area and inflicting poison. 25% chance to trigger this skill on kill. A to truj neprijatelja, to je mislim i poenta nekog tog skilla. Don't do this, kids.
Čekaj bre, pa čovječe ti sve deferuješ onda.
Dobro si primetio. Dobro si primetio. A nekad, kad nemam šta da diferujem, uradim reroll za 1000. I imaš šansu da ti bude džabe. Košta 1000 poena. Pa tačno ostavim 1000, uradim reroll i tačno košta 0. I što je najjača fora, možeš opet da diferuješ za tih 1000 poena. Ono što si malo pred diferao. To se tako radi par puta. Ovo morate ne razumeš. Ne znam kolika je šansa da diferuješ za džabe. 5%, 10%. Smešno nešto, ali radi. Actually radi. Evo sad, na primjer, da. Pazi, imam 2000 poena, ali ne mogu više ništa da diferujem. Sad kao šta bi radio? Pa kao, ajde kao ili daj offer tribute to king, da dobiješ onaj key item. I uvedeš reset, gleda, pap. Sad me potrošio 1000 poena, ali zna da uradim za 0. Sad mogu opet da stavljam discount. Tako sam ti ja pičio samo dok nisam kupio većinu stvari. Šta smeš? Ja sam ozbiljno.
No ne, ali kad ti Ruslov došlo, tu uradiš na par stvari koje ti, ali...
Pa sve mi treba.
Da.
Sve mi treba.
Sve mi treba, sve hoću.
Sve mi treba, samo mi se ne žuri, znaš. U suštini kad ga jednom markiraš, on ti ostaje na ovoj listi, znaš. Tebi je poluprazna onaj shopping cart.
Da, ali ne znam da mi nastao onaj šlem, jedino koga ti nisi kupio sebi.
Zato što ih vrti, nisi uzeo taj pas, nisam ga uzeo. Onih reroller. Treba da uzmeš na skill 3, ne znam da li si uzeo.
A nije pokazao mi ga jebote 2 puta.
Samo malo.
Mislim da je nas, mogu sad.
To je skill 3 za, gledaj, ritual.
A nije toliko daleko, treba da bude tu negdje od tih prvih modela.
Favors deferred at ritual in your maps reappear 50% sooner. I 50% manje košta isto. Baš tako zove, patient devotion, to što ja radim. Čak ti jeftinije košta da ga difereš. 50% jeftinije košta. Naprimjer, ako te košta 300 poena, što bi on skinuo sa originalne cene, ja neću platiti 300 nego 150. Znaš?
No.
Kažem, zavisi koliko se žuri. U jednom trenutku sam bio uzeo 4-5 onih malih, kako se zovu, onih healinga, onih consumable, znaš. Piše svaki put kad si na low life, on ga iskoristi automatski da ti napuni health i shield. Health, shield i mana.
Aha, pa da, to su oni omeni valjda.
Da, ovo sam se nakupio bio, ne znam, 5 komada. Differao non stop i od jednog trenutku mogu se kupim 5. Ja sam ih vuku u inventaru, dok nisam izgledao vjerojatno negdje. Više puta nego što bi tada priznao. Nisam ni primetio, automatski se koristi. Idealno bi bilo da ih isključiš i da ih ne koristiš samo u boss fightu, znaš. Međutim, pošto znaš sam da boss imaju shot mehanike, pitanje koliko. Ovo ti je dobra taktika da kajtuješ samo ovoga, ne strpnika. Ako priđeš preblizu, agruješ oba. I crviće i ovu kuglicu.
Pa dobro, ja sam mele, brate, ja moram priđem u boma.
Ne, možeš, imaš agro range. možeš da uspeš, onda ti ne bude da kajtuješ samo ovoga škorpiona malog. Da dođeš iza kola, da samo uđeš njemu u
A
vodu.
ovaj ti, brate, luduje svojim malovima, čovječe, znaš koliko krenem da bacio tu posle.
Ja 4 poena, pap. Exceptional item ti item koji ima kvalitet koji eksiduje maksimum, znači više od 20% vjerojatno, i piše ima additional augmented slots, high tier item. High tier items found just instead drop as exceptional normal item. Imaš par modova za kao upgradeanje gira, da ti pada gir, a to ti više za crafta, nek sam dobro skonto. Pada levelom. A ako imaš strpljenja, ne znam koliko imaš. Da ti pokažem boss fight. Jer imaš?
Ajde.
Trudim se da ga izlomim na brzini inventar. Gdje njega kličem da trgujem. On je budal. Najveći gangster grada Chicago. I onda odeš ovdje. U Origin Tower. Iako imaš materijal, ono, ala Diablo stila, Origin Cradle i Origin Spark. To mi je dao isto onaj lik. On mi je dao, ali nije trebalo da mi da, pa sam morao svejedno da odradim quest. Da li mi čovjek materijal. Zajebo se. Ne ide ovim redosledom, sam budan. A mogu se to moliti da pomere, ali nema vezi. Kapiraš da se tebe. Prvi put kad sam došao ovdje nisam ni otišao gore na krov, znaš, nego sam otišao direkt u podrum. Ovo ti je kao neki zigurat ili piramida, kako hoćeš. A nije piramida, toren. I tu dođeš i obično tu stoji Dorijani. Staviš ovo. Meni je ovo deluje kao Seed of Corruption, a možda sam lud.
Izgleda možda samo reći bossa gore, a?
Žele me zanima kako će priču da nam montira dalje, gdje ide u onome, kako se zove, 1.0. Ni ovo do sad nije loše. Klikneš tu. Onda imaš ovoga degenerika. Mislim da je on kulemakav sluga.
Oho. Uj, evo tu ima animacija.
Jako lep cinematik. Bravo, ubi ga, ko zec. Yes, me. Idem forward. Malo ga bijem. Jest.
protivno, isključenje ti možeš da ga, što bi se rekao, zglomiš. A dobro, ne može zato što ti ne dozvoljava mehanika.
Ne, prošli put sam ga one-shotao u prvoj fazi.
Pa deluje mi da ti ono ide baš brzo, ali... Mislim da se previše, ono, odaviš od njega i onda povučeš i njih pa ga ne biju svi.
Op. On ti je oružje kao prvog edikta. Ovaj kao
Pa ja sam da kažemo da nosiš skeptar i štit, na primjer.
Nemaš izvor DPS.
Pa ne treba ti, brate, oni ti radi DPS.
Ne, oni dobije DPS od mene. A znaš?
Aha.
To ti pokazuje kad završim boss fight.
Da.
To ti je onaj Makoa gift ili kako se zove. Za malo.
Da, jeste, pričao sam da ti zbog toga treba
što jače oružje.
Da, jeste.
Možeš ti i da ne koristiš skeptar. Koji imaš oružje koje radi 1000 DPS-a, možeš to da rokaš. No problem. Gde je on? Možda je pisalo kolik da imam power. Zanimljivo šta je to bilo, prošli put smo ga izlomili, znaš, ja i ove...
Gorilo.
Kad radi ove swipe-ove, to je malo jedan. Znaš. Viš. Zavisi kako gotiš, razumeš šta će da kastuje, znaš, kao ko možda mu bejteš animacije. Naprimjer, ako odemo ovdje, tu ga negdje navatam i tu počne fight. Ako ga pustim da on u suštini diktira kako fight ide. Znači ako su mu nalomili su pol health sad. Kad se sakriješ malo, dok on malo smiri živce. A gdje se sad sakriješ?
Ja mislim da moraš ovo priđeš, da moraš uđeš u njega, eto.
Kad ono tkne da radi? Stano ovaj svoj glas.
Ajde.
Ne, to je to, ovo je skriptom. Mora oko. Bukvalno skriptom. Hop, stani. To je to. Ako se sjećam, prvi put je pričao Dorijani s njim. Možda je bacio drugačiji gear. sad dođeš i... Samo da vidim. Ja mislim desno da idem. Aha. Vidi, a?
Opala.
Sve. Sve kako sam pojatao.
A, lepo.
E sad mogu da upalim i ovaj relej, ako se dobro sećam. To je donji levi, ja mislim. Ne, samo jedan je bio. A, samo jedan. Dobro. 38 skill poena malo li.
O.
Naravno, sad ću kao serijak da uzimam ovo. Neću da
Sad imaš da klikneš ko besan.
Neću ni da čitam što radi. Ja.
Ali ne moraš da klikneš apply odmah. Klikneš sve što hoćeš i onda apply.
Ja sam old fashion. Imaš da tu dolazi za egzil i u paru. I nick map. Daj mi to. Imaš 16 kill poena, vjerovatno.
Da. Bilo fino. Ja ću ti poželiti sreću, laku noć, otišao sam polako.
Slušaj, idem nijako, zdravlje. Vidimo se sutra.
To ti kažem.
Prijatno.
Važi, zdravo.
Anyway, up to bed. After this. Pretty good. Pretty good. Off to bed. Take care.